The story begins with a sky filled with ominous lightning. Amidst this scene, the figures of an emperor and empress appear. Their auras were magnificent, yet their faces were stained with anxiety. These two were none other than the king and queen. A master held a bronze mirror in his hands. From it, a soft beam of light shone upon the body of a young man sitting cross-legged on a bed. Surrounding them were wisps of dense green smoke swirling within the grand hall. The chaotic blood-ski that had raged for the time it takes an incense stick to burn finally began to retreat, returning into the young man's palm. Seeing this, Master Qin immediately let out a sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted, bowed and spoke to the king and queen who were waiting anxiously beside him. "Few congratulations, your majesties. His Highness has finally overcome this triennial calamity." Hearing this, joy appeared on both of their faces, and their tightly clenched hands gradually relaxed. The queen let out a relieved breath. "That's wonderful. At this age, normal children would have already opened their 8 meridians, and your honor is already 13. The king, still not completely at ease, asked, "Were you able to probe your honor's 8 meridians this time?" Master Qin could only shake his head, still nothing. Hearing this, the king's eyes gradually darkened. He clenched his fist, while the queen beside him turned pale, her eyes rimmed with red. Then she covered her mouth and let out a few coughs. Master Qin, seeing this, said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, you have just expended your vital blood essence to heal His Highness. You must not succumb to excessive grief." The queen buried her face in the king's shoulder and sobbed. "His Highness was born with the fate of a saint dragon. Why must he suffer such a calamity?" The king didn't know what to say and could only pat the queen's shoulder comfortingly. Just then Master Qin's voice rang out again. "His Highness's 8 meridians have yet to take 4. I fear that in 3 years his life will be in grave danger." Suddenly, another voice spoke up. "Does that mean my life will end in just 3 more years?" The 3 people in the great hall were startled. They hurriedly looked up. "Your Highness, your honor." The young man looked at the black lines crisscrossing his palm and then spoke. "Father, mother, this time you must tell me the truth." That youth was Zhu Yuan, and the king and queen of the great Zhu dynasty were Zhu King and Qinyu. At this moment, he looked at his own hand with a blank expression. Then he slowly turned and asked, "What is truly wrong with my body?" Hearing Zhu Yuan's words, the faces of Zhu King and Qinyu turned deathly pale. Zhu King finally took a deep breath and said in a hoarse voice, "It is the resentful dragon poison." Zhu Yuan asked back in surprise, "Resentful dragon poison?" "Yes, it is time for you to know. Your honor, do you know of the Great Wu Dynasty? The Great Wu Dynasty is the most powerful dynasty in this world. But did you know that 15 years ago, the Great Wu's royal family were merely our vassals?" Zhu Yuan asked curiously, "We were that powerful 15 years ago. Then why have we become like this now?" Zhu King began to recount. 15 years ago, the Great Wu suddenly launched a rebellion. In just 1 short year, the Great Zhu was defeated so badly that we were left with only this small territory. And the source of this all was a prophecy that circulated within the Wu clan. "The serpent minus sparrow devours the dragon, the Great Wu shall rise." Zhu Yuan seemed to understand. He lowered his head and replied, "And I am the saint dragon that was devoured by the serpent minus sparrow, am I not? The serpent minus sparrow by the sparrow devours the dragon." Zhu King continued, "At the time, I didn't understand its meaning, until that day when the Wu clan's army pursued us to the very walls of the Great Zhu's capital. But they only surrounded the city and did not attack, as if they were waiting for something." Zhu Yuan asked, "Waiting for what?" Zhu King replied, "Waiting for you to be born." Qinyu spoke through her sobs, "Your honor, on the day you were born, a strange phenomenon occurred. The sky was filled with a purple aura and dragon ki swirled around. It was the sign of a saint dragon. Your 8 meridians opened on their own at birth, directly entering the ki nourishing stage. You are the saint dragon of our Zhu clan." Zhu Yuan asked, looking confused, "Then why can't my 8 meridians be found?" Zhu King said, "Because on the very day you were born, King Wu's wife also gave birth to a boy and a girl, and the girl in the key of a spirit sparrow. Legend has it that those born on the same day can absorb each other's destiny. And King Wu's wife, who had been pregnant for 3 years, gave birth on that exact day. It was then that I finally understood. The Wu clan didn't just conspire to steal our great Zhu." As he spoke, his face hardened. "They were also plotting against the dragon of my Zhu clan. They endured for 100 years, all for you." Hearing this, Zhu Yuan's face turned to one of stunned disbelief. The more Zhu King spoke, the more grief-stricken and indignant he became. Saying this, Zhu King's face darkened, and he hung his head low. Master Qin finally spoke up. Your Highness, allow this old servant to explain. That day King Wu entered the city, holding the millions of citizens hostage, and demanded to steal your Saint Dragon's destiny right in front of the king and queen. In order to protect you, His Majesty fought King Wu at the foot of Great Shu Mountain. But things did not go as planned. The king was no match for King Wu and had an arm severed by him. If not for King Wu's fear that someone would rather die and destroy His Highness's destiny with them, he might have killed the king right there. Afterward, to smoothly seize His Highness's destiny, King Wu swore an oath to his ancestors. For the next 100 years, he would not set foot in the lands of Great Shu. With the honor of my ancestors, I swear this oath. From this day forward, no one from the Great Wu dynasty shall step half a foot into the land of Great Shu. At that time, the queen could only watch helplessly as her own son endured unimaginable pain on the cold sacrificial altar. As Master Qin spoke, Qin Yu collapsed into Zhu King's arms, crying loudly, "You honor." Zhu Yuan's face darkened, his lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. Master Qin continued, compared to the Wu clan, we were so small. That feeling of despair and helplessness. Even today, we remember it as if it were yesterday. An image of King Yu, bound and forced to watch her newborn baby being tortured, unable to do anything. That day, outside the city, the serpent-minded sparrow cried out, its light stretching for 10,000 leagues before transforming. That day, inside the city, the Saint Dragon roared as it turned into a wisp of green smoke and then vanished. Just as the words fell, a bolt of lightning thundered outside, and the room became deathly silent. Zhu King gritted his teeth, his face contorted with anger. Qin Yu, feeling both helpless and full of self-blame, began to cough hoarsely. Because of her extreme emotional state, Qin Yu's face instantly turned pale, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. She couldn't stop coughing. Zhu Yuan's expression changed, and he cried out, "Mother! What's wrong?" Zhu King's urgent voice also rang out, "Qin Yu, don't get agitated. Quick, help her to a chair to rest. Let me stabilize her blood and ki." Master Qin continued with a somber expression, "That year, to protect you, the king risked everything. As for the queen, after your destiny was stolen, she has given you her blood every year. In just 12 years, the queen has lost 36 years of her lifespan. Her vital energy is severely damaged." Upon learning that his mother only had 10 years left, Zhu Yuan's eyes hardened. His face twisted with rage. His veined hand clenched the mattress beneath him. Zhu Yuan's face filled with determination as he shouted, "Wu clan, I will not let you off so easily." He looked toward Zhu King and asked, "Father, what about mother's health?" Zhu King said with a grim face, "Heavenly treasures that can extend one's lifespan are incredibly difficult to obtain." At this, Zhu Yuan's brows furrowed tightly. In recent years, the Zhu clan has been in continuous decline. Compared to a prosperous dynasty like the Great Wu, our Great Shu is as small as an ant. We can only hide in a corner and try to protect ourselves. Tears streamed down Qin Yu's face as she remained silent. Master Qin also lowered his head in helplessness. At this moment, Zhu Yuan's heart felt as if it were being bound by chains, trapping him. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Can we only sit here and wait for death? Trapped with no way out, only to be hunted down and exterminated by the Wu clan? Is this the fate of my Zhu clan? Zhu Yuan refused to accept it, constantly denying it in his mind. No, what is this resentful dragon poison? So what if my 8 meridians can't be found? As this thought emerged, the chains around his heart began to snap, and light shone through. Zhu Yuan's face became resolute. As long as there is a sliver of hope, my Zhu clan will never give up. I will take back everything that belongs to the Zhu clan. Thinking this, he asked sternly, "Father, is it truly impossible for me to become an origin master?" Having learned the whole truth, Zhu Yuan had made his decision, but he knew very well that everything he wanted to change had to be built on a foundation of absolute power. And in this world, the ones who held such power were the origin masters. By cultivating the 8 meridians within their bodies, origin masters could reach a realm where they could absorb the origin key between heaven and earth, thereby creating unimaginable power. But due to the resentful dragon poison, Zhu Yuan's 8 meridians had yet to appear, making cultivation impossible. Zhu Yuan stood up, clenched his fist, and asked once more, "Father, can I truly not become an origin master?" Zhu King, still grieving, saw the solemn expression on his son's face. He clenched his hand and asked seriously, "You truly refuse to give up?" "Yes." Zhu Yuan didn't hesitate for a second, nodding firmly. Seeing his son's strong will, Zhu King couldn't help but feel proud. He walked over and patted Zhu Yuan's shoulder. "You don't give up easily. You are worthy of being my Zhu King's son. Your father will do everything in his power to help you." Hearing Zhu King's words, Zhu Yuan was stunned and asked, "Father, you have a way?" Zhu King closed his eyes and hummed softly in agreement. "But don't get your hopes up too soon, because I still don't know if this method will be effective." Zhu Yuan asked eagerly, "Really? What is it?" Zhu King clasped his hands behind his back and said, "In 3 days, it will be the ancestral worship ceremony. Come with me then, and you will know." Then he turned his head and smiled. "However, I have a condition." Zhu Yuan was taken aback and asked, "A condition?" Zhu King spoke, "Whether this method is effective or not, you must not give up on cultivating the way of origin runes. If you can cultivate origin runes to a high level, you might be able to suppress the resentful dragon poison in your body." While his 8 meridians had yet to be found, Zhu Yuan had always been studying the way of origin runes. In this world, origin masters were the mainstream of cultivation, but it wasn't the only path. There were many other cultivation paths, and the way of origin runes was the most profound and vast. Zhu Yuan knew that his father was worried that if his meridians didn't appear, he would give up on everything, even his last chance at survival. Understanding his father's concern, Zhu Yuan simply replied, "Yes," without another word. Zhu King then helped Qin Yu up and left with Master Qin, leaving a final sentence. "Rest for a day. Tomorrow, go to the academy as usual. In 3 days I will take you to the ancestral worship ceremony." Zhu Yuan quietly watched the 3 of them leave. His father's back was no longer the same as before. Thinking of this, Zhu Yuan's face turned cold. "That bastard King Wu, we will settle these debts, one by one." The next day at the Great Zhu Academy, the #1 academy of the Great Zhu, it didn't matter what your status or background was. As long as you had talent, even children from common families could study here. The teacher's voice echoed. "The origin rune brush is the most important tool for inscribing origin rune. The soul mine is called origin rune begins with the spiritual soul converging at the tip of the brush, manifesting in every stroke. Each stroke must treat the spiritual soul as ink. Your mind must be calm. Only by gathering the spiritual soul at the brush tip and moving the brush as your will dictates can you channel the origin key of heaven and earth." These 3 origin runes were taught a month ago. Continue to practice them. I expect at least one of you to master one of them today. Hearing the teacher's request, the class erupted in a flurry of movement and groans. "Ah, practicing origin runes again? No, it's so painful. Draining your spiritual soul is so uncomfortable. Why do we have to learn origin runes?" The teacher barked, "What are you all moaning about? Get started now." The students didn't dare to talk back, trembling as they muttered yes and obediently began to practice. But Zhu Yuan, from start to finish, didn't complain one bit, appearing very focused. Diligence truly makes up for a lack of natural talent. Zhu Yuan's mind calmed, and a faint light flickered between his brows. His brush moved gracefully and smoothly, without the slightest pause. The complex strokes merged under the origin rune brush, creating a beautiful image like flowing clouds or water. Because his 8 meridians had not yet opened, all his time was spent on practicing origin runes. Therefore, in the way of origin runes, his understanding was far deeper than his peers. Most importantly, his spiritual soul was not only undamaged but was even stronger than others. Just as the final stroke was completed, the teacher suddenly appeared behind Zhu Yuan, startling him so much he almost dropped his brush. "Good, very good. The strokes of spirit. The rune drawn on the steel plate is a masterpiece. If only all of you could achieve such results, how wonderful that would be." His classmates all looked over with admiration. "Wow, he's so talented. I haven't even touched my brush yet. I've only drawn 2 strokes. He's amazing." Suddenly, a laugh that didn't fit the atmosphere rang out. "Teacher, what you said isn't quite right." Zhu Yuan turned his head towards the sound. Zhu Lin, twirling a brush in his hand, retorted, "We mainly focus on cultivating our 8 meridians. Naturally, we can't dedicate our full effort to practicing origin runes like His Highness Zhu. Otherwise, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Am I right, teacher? Zhu brows furrowed. This Zulin is trying so hard to curry favor with Qiyu. He must have already joined Kinki's faction. Sensing the tense atmosphere, the class began to whisper amongst themselves. Just then, the teacher slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Silence." Zhu averted his gaze, not looking any further. Zulin shot Zhu a resentful look and snorted coldly. After an unknown amount of time, a bell chimed. Zhu stretched Leslie. Class is finally over. As he was packing up, a gentle voice sounded beside him. "Hey, Your Highness." Zhu looked up and immediately saw a young girl standing beside his desk smiling at him. "Isn't it?" he then asked politely. "Is your grandfather feeling better?" Suyue sat down opposite Zhu and replied cheerfully. "He's all better. Grandpa even wants to invite Your Highness over as a guest." Zhu didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "I'll visit during the next break." Seeing their goddess being so friendly with Zhu, the male students were openly jealous. Damn it, why is the goddess so nice to that kid? Exactly. To understand why Suyue was so friendly to Zhu, we have to go back 1 year. At that time, her grandfather was sick. But her family had no money. I went to every pharmacy, begging them to save my grandpa. But every door was shut. No one paid any attention to my cries. The rain kept falling, and my heart grew as cold as that day's downpour. Just when I was at my most desperate, someone walked up to me and placed an umbrella over me. After placing the umbrella over Suyue to keep her from getting wet, that person immediately walked forward. He kicked the pharmacy door hard and shouted, "Open the door and save him." Time seemed to stand still. Suyue stared with wide, innocent eyes at the small figure, yet she felt a sense of security. The prince? I used to hate the children of nobility. But at that moment, seeing his domineering back, he became etched into my memory. It was only later that I learned his identity, the prince of the great Zhu dynasty. His Highness discovered my talent for cultivation and recommended me to the Great Zhu Academy. After 1 month, I successfully opened my first meridian, becoming a genius in everyone's eyes. I train as hard as I can, hoping to one day be of service to His Highness, because he was willing to kick down a pharmacy or just to help a common girl he didn't even know. Every time she faced Zhu, that memory would flood back as if it happened just yesterday. Without realizing it, Suyue had stacked it all pile of books in front of him. Seeing this, Zhu said helplessly, "Hey, how high are you planning to stack my books?" His words startled her, causing the entire stack to topple onto her head. Flustered and nervous, she said, "I'm sorry, Your Highness. I'll fix it right away." "It's all right. I heard you've already opened your 3rd meridian, is that right?" Hearing this, Suyue nodded lightly several times. Zhu continued, "The grand examination is in 2 months. Try your best to open your 4th meridian to get into the top 10th. It took me a lot of effort to register you. When the time comes, the headmaster himself will guide you." As he spoke, Zhu noticed Suyue was tightly gripping one of her trembling arms. Zhu asked with confusion, "What's wrong?" Suyue lowered her head and answered with a quiver in her voice, I can't take the exam anymore." Zhu was startled, his brows furrowed as he asked, "What is this about?" Suyue recounted it was that Zulin. The other day he was bad-mouthing Your Highness in the academy. I argued with him. He said that if I could beat him in a fight, he would apologize. That if I lost, I'd have to give him my spot in the exam. I never expected that shameless guy to use the power of an origin armament and luckily defeat me. Saying this, Suyue bit her lip hard to keep herself from crying. Suddenly, Zhu shot to his feet, startling Suyue. She had no idea what he was about to do. Nearby, Zulin was meditating with his eyes closed when Zhu shout annoyed him. Zhu walked up to him, his face as cold as ice, and said mockingly, "Bullying a girl? You're really good at scheming, aren't you?" Zulin sneered and snorted. "What are you talking about, Your Highness? I won that exam spot with my own strength. Even if you demand it back personally, I won't return it." Zhu asked, "Do you dare to fight again?" Zulin thought to himself back then, Suyue had only just opened her 3rd meridian. I had an origin armament, which is why I had a chance to win. Only a fool would fight again. After thinking, he sneered and replied, "If there's nothing in it for me, I'm not interested." With a clack, Zhu Yuan placed a piece of jade on his desk. Zhu Yuan pointed directly at Zulin's face and said coldly, "With this piece of origin gathering jade, do you dare to fight me? If you lose, you will obediently return the exam spot." Su Yue called out urgently, "Your Highness." She was worried that Zhu Yuan would get hurt because of her, and she blamed herself endlessly. Zulin was overjoyed. What an idiot. He doesn't know his own limits. I'm going to make a huge profit this time. He opened his mouth and said, "If your Highness insists on gifting me this origin gathering jade, I have no reason to refuse. Fists and feet have no eyes." The classmates on the side began to argue loudly. His Highness hasn't opened any meridians, how can he fight him? Zulin must want to humiliate His Highness, how shameless. At the Great Chu Academy's training grounds, Zhu Yuan and Zulin stood facing each other. Around them, discussions were on minus stop. What? His Highness wants to fight Zulin? Hurry? This is a rare occasion? Whoa, so many people are watching. Zulin, with a face full of confidence, snorted coldly. I had someone spread the news. The more people there are, the more humiliated he'll be. Unlike Zhu Yuan's confident expression, especially in the center. The people below were chattering with worry. How can he fight? His Highness hasn't even opened a single meridian. That Zulin has already opened 2 meridians. He must have used some despicable trick to force His Highness to fight. How can he possibly win? For those who have opened their meridians, each one opened makes the body several times stronger than someone who hasn't. A person who has opened just 1 meridian can fight 10 who haven't. Moreover, Zulin has opened 2. The outcome of this match is already clear. Su Yue worriedly asked, Your Highness, are you really going to? Zhu Yuan turned his head and gave a soft smile. We've come this far, there's no turning back. Otherwise, I'll become the prince who retreats from battle. Hearing this, Su Yue was slightly stunned. Then her face became serious and she nodded firmly. Your Highness, I won't be so reckless again. Zulin sneered. Oh, so your Highness actually dared to show up. It seems you're very confident in yourself. TSK, I didn't expect your Highness would risk it all for beauty. But that's a bit irrational. Zhu Yuan replied. Cut the crap. Let's start. You go first. Zulin immediately got into a fighting stance. So eager? Are you scared stiff already? Since your Highness is so eager to be embarrassed, then I won't be polite. With that, Zulin channeled power into his fist and swung it forward. Take a punch from me. I'll cripple you. Below the stage, the crowd saw Zhu Yuan crossing his arms in front of him and couldn't help but cry out. Is His Highness trying to block? It's over. That punch will break his bones. Dodge it. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, Zulin, like a fierce tiger descending a mountain, threw a powerful punch straight at Zhu Yuan's arms. A scream rang out. Then, Zhu Yuan's feet were dragged across the ground for several meters. I can't watch any more. What a tragic scream, Your Highness. Everyone thought the scream came from Zhu Yuan, including Su Yue, whose face had gone pale. But that scream came from the dirty player Zulin. His face was covered in sweat, and his hand was swollen as if he had punched a steel plate. He yelled, so painful. What did you hide in your sleeve, you coward? Su Yue was speechless. Huh? The one who screamed was Zulin? Someone looked at Zhu Yuan's arm and shouted. That's an origin rune, the armor rune. I can't believe His Highness has already inscribed an origin rune onto his body. So amazing. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Zulin was startled. You can already use origin runes? How is that possible? Zhu Yuan smiled and asked, Did you really think that just because I haven't opened my meridians, I'm completely helpless? Zulin quickly regained his confidence, snorting again. Just a parlor trick. Let me show you the true power of someone who has opened their meridians. Meridians! Su Yue shouted in alarm. Oh no, Zulin is opening his meridian. At this moment, the aura around Zulin exploded violently. The people below stared in horror. He opened 2 meridians in an instant. Does he not want to leave any chance for His Highness? Zhu Yuan's heart grew serious as he muttered, Open 2 meridians, huh? Zulin was full of pride. Right now, in front of me, you're just a helpless weakling. I advise you to give up now. Zhu Yuan showed no sign of worry. The people below couldn't help but stare when they heard this. What? He's still going to fight after all this? Don't fight anymore. A glint appeared in Zhu Yuan's eyes. He stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum. A faint light appeared on his leg, and one could vaguely see lines of light runes spreading out. Zhu Yuan's body seemed to become as light as a feather, his speed soaring as he lunged forward like a cheetah. Zhu Lin was terrified, his eyes wide. How can he be so fast? Zhu Wei looked at Zhu Yuan's feet and exclaimed, "That's the light body rune." While they were exclaiming in shock, Zhu Yuan had already closed in on Zhu Lin. His shoulders suddenly shook, and a faint light flickered beneath his clothes. Everyone could clearly feel that the punch Zhu Yuan was throwing was filled with an incredibly powerful force. He also has the giant tape rune, to be able to use 3 origin runes in such a short time. With a loud BOM, thanks to the support of those 3 runes, Zhu Yuan's speed, power, and physical constitution were in no way inferior to Zhu Lin's. So when this punch landed, Zhu Lin felt as if a colossal force had crashed down upon him. Immediately after, his body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground of the martial arts stage. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but stare in awe. After Zhu Yuan delivered that blow, the origin runes on his body slowly faded. Then, he jumped down in front of the dirty player, Zhu Lin. He took the registration card from his chest. "You can't even beat someone who hasn't opened any meridians. I think you should just skip the exam." The crowd finally came to their senses and immediately erupted in excited cheers. "Whoa, I can't believe His Highness won. That's incredible. Using origin runes to defeat someone who's open to meridians like Zhu Lin." The dirty player Zhu Lin tried to get up, wanting to say something. But whether from indignation or pain, he collapsed back to the ground, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. After being cheered by the crowd, Zhu Yuan jumped down from the fighting stage. He casually tossed the jade tablet to Zhu Wei, who had just walked over. A gentle breeze blew, making her academy uniform flutter and outlining her alluring curves. The girl's radiant beauty was enough to make one's head spin. "Take it. Don't let anyone take it from you again." Zhu Wei ignored the jade tablet and looked down at Zhu Yuan's trembling arm, murmuring sadly, "Your Highness, your hand." Zhu Yuan slightly raised his arm and said, "It's nothing, just a bit of overaggression." He clenched his fist, thinking to himself, "My body is still a bit weak since I haven't opened my meridians. I hope the ancestral worship ceremony can solve this meridian issue. I'm really not content with only being able to cultivate origin runes." Zhu Wei interrupted his thoughts, suggesting, "Your Highness, let me apply some medicine for you." Zhu Yuan smiled faintly and shook his head. "No, it's fine. I can't handle such a grand romantic gesture." Zhu Wei pouted, "What are you talking about?" "Fine, have it your way. I have to go to the library to organize books." Zhu Yuan watched her retreating back and just smiled and shook his head. Suddenly, he spoke up. "Yu Wei, the exam is only a month away. Everyone is training hard. If you need anything for your cultivation, I can." Before he could finish, Zhu Wei cut him off. "Your Highness, you've already helped me so much. I'm truly grateful, but you once said we're just friends, right?" The speaker's words were casual, but the listener took them to heart. Zhu Yuan just thought that Yu Wei had always been a strong-minded person, so he simply nodded and replied, "All right." Zhu Wei tilted her head, gave a small smile, and left. At that moment, he felt a gaze on his back and turned around. On the floor above, a young man was quietly observing Zhu Yuan. Seeing him look up, the man gave a friendly salute with his hands clasped. "Qiyu." Zhu Yuan recognized him instantly. In recent years, he has built a powerful network within the Great Shu Academy. Zhu Yuan had no intention of staying to chat with Qiyu and left. Qiyu watched his retreating figure and remarked, "I didn't expect this prince to have some skill in using origin runes." Behind him, a girl his age leaned against the door and snorted coldly, "Origin runes are just a minor path." Qiyu turned back and said, "But Zhu Wei's talent is truly astonishing." Li Shi, daughter of Markeliu, had a disdainful look on her face. "A common girl who's opened 3 meridians. If we can't recruit her, we can just cripple her," she thought to herself. A crippled prince who's learned a few origin runes is already acting so smug. And he still wants a marriage alliance with my family? Ridiculous. Qiyu spoke up. "It seems that Zhu Yuan has lost all faith in himself and wants to support a talent to lean on." A glint flashed in his eyes as if all of Zhu Yuan's actions were within his grasp. "Oh, Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan. The saint dragon of your Zhu clan has now become a crippled dragon. Since that's the case, the end of your Zhu clan has come." 3 days later, on the day of the ancestral worship in Great Zhu City, Zhu King led the procession and shouted, "Depart." The ancestral ground of the Zhu clan was also the royal mausoleum of Great Zhu. 3 mountain ranges coiled around a green peak where the mausoleum was located. 3 dragons encircling a pearl, creating a space full of imposing momentum. After paying respects to the ancestors, Zhu King opened a secret stone door. Stepping inside, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but curiously look around. Deep within the mountains, there's a sacrificial altar here. Just vaguely tracing the origin runes on this ground is already draining so much of my spiritual power. What is this place? While he was curious, Zhu King spoke up. Our Zhu clan has a saying that has been passed down. Within this secret chamber lies a great opportunity. It can help our Zhu clan prosper for 10,000 generations. The key to unlocking this opportunity is the bloodline of our Zhu clan. Although every emperor of the Zhu clan has tried to activate it, they all failed. Zhu King placed a hand on Zhu Yuan's shoulder and continued. So, I wanted to bring you here to try. If you succeed, it might solve the problem of your 8 meridians. Let's go. Zhu Yuan clenched his fist, nodded lightly, and slowly walked up the steps. Reaching the center of the altar, Zhu Yuan took a deep breath, sat down upon the ancient, mysterious origin runes, and took out a small, sharp dagger, slicing it across his wrist. It then flowed along the carved lines of the origin runes, gradually spreading out. At this moment his eyes began to blur. My head hurts. I must hold on. This is my last chance. Father, mother. Mother suffered a great loss of vital energy and lifespan for my sake. Father had his arm cut off by King Wu for my sake. My destiny was stolen, my destiny was stolen, my Saint Dragon Foundation destroyed, and I'm being consumed by a poisonous key. My great Zhu faces enemies from within and without, and could be overthrown at any moment. I must change everything. I must reclaim everything King Wu owes us. This opportunity. I, Zhu Yuan, must seize it. And just at that moment, the ancient origin runes on the stone platform emitted a blinding light. The light quickly enveloped Zhu Yuan. The sudden event startled Zhu King, who was standing outside the platform. As the light converged, Zhu Yuan suddenly vanished without a trace. Yuaner, where did he go? In a flash of blinding light, Zhu Yuan was pushed out by a massive force. It took a moment before he could slowly open his eyes. Whoa, what just happened? As he spoke, he opened his eyes and looked around. What greeted him was a dense forest. The place he was standing was no longer the sacrificial altar. He exclaimed in shock, "Huh? Where is this? An ancient forest? I was in the ancestral hall just a moment ago. How strange." As he spoke and looked around, he suddenly saw a dark shadow behind a tree, which made him jump. Ah, there's someone there. Behind the tree was a girl with a rather sad expression. Her irises were a beautiful crystal like purple. Zhu Yuan stared, a little dazed. Why do her eyes give me goosebumps? It's best to be careful in such a strange place. Thinking this, he politely clasped his hands and asked, "Miss, may I ask where this is?" "My name is Zhu Yuan, and I stumbled in here by accident. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me." Seeing no reply from the girl, Zhu Yuan peeked at her. The mysterious girl in green didn't seem to pay much attention to Zhu Yuan's courtesy. She raised her slender hand to brush aside a lock of hair from her forehead. Then she started walking toward Zhu Yuan. She stepped out of the shadows, and sunlight immediately shone upon her. As she got closer, Zhu Yuan got a better look. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe, as if a celestial fairy had descended to the mortal world. Zhu Yuan was stunned for a full 5 seconds. Then he clasped his hands again, changing his form of address, "Little sister." The girl seemed a little interested in how Zhu Yuan addressed her, "Little sister." "Huh?" The girl whispered to herself. Old Man Black was right. Someone really did come here today. Zhu Yuan didn't hear clearly and asked again, "What did you say, sister?" The girl didn't answer but called to the golden creature below. "Tun, let's go home." The little creature whimpered a few times and followed her. Zhu Yuan quickly called out, "Hey, where are you going?" Looking at the girl, he called it her pet. The small, adorable creature wagged its tail and bounced after the girl. He squinted his eyes. "Huh, there's a small beast under the tree. A puppy?" Tun seemed displeased at being called a dog and looked at him angrily. Zhu Yuan exclaimed, "Whoa, it's looking over here." Tun angrily leapt onto a rock and growled at Zhu Yuan. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan covered his mouth and giggled. so small and cute. Looking at its expression, he thought, it seems to be angry. How interesting. The small beast seemed to realize its growl didn't scare Zhiyuan. It opened its mouth and chomped down hard. It showed that it didn't just know how to growl but could also smash rocks for fun. The corner of Zhiyuan's eye twitched as he yelled, "Oh my god." But Zhiyuan's next words left Tun-Un completely helpless. It broke such a big rock with just a few bites. "Your teeth are really good. I bow down to you, great master." Seeing that Zhiyuan was now scared, Tun smugly wagged its tail and continued to follow the girl. At this moment, the girl suddenly stopped and turned to look at Zhiyuan. Her voice, as clear as a stream, rang out, "If you want to find your opportunity, then follow me." Zhiyuan was startled for a moment, then he hurriedly ran after them. Zhiyuan followed the mysterious girl deep into the ancient forest, arriving at a clearing. In front of a thatched hut stood an old man in black robes, who seemed to be waiting for Zhiyuan. When Zhiyuan walked in, the old man opened his sharp eyes and looked at him, making his heart skip a beat. The old man closed his eyes again and said, as expected, "Someone has come. And it's a little rascal with the key of a saint dragon. But what a pity. His destiny has been stolen, his dragon foundation destroyed, and he's even been afflicted with the resentful dragon poison. Tragic. Truly tragic." This old man had sized up Zhiyuan's entire past with a single glance, which greatly startled him. Zhiyuan looked at him and thought, this old man in front of me knew my life story with just one look. Beside him, Tun leapt up, wanting to snuggle into the beautiful girl's arms. But since it was too dirty, she looked at it with disdain and picked it up with her slender fingers. Then, she casually tossed it into a water jug. After a few seconds of being dazed, Zhiyuan regained his composure and respectfully clasped his hands. Junior Zhiyuan pays his respects to Senior. He thought, since he could identify the problems with my body so quickly, he's definitely no ordinary person. Perhaps the issue of my missing 8 meridians can be resolved here. The old man sighed, as expected, someone from the Zhu clan. The old man's gaze suddenly sharpened, making Zhiyuan a bit nervous. The old man opened one eye and snorted, "H, this old master knows what you're thinking, you little brat. That's right, I can solve the problem of your 8 meridians, but why should I help you?" Zhiyuan opened his mouth. Since I was able to come here, it proves that you and my Zhu clan have had dealings in the past. Moreover, Senior must have been waiting for me. The old man released a pressuring aura. "H, what a bold little brat. What qualifications do you have that are worthy of my waiting?" Zhiyuan very frankly shook his head. "That, I don't know. Perhaps Senior knows something? The Zhu clan's secret prophecy certainly isn't baseless. If I was able to come here, there must be a reason." The old man, seeing that Zhiyuan wasn't flustered at all, let out a sigh. The old man crossed his arms helplessly and said, "I must be getting old. I can't even intimidate a little brat anymore." The young girl on the side spoke up, "Old man Black. He's just pretending." Zhiyuan didn't refute it and just grinned foolishly. Old man Black then got to the point. "This old master can indeed solve the problem with your 8 meridians, but I have one condition." Zhiyuan quickly asked, "Senior, please speak." The old man looked at the girl and said, "I want you to take Yao away from here and protect her." The girl named Yao looked unhappy and mumbled, "Old man Black, are you trying to get rid of me?" Zhiyuan smiled as he looked over. "Yao, huh? A name as beautiful as the person." Hearing his praise, Yao didn't look happy at all and gave Zhiyuan a look of disgust. She then walked over to the old man and said in a low voice, "Old man Black." "Old man Black," interrupted Yao. "Old man Black has matters to attend to and must leave for a while, so I can't stay by your side." Yao said with distaste, "But he's so weak." Zhiyuan, on the side, couldn't argue because Yao was absolutely right. Old man Black looked at Zhiyuan with great confidence. This kid may seem like he could be blown over by the wind, but who can say what the future holds? Yao lowered her head and asked, "Old man Black, will I be able to see you again?" Black was silent for a moment. Then he patted Yao's shoulder gently. "Let's not talk about these things for now. Kid, have you made your decision?" Zhiyuan respectfully bowed 90 degrees, then with a solemn face, he clasped his hands firmly. "Though I have no power now, I promise you, Senior, that if anyone wishes to harm Yao, they will have to step over my dead body first. Haha, very determined. This old master is very pleased. In that case, let's solve the problem of your unmanifested 8 meridians. With that, Old Man Black raised his hand and condensed his spiritual power. The ground around Zhu Yuan was crushed and shattered by the force. Zhu Yuan's mouth fell open in shock. What? Why did the ground disappear? Just as he thought this, his footing vanished, and he fell downward. From below, streams of viscous black liquid coiled around his body. Zhu Yuan cried out in horror, what is this thick, black liquid? Zhu Yuan struggled but couldn't break free. Damn it, I can't get out. Are they gnawing at my body? Is this old man trying to kill me? This is bad, even my eyes are being covered. My consciousness is fading. I'll sink into a darkness I can't escape from. Am I going to die here? Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed in Zhu Yuan's eyes, showing his intense will to live. I can't die here. I still have to restore my mother's lifespan. I still have to avenge my father's lost arm, and the one who stole my Saint Dragon's destiny. How can I die now? In that instant, deep within Zhu Yuan's body, the light of the 8 meridians flickered and undied out of existence. The light of the 8 meridians, which had been dormant like a hidden dragon, now appeared. Zhu Yuan also felt the change in his body and mumbled, is this the cultivation of the 8 meridians? In a flash, an intense light erupted from deep within Zhu Yuan's body. Wherever the light shone, all the black liquid rapidly disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. His Saint Dragon's ki was completely healed. After being thoroughly tormented by the healing process, he collapsed weakly to his knees, gasping for breath. He once again felt the miraculous change in his body and mumbled, my 8 meridians have appeared. Memories of his sorrowful past flashed through his mind. I've opened my meridians. I can finally cultivate. I am so happy. Throughout his years growing up, while his peers had opened their meridians one after another and embarked on the majestic path of cultivation, Zhu Yuan had always acted indifferent on the surface. But deep in his heart, envy and longing had long taken root. He had always yearned to one day step onto the great path of origin ki and wield that limitless power. And now the day he had dreamed of every night had finally arrived. The gate to origin ki had opened right before his eyes. Zhu Yuan's heart swelled with excitement, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The white-haired old man Black, finally explained, your 8 meridians were already open from the moment you were born. But because you met with a great calamity, they automatically hid themselves deep within your body for self-preservation. The only way to force them to appear was to push you to the brink of death. If, at that final moment just now, you had failed to activate your 8 meridians to protect yourself, you would be dead now. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan's face went pale. Old Man Black saw his reaction and asked, what? Are you blaming this old master for not telling you beforehand? Zhu Yuan smiled and shook his head. As long as I can open my 8 meridians, I would do it even if it were more dangerous. So whether I knew beforehand or not doesn't matter. Old Man Black remarked, for a kid like you, your mentality isn't bad. But don't celebrate too soon. Your 8 meridians have been blocked for a long time. You'll have to start from scratch to unblock them one by one, and it will be much harder for you than for ordinary people. Zhu Yuan replied, but at least now, I have more hope than before, right? Yao, now holding a clean done, spoke up. It's no big deal if you can't open your meridians to cultivate. I can't even use origin ki. Old Man Black explained. Haha, for certain reasons Yao cannot use origin ki. But don't you dare underestimate her. Her mastery of origin runes, which she has learned completely from me, is enough for her to be your master. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Yao. He never would have thought that this girl in green robes had such an incredibly profound level of skill in origin runes. Old Man Black continued, although it will be very difficult for you to open your meridians, the benefits you gain from opening them will also be greater than that of ordinary people. Zhu Yuan looked at Old Man Black, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This old man is an unfathomably powerful expert, perhaps. And so, Zhu Yuan's act officially began. He put on the most pitiful face he could muster and said in a dejected tone, Senior, although I've opened my meridians today, I'm still so far behind everyone else. I'm afraid it will take a very long time before I'm strong enough to protect Yao. Old Man Black shot him a sideways glance. You little brat, what are you beating around the bush for? Zhu Yuan immediately beamed and replied, why don't you go all the way, senior, and give me a little more opportunity? Old Man Black was rendered speechless by this crafty kid. This brat is really greedy. Zhu Yuan sighed in relief internally. The senior isn't angry. Hugh, this junior only wants to better fulfill the task you've entrusted to me. Look at my scrawny arms and legs. If run into danger, aside from dying before Sister Yao, I'd be completely useless. Hearing this, Yao just smiled lightly. Just then, the beautiful Yao spoke up. Her words hitting the nail on the head. Old Man Black, if you don't want me to have to come back and protect him later, just agree. Zhu Yuan was immensely grateful. Sister Yao is truly my guardian angel. Old Man Black replied, Yao, you're not wrong, but this old master does not pass on his techniques to outsiders. Zhu Yuan's mind raced. He immediately knelt down. Disciple Zhu Yuan pays his respects to master. Old Man Black was at his wits' end with Zhu Yuan. He sighed and nodded. This kid is truly clever. Meeting here is also fate. This old master will temporarily accept this disciple. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan was overjoyed, his eyes shining brightly. Then he very seriously bowed deeply towards Old Man Black. Old Man Black looked at him and said, since you are so determined, this old master can't be stingy. Now that your 8 meridians have appeared, this old master will bestow upon you a key guiding art. A beam of light shot from the old man's finger straight into the center of Zhu Yuan's brow. A vast amount of information suddenly entered Zhu Yuan's mind. In an instant, he had gained the knowledge of the Dragon's Breath art. Key guiding art, Dragon's Breath art. The things this old man gives out are definitely not ordinary. Old Man Black then asked, I see traces of origin runes on you. Are you interested in this path? Zhu Yuan replied seriously, the way of origin runes is vast and profound. Old Man Black nodded. The foolish people of the world consider origin runes a minor path, disliking it for its complexity, but they are unaware that the importance of the way of origin runes lies in the spiritual soul. When practiced to mastery, it can be combined with the way of the origin master. I see that your spiritual soul is agile and abundant. With that, 2 beams of light shot from the old man's eyes into Zhu Yuan's. The chaotic divine demon contemplation method. Immediately after, the chaotic divine demon contemplation method also entered Zhu Yuan's mind. Within his consciousness, Zhu Yuan held the 2 sets of techniques in his hands. He mumbled, I can feel that neither of these cultivation methods is ordinary. This black-robed elder has truly given me a great opportunity. He respectfully clasped his hands again. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these techniques. Old Man Black pondered for a moment. After a while, he suddenly reached into his robes and took out a black brush, about 1 foot long. The black brush seemed to be made of bronze, its surface mottled with age. Old Man Black caressed the brush for a long time, seemingly reluctant to part with it. But in the end, he still handed it to Zhu Yuan, saying, consider this a welcoming gift from your master. It is an origin rune brush, and also an origin armament. Zhu Yuan was puzzled. An origin rune brush is so small. How can it become an origin armament to injure an opponent? Old Man Black felt underestimated. Flatly replied, this brush is named Heavenly Origin. It was once a saint origin armament. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan was startled, his eyes widening as he stared at the old brush in front of him. In this world, origin armaments were graded from low to high, common, profound, heaven, and saint. According to legend, a saint origin armament possessed unimaginable power. This brush is a saint origin armament. With that, he rubbed his chin and assessed the brush again, but this brush doesn't look powerful at all. Old Man Black reiterated, I said it was once a saint origin armament. This heavenly origin brush has fought alongside me for many years, but it was destroyed in a battle. Only then did Zhu Yuan understand. Oh, Old Man Black pointed to the body of the brush and continued, see these 9 origin runes on it? They represent the power of the heavenly origin brush. If you nourish it with the souls of origin beasts, its power will slowly recover. If one day you can light up all 9 of these runes, this brush can regain the power of a saint origin armament. As for how this brush fights, you will know when you light up the first rune. With that, the old man pushed the brush into Zhu Yuan's hand. Zhu Yuan took the heavenly origin brush and replied, Thank you, master, for the brush. It's just that I still don't know my master's name. Old Man Black clasped his hands behind his back, turned away from Zhu Yuan, and said mysteriously, Your master's name is Kenji Yuan. I also have two other disciples who can be considered your senior brothers. If fate allows, you may meet them in the future. Yao Midas Yao at the side called out Old Man Black. Kenji Yuan turned his head and said, I know you have many things you want to ask me, but now is not the time. Silly girl, is there any banquet in this world that doesn't end? Take this. If you have the chance in the future, perhaps you will find out. Remember, when the lotus flower on this jade pendant burns, it means they have found you. Yao looked dazed. Who are they? Why are they looking for me? Kenji Yuan didn't answer her question. Instead, he turned to Zhu Yuan and instructed, Remember, do not let Yao break the seal and use her origin key. Otherwise, a great disaster will befall. Zhu Yuan looked in surprise at the patterns on Yao's face. It turned out to be a sealed origin key. He solemnly clasped his hands. Master, rest assured. Your disciple remembers. Kenji Yuan looked at Yao and continued, In the future, if you don't understand something in your cultivation, just ask Yao. She has been with me for many years and has already learned everything from me. Of course, that depends on whether she is willing to teach you or not. Then the old man walked past Yao and said, You should go. Yao turned in a daze and asked, Leave right now. Zhu Yuan felt that the old man was acting a bit rushed. Kenji Yuan suddenly shouted, Right now, leave immediately. Kenji Yuan waved his hand, and the ground in front of the thatched hut suddenly began to churn. Immediately after, ancient rune patterns appeared. These origin runes were identical to the ones on the stone platform that had brought Zhu Yuan here. Zhu Yuan thought to himself, Master is sending us away. It seems something is about to happen here. Seeing Yao's reluctant expression, Kenji Yuan urged, Go. It's not certain that we won't meet again in the future. Yao said no more, only bowing deeply to the old man, an action that spoke more than words ever could. Before the two humans and one dog disappeared into the formation, Kenji Yuan shouted, Zhu Yuan, remember your promise to your master. You must protect her. Zhu Yuan guaranteed, Master, rest assured. You have passed on your arts to me, so I have the responsibility to protect her. The moment the words left his mouth, the two of them vanished into the formation. Only the origin runes on the ground were still glowing. But after a moment they too vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Kenji Yuan slowly leaned back onto the swing, rocking gently. The whole world became quiet. This silence lasted for an unknown amount of time, then suddenly a fierce wind began to howl. Kenji Yuan opened his eyes. Crap. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder rumbled and three figures descended from the clouds. The ground below was crushed by their power, shattering as if the apocalypse had arrived. Kenji Yuan mumbled, So, you've finally come? Kenji Yuan stood up straight, and an incredibly terrifying power erupted from his body, like a sleeping tiger finally awakening. Fine. After so many years of recuperation, my old bones are about to rust. It's time for some exercise. In the sky, the person in the middle laughed without any fear. The mighty Black Emperor. Hiding like a timid mouse for so many years, it truly makes one sigh. Hand her over, or this place will be your grave today. Kenji Yuan also laughed loudly in defiance. Come on then. Today, this old master wants to see whose grave this place will become. If you're scared, go home. In just a few short seconds, a giant manifested, standing tall between heaven and earth, a surging heroic or a blasting out in all directions. The clash between the two sides shattered the poetic scenery in an instant. Back at the sacrificial altar, light flashed. Seeing Zhu Yuan emerge, Shu King called out, You honor. Zhu Yuan stepped out of the altar and said, Father, I have returned. His head was still spinning from being teleported multiple times. Shu King walked over happily. It's good that you're back. You rotten kid, you worried me to death. Zhu Yuan also replied cheerfully, Father, my 8 meridians have appeared. Hearing this, Shu King was startled and exclaimed, What? He hurriedly walked over and placed a hand on Zhu Yuan's chest. Let your father see. After checking his body, Shu King's heart skipped a beat in disbelief. Then his face filled with joy, and tears streamed down uncontrollably. His voice trembled. Good. The ancestors are truly watching over us. Heaven has not forsaken my Zhu clan. Zhu Yuan hugged Zhu King to comfort him. Everything that we have lost we will definitely take back. As he said this, his face was filled with a sharp determination. Only then did Zhu King notice the person with Zhu Yuan. He asked, Zhu Yuan, this is? Zhu Yuan looked at Yao for a moment, then sighed. Father, it's like this. Zhu Yuan recounted the story of what happened in that mysterious space to Zhu King. After hearing it, Zhu King said, since we have received the grace of that senior, we must naturally fulfill his request. Following that, Zhu King instructed the imperial guards to set off and return to Zhu City. At this time, Yao and Tun were looking at the scenery outside. Zhu Yuan stood quietly behind them, saying nothing. A hint of sadness and worry appeared on Yao's face. Seeing his beautiful big sister like this, Tun rubbed against her leg to comfort her. Zhu Yuan thought to himself, as expected, even though Yao looks calm and indifferent, she's still a little worried about Master King Ji Yuan. He spoke up to reassure her, Sister Yao, don't worry, Master's powers are vast. Yao replied, don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. I know that I am the one the enemy is after. Old Man Black is just holding them back. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have made us leave. If anything happens to Old Man Black, I will definitely avenge him. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened. Whoa, he thought. This little sister looks like a fairy on the outside, but when she's serious she's quite decisive. After the group returned to the Great Zhu Royal Palace, Qin Yi's voice echoed from within, Yuan. She hugged Zhu Yuan tightly and sobbed, sniff. It really is my Yuan. You were actually able to activate the secret prophecy left by our ancestors. You're much better than your father. Let mother hug you for a bit. Zhu Yuan struggled to breathe. He said with a trembling voice, Mother, Yuan can't breathe. Zhu King, standing to the side, spoke up. All right. It's a good thing that Yuan can cultivate now. Why are you crying? Can you turn to him with a resentful look? NKH. You're one to talk. I don't believe you weren't crying just now, NKH. Zhu King didn't dare to refute, as his wife was absolutely right. At this moment, Can you also noticed Yao? She asked with a curious expression. Oh, who is this beautiful and pure young lady? Zhu Yuan started. Ah, this is the young lady who helped Yuan in the land of opportunity. Zhu King spoke up. Can you arrange a place for her to stay? I'll explain the details later. But before he could finish, Qin Yu was already treating Yao like a future daughter in law, eagerly leading her away. This young lady is truly beautiful. Come, I will arrange a place for you. Yao was a bit flustered at being suddenly pulled away. Zhu King could only sigh and exclaim, ah, women. At that moment someone from outside reported, Your Majesty, Headmaster Chu requests an audience. Zhu King replied, let him in. Soon a person entered the hall and respectfully clasped his hands. Greetings, Your Majesty, Your Highness. This person was Chu Yang, the headmaster of the Great Zhu Academy, dean of the A- class, and one of Zhu King's most trusted officials. Zhu Yuan looked at his father and said, Father, then Yuan will take his leave. Zhu King smiled and turned to him, saying, Wait, you stay as well. After all, you are the Prince of Great Zhu. You should know about some matters. Zhu Yuan had no objections and replied with a yes. Only then did Zhu King ask Chu Yang, Headmaster Chu, what is the matter? Chu Yang quickly replied, Reporting to Your Majesty, my position as headmaster of the Great Zhu Academy is no longer secure. Zhu King asked in surprise, Huh? What do you mean? Chu Yang's face was grim. That Qi Hao, one of King Qi's men, has been secretly opposing the Great Zhu royal family and is eyeing my position as headmaster. Zhu King frowned and asked, Qi Hao, the vice-headmaster of the Great Zhu Academy. That's right. King Qi has coveted the Great Zhu Academy for a long time, so he has been corralling it from within. This Qi Hao is the person he planted to seize the position of headmaster, and he is now preparing to make his move. Your Majesty, according to my secret intelligence, the young Lord Qi Yu is at the Great Zhu Academy, offering great prices to recruit the most outstanding students. Of the students who placed in the top 10 in this recent exam, more than half have already been swayed by him. Zhu King asked, So, what are you implying, Headmaster Chu? Chu Yang stated his opinion. After the grand examination is the Academy tournament. The B- class has been number 1 for 2 consecutive years. The students who pass the grand examination will go straight to Key House B- class. Back then, Your Majesty set a rule that any dean whose class wins first place for 3 consecutive years can participate in the selection for headmaster. When that time comes and King Key controls the Great Jew Academy, many powers will believe the royal family can no longer contend with King Key. Once those powers pledge allegiance and will be extremely dangerous. Ju King clenched his fists and mumbled, King Key. He truly has great ambitions. And in half a year it will be the Academy tournament. Headmaster, who do you think has a chance of winning this position? Chu Tianyai replied, Kiyu has currently opened 6 meridians. He is probably our best hope. Chu King snorted. Both of King Key's sons are talented individuals. Chu Tianyang added, but it's not a certainty, because our Great Jew Academy has someone even more outstanding. Chu King said, Oh, and asked, who is it? Chu Tianyang said, Your Majesty, do you still remember Su Yue? Of course. Isn't she Yuan-er's girlfriend? Hearing this, Zhu Yuan blushed and quickly explained in embarrassment. Father, headmaster, Yue and I are just friends. Zhu King saw his flustered state and just laughed. Chu Tianyang frowned and said, She has now opened 3 meridians, but Kiyu is also approaching her to try and recruit her. Headmaster, no need to worry. Yue and I will enter the A- class. Chu Tianyang clasped his hands. That would be wonderful. If your highness can help me keep her, I can also place your highness in the A- class. Zhu King said, It seems the headmaster truly values Yue, but there's no need to make the headmaster bend the rules. He looked at Zhu Yuan and continued, Yuan-er's 8 meridians have now appeared, and he can cultivate. Hearing this, Chu Tianyang looked up in surprise, then said, Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Highness. In that case, my A- class will always welcome His Highness's presence. After confirming the matter with Su Yue, Chu Tianyang was much more at ease. He discussed some other matters with Zhu King and then took his leave. At this time, Zhu King stood up and said to Zhu Yuan, Start your cultivation tomorrow. Zhu Yuan replied cheerfully, Yes. The next day, Origin cuisine, cooked with ingredients rich in origin key, was very beneficial for cultivation. The second -grade profound crystal rice could improve one's physique and speed up the opening of meridians. The first -grade 9 beast soup, simmered from the meat of 9 different origin beasts, was a highly nutritious dish. Zhu Yuan looked at the food on the table and exclaimed, It smells so good. So this is origin cuisine? Yao and Tun, however, had blank faces, showing no emotion. Zhu King urged, Hurry up and eat. After you finish, go and cultivate. Kin smiled gently at her future daughter -in-law, Yao, you try some too, see if you like it. I'm digging in. Zhu Yuan quickly grabbed some food and swallowed a mouthful. It feels like there's a furnace in my stomach. A scorching hot energy is spreading throughout my body. Tun wind, wanting to eat. Yao asked, You want to drink this? Zhu King suddenly spoke up, Yao normal pets can. Before King Zhu King could finish his sentence, Tun had already taken a huge gulp, finishing the whole bowl. After drinking, it let out a satisfied breath. Seeing this, Zhu King could only shake his head and smile lightly. You youngsters, Zhu King said as he poured some wine. Yao, attracted by the aroma of the wine, blushed slightly and asked, Can you give me some of that? Zhu King was a bit taken aback. This jadeite wine is very strong, not suitable for a young lady. Kinyu glared at Zhu King for daring to drink in front of the 2 children. Yao just kept staring at Zhu King with unblinking eyes. Zhu King found it hard to refuse and replied, All right. He then motioned for a palace maid to bring the wine over. Yao raised her slender white hand, held the wine jar, tilted her head back slightly, and poured the jadeite wine directly into her mouth. In an instant, a blush appeared on her delicate, jade-like face. Delicious. Then, Yao pulled something out from her sleeve. Auntie Qin, I see that your aura is weak. You must have suffered a great loss of origin ki. Consider this as payment for my wine. Zhu King's voice rang out, a green jade lotus seed. This is something that can nourish vital essence. This is too valuable. Yao just pursed her lips and smiled, then picked up Tun and calmly left. leaving the two at the table staring at each other with wide eyes. Zhu Yuan also stood up to follow. He turned back and said, "Mother, just accept it. I'll find a chance to repay Sister Yao minus Yao. I'm going to cultivate now." In the meridian opening realm, one cannot cultivate specific techniques, only key guiding arts to draw the origin key of heaven and earth into the body, stimulating and unblocking the 8 meridians. Zhu Yuan mumbled to himself. Dragon's breath art literally means using the body to simulate a dragon's breath. Inhaling and exhaling, the winds and clouds are stilled. It requires an incredibly profound level of training to achieve resonance between blood and flesh, emitting a dragon's growl, which is how one can absorb the origin key of heaven and earth. The dragon's breath art contains a hidden cultivation method. The 90-8 stances of the coiling dragon. Zhu Yuan opened his eyes happily. All right, I can finally cultivate origin key now. The 90-8 stances of the coiling dragon, part of the dragon's breath art, requires tempering the flesh and blood of the body. The body reaches a level where it can simulate a dragon's breath. Relying on his memory, Zhu Yuan completed all 98 movements. Zhu Yuan shouted, "All right, the last movement is done." But nothing happened. Complete silence. Zhu Yuan's face fell. "I've finished all the movements. But it still feels like something is missing. I probably don't know the movements well enough, so they're not fluid. Let's try again." Zhu Yuan continued to practice, going through the coiling dragon stances a full 3 times. But the more he practiced, the darker his expression became. "It's not working. I can't absorb any origin key at all. I must have learned a fake dragon's breath art. It's a bit troublesome without a master's guidance." Just then Yao minus Yao glided past. Zhu Yuan's spirits suddenly lifted. Isn't that Sister Yao minus Yao? Great, Sister Yao minus Yao. Thank goodness you're here. Hearing him call, Yao minus Yao turned her head to look. Zhu Yuan ran over, clasped his hands earnestly, and said, "I'd like to ask for your guidance." Yao minus Yao looked at Zhu Yuan with a cold gaze. Then, she cheerfully held up 5 fingers. 5 jars of jadeite wine a day, and I'll teach you. Zhu Yuan's face paled as he thought, 5 jars? Is Sister Yao minus Yao planning to become an alcoholic? He cleared his throat. That wine is very strong. Yao minus Yao glared at Zhu Yuan, then snorted and turned away. She put Tun minus Tun down and said, "Watch closely." Zhu Yuan asked with confusion, "Watch what?" Yao minus Yao pointed at her pet, which was posturing, and said, "Watch it." Zhu Yuan's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as he stammered, "Oh my God. It's standing up." And so, before Zhu Yuan's disbelieving eyes, the fluffy, mobile ball of fur named Tun minus Tun began to move its chubby little body, performing the entire 98 stances of the coiling dragon with an unbelievable level of skill. When it finished the final movement, Tun minus Tun's body suddenly trembled, its mouth opened wide, and a faint, low dragon's roar could be heard. Zhu Yuan was both happy and scared, screaming internally, "That's the origin key of heaven and earth. Oh my God, this little guy is amazing. It can even cultivate a human technique." Tun minus Tun looked at Zhu Yuan with a disdainful expression. Yao minus Yao stood to the side and asked, "Did you see clearly?" Only then did Zhu Yuan realize the crucial element was breathing. The key was to maintain a breathing rhythm that allowed the blood and flesh to resonate with the breath. Yao minus Yao's eyes widened in surprise as she glanced at Zhu Yuan. He figured it out after watching just once. No wonder Old Man Black thought so highly of him. Thinking this, she acted as if nothing was wrong. Not a bad comprehension. Zhu Yuan stood there quietly, his eyes half closed, carefully recalling Tun minus Tun's breathing rhythm. As he performed the movements, Zhu Yuan's eyes also lit up. He could feel the blood, flesh, and bones in his body vibrating subtly. A stream of ki rose from below, up to his throat. Then a dragon's roar echoed. Yao minus Yao looked over in surprise. A clear dragon roar, he succeeded. The origin key in the heavens and earth began to gather. The surrounding origin key converged into a visible white stream, roaring as it shot into Zhu Yuan's body. This origin key acted like a stimulant. Zhu Yuan's first, blocked meridian was cleared. As soon as the first meridian was cleared, Zhu Yuan felt an indescribable pain. He endured the pain of the meridian impact, continuously using the origin key. The scattered streams of origin key stimulated the first blocked meridian. This meridian impact session lasted for half an incense stick's time before ending when the origin key was depleted. Zhu Yuan's eyes flew open as he exclaimed, "Amazing! This dragon's breath art is so powerful. Compared to the royal family's key guiding art, its effect is more than 10 times better." Yao, sitting in the courtyard pavilion, said, "This is just the beginning. If you cultivate it to a higher level, your own breathing will become the dragon's breath, and you won't need to perform the dragon's breath art. You'll be able to absorb the origin key of heaven and earth at all times." Zhu Yuan excitedly clenched his fists. "Whoa, that's amazing. All right, let's continue cultivating." Yao said with a weary face, "All right, you really have a death wish. Impacting the meridians damages them." Hearing him say that, Yao's eyes widened as she asked again, "Are you serious?" Zhu Yuan, brimming with origin key, nodded firmly. Yao urged, "Then try again." She mumbled to herself, "I want to see how many times you can impact your meridians." Under Yao's steady gaze, Zhu Yuan's body moved again, smoothly undone, hurriedly performing the 98 stances of the coiling dragon. This time he seemed much more proficient. Paired with his breathing, it had the faint elegance of flowing clouds and water. Zhu Yuan trained diligently, his mouth wide open as he let out an incredibly powerful draconic energy roar. Then he sat cross-legged again to regulate the ki in his body. "Phew, looks like I've reached my limit." Yao had an impressed look on her face as she assessed Zhu Yuan. "For times, he can withstand for meridian impacts? Are his meridians that tough?" After checking his body's condition, Zhu Yuan was overjoyed. "I can feel the first blocked meridian starting to move now." He clenched his fists in excitement, sweat dripping from his face. "At this rate, it won't even take a month. 10 days. I just need 10 days to completely unblock the first meridian." Yao closed her eyes and smiled. "It seems even Old Man Black underestimated you." Zhu Yuan scratched his head shyly. "Maybe they just don't pay much attention to a pitiful case like me." Yao replied, "That's true. Someone like you, whose meridians were opened and then sealed, is indeed rare." Tun looked at Zhu Yuan and sneered contemptuously. Zhu Yuan's eyes blazed with anger. "That little punk dares to laugh at me. I'll have to teach you a lesson." With that, he picked up a rock and threw it at the ill-man or dog. But it directly caught the rock in its mouth and crushed it. Zhu Yuan was stunned. "It even eats rocks." Tun still wore that contemptuous smile, accompanied by a raised middle finger of disdain. Zhu Yuan thought of a way to teach this stupid dog a lesson. He pulled out a piece of fragrant, dried meat from his pocket. As expected, Tun's eyes lit up when it saw the meat. Zhu Yuan dangled the meat to tease it. Tun happily trotted over, but right after, Zhu Yuan stuffed the dried meat into his own mouth, breaking the dog's heart. Zhu Yuan sneered at it. "You dare challenge me?" Tun was furious, its anger flaring. Yao helpfully reminded him, "If it gets angry, it will swallow you whole." "I've never seen anything escape from Tun's stomach." Hearing this, Zhu Yuan flinched. And so Zhu Yuan placed a pile of dried meat in front of Tun, crying his eyes out. "Here, eat your fill, it's all here." Tun happily munched away, then looked at Zhu Yuan with pride. Zhu Yuan wept. This little thing is practically a demon in disguise. Only then did Zhu Yuan become curious about Tun and ask, "Sister Yao, what grade of origin beast is this Tun?" Yao looked at Tun and replied, "I don't know either. Old Man Black once said that after Tun matures, it can swallow almost anything in this world." Zhu Yuan's eyes widened in amazement. "Master thinks that highly of it? It seems this little guy is not simple." Seeing Yao about to leave, Zhu Yuan asked again, "Oh right, Sister Yao. Master said your skill in origin runes is very high." Yao didn't turn her head and asked, "What? You want to learn origin runes?" Zhu Yuan admitted, "Yes, I've always been studying them." Yao sat back down in the pavilion and replied, "Teaching you is very tiring. I don't want to do it." Then she added, "Although jadeite wine is considered a fine wine." Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately ran over, saying, "There are even better wines. I'll go find a tastier wine for you then." The mention of wine always got Yao excited. She gave Zhu Yuan a smile as warm as a spring breeze. That's more like it. Zhu Yuan couldn't help but be captivated. Wow, so beautiful. Then he wagged his finger and said, but you can only have 1 jar a day, he thought to himself anyway. You can't use Orajun Qi. Drinking strong wine will harm your body. Yao glared displeased. Zhu Yuan cried internally, glaring at me is useless, I won't back down. Yao shook her head and said, never mind. Since you've studied Orajun runes before, you must understand what the most important aspect of any rune is, right? Zhu Yuan immediately said 2 words, spiritual soul. That's right. Only by possessing a powerful spiritual soul can you draw high-level origin runes. So, do you know how the realms of the spiritual soul are divided? The spiritual soul is divided into 4 realms: illusory, corporeal, transformation, and divine. Your talent in spiritual soul is not bad, but you haven't reached the illusory realm yet. The spiritual soul is originally formless. Only through constant training can the formless become tangible, and the first tangible stage is the illusory form, also known as the illusory realm. There are 2 ways to strengthen the spiritual soul. One is to strengthen it along with your own power, and the other is to cultivate a soul-forging art. The chaotic divine demon contemplation method that Old Man Black passed down to you is a top-tier soul-forging art. With your current spiritual soul, you still can't draw first-grade Orajun runes. I advise you to start cultivating the chaotic divine demon contemplation method soon. When your spiritual soul reaches the illusory realm, I will teach you about first-grade origin rune. Zhu Yuan nodded seriously. All right, I'll start practicing now. He was secretly happy. Great. I've been wanting to try the chaotic divine demon contemplation method for a while, and it's perfect that Sister Yao is here. If I don't understand something, I can ask her. Zhu Yuan stimulated his spiritual soul, sensing the memories left by Qin Ji Yuan in his mind, and activated the chaotic divine demon contemplation method. So this is the mark Master Qin Ji Yuan left behind. Those distant specks of light are so profound and unfathomable, they seem to hide something terrifying. In a dizzying moment, Zhu Yuan found that his surroundings had changed. Wow, the pull is so strong my spiritual soul is about to be sucked in. Then the scene before his eyes changed. Zhu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, oh my, what a strange sight. Is this the chaotic void from the chaotic divine demon contemplation method? The chaos here had swallowed time and space as if everything had returned to the time before heaven and earth were separated. Everything in this void was being devoured by that giant millstone. Looking at it up close, the feeling of dread intensified. The millstone was mottled with the marks of time, its deep grooves looking like the bloodstains of gods and demons. The great millstone turned slowly in the chaos, and under its movement, all things were ground to dust. Chaos begets the divine millstone. Seeing this divine millstone, I now understand why Sister Yao said that cultivating a contemplation method requires overcoming fear. Just standing here takes great courage, let alone going inside. Before even entering the divine millstone, my spiritual soul is already trembling uncontrollably. Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth and endured. The pull is so strong, I'll be sucked in even if I do nothing. I die? How will I know if I don't try? With newfound resolve, Zhu Yuan transformed into a streak of light and flew towards the center of the divine millstone, getting closer and closer. The moment Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul fell into the divine millstone, a searing pain erupted from it. His spiritual soul felt like it was being torn apart. In a short time, that strand of Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul was crushed by the millstone. Zhu Yuan had never endured such mental anguish before, screaming tragically without end. Then his spiritual soul turned to nothingness, becoming tiny, sparkling fragments. After an unknown amount of time, the fragments of light began to gather once more. Zhu Yuan's face was covered in sweat, hiding his fear. So terrifying. If it were someone with a weaker mentality, they would have been destroyed by that fear. This soul-forging art is truly terrifying. The divine millstone was divided into 2 levels, upper and lower. The area between the 2 levels was marked by golden lines. When the divine millstone turned, the golden line on the upper level would also move. When it aligned with the line on the lower level, it meant 1 rotation was complete. So, completing 1 rotation was no simple feat. In just that brief moment my spiritual soul was already crushed. Although I'm still trembling, this soul-forging art is truly amazing. Just trying it for a bit has strengthened my spiritual soul so much. It's truly worthy of being called a top-tier soul-forging art by Sister Yao-Yao. Zhu Yuan regained his usual confidence. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Only by enduring hardship can one achieve greatness. Let's go again. Zhu Yuan once again transformed into a streak of light and flew straight into the center of the divine millstone. In the chaos, the divine millstone continued to turn, grinding everything to dust. Through these repeated grinding acts, his spiritual soul was constantly tempered, gradually turning from formless to a faint, transparent color. When the spiritual soul transformed from formless to an illusory form, it meant that Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul had officially entered the illusory realm. After some time, Yao spoke. How does it feel? Zhu Yuan was silent for a moment. Then he turned to look at her with a face that was both exhausted and joyful. Sister Yao, I've entered the illusory realm. Yao's eyes widened in shock. What? So fast? How many turns of the divine millstone did you endure? Zhu Yuan panted, shamelessly lying right on the ground, feeling as if his body had been squeezed dry of all energy. 80-8 times. Yao's were wide with surprise, and she stood frozen for a few seconds. Oh! Zhu Yuan cheered happily. Whoa, thank you, Sister Yao. Yao turned her back to him undaunted. Also, the heavenly origin brush that old man Black gave you. You need to use it well. Hurry up and light up the first origin rune. Zhu Yuan replied, yes. I'm really looking forward to it too. I wonder what kind of transformation this foot-long brush will undergo. How does it transform into an origin armament? The next day, Zhu Yuan was training diligently in the courtyard. At this moment, a maid walked over and said, Your Highness, the item you requested has been brought. Zhu Yuan turned and replied, Oh good. Zhu Yuan picked up a beast soul crystal and examined it. This is a crystal formed from the soul of an origin beast after its death. This beast soul crystal is only first minus grade, but that's even better. If the grade is too high, the heavenly origin brush wouldn't be able to absorb it right now. Zhu Yuan took a small hammer and directly shattered a small hole in one of the beast's soul crystals. Then he inserted the tip of the heavenly origin brush inside. Immediately, energy from the crack in the beast's soul crystal flowed out and into the origin rune brush. Zhu Yuan watched intently, and then he became excited. His eyes sparkled. Oh! The origin rune flashed. It really works. Let's keep going. But after the heavenly origin brush absorbed 8 beast soul crystals, it stopped reacting. The light on the brush's body returned to normal. Zhu Yuan poked the heavenly origin brush. It must be full. It's just a brush, but it's so picky. Whatever, it will just take a little more time. I'll go find Yue Wei first. Zhu Yuan couldn't find Yue Wei at the Great Shu Academy. After asking around, he learned that Yue Wei had gone to the library to work again. Zhu Yuan went to the library and called out, Yue Wei, are you in here? The girl immediately flicked the dust from a book into Zhu Yuan's face. Dust flew into Zhu Yuan's eyes, and he cried out in pain, I'm blind, I'm blind. Yue Wei, standing on a stool, snorted. She covered her skirt with her hands and called Zhu Yuan a pervert. Zhu Yuan quickly covered his eyes with both hands and explained, it was an accident. I didn't see anything. So Yue Wei jumped down from the stool, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and asked, Your Highness is so busy. Why are you free to come here today? Zhu Yuan grinned. Well, isn't it because I was afraid my little Yue Wei would be tricked by someone else? Yue Wei blushed and exclaimed, That's so cheesy. Zhu Yuan just chuckled happily in response. Yue Wei asked again, Your Highness must have known about Qiyu's matter to come looking for me. He pesters me every day, it's so annoying. Zhu Yuan asked, Asking you to join the B- class? Yes, what was his offer? Offer? That sounds so crude. He promised me a 3rd- grade origin key technique, but I refused. Zhu Yuan was extremely pleased. Qiyu must be furious. Yue Wei continued, He asked me what your highness had given me. Then she looked at Zhu Yuan gently, her eyes full of emotion. I said, His Highness was just the one who opened it or for me on a rainy day. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and he stood there dazed. Seeing Zhu Yuan's expression, Yue Wei was very amused. She took a step and urged, Look at how dazed you are. Let's go, Your Highness. Zhu Yuan came to his senses, smiled, and followed, sighing to himself. Ah, this silly girl. He looked at her pure and beautiful back, muttering to himself, so sensitive, yet so stubborn. If she were willing to accept my help, that key fellow would be nothing. That key fellow would be nothing. Just then, a voice from nearby cut through their conversation. Your Highness. A young man with an elegant demeanor stepped out and clasped his hands in greeting. Yue, are you done with your work? Are you free today? Let me treat you to a meal. Zhu Yuan frowned, sizing up the person before him. This guy is Lin Feng. Rumor has it he's a strong contender for the championship in this exam, but it seems he's been recruited by Qiyu. Yue looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but feel annoyed, thinking, why is it this persistent guy again? The library suddenly fell silent. Yue finally spoke, so it's young Master Lin. But I'm afraid I don't have time today. Lin Feng didn't press further, just nodding lightly. In that case, I'll just have to wait for next time. I won't disturb Yue and your Highness any longer. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and the two of them quickly walked past him. He was left standing there, watching their backs. Lin Feng watched the two figures recede into the distance, his once gentle face suddenly turning much gloomier. Suddenly, Qiyu's laughter rang out from behind. It seems your chances aren't very high. Lin Feng gently clasped his hands. Greetings, second young master. Qiyu sneered, our prince here may not be able to open his meridians to cultivate, but he has status, and he has done Yue a favor in the past. I'm afraid you don't stand much of a chance. Lin Feng's face darkened as he admitted, yes, I know that. Qiyu feigned surprise. Oh my, am I seeing things? Could it be that you've actually fallen for that girl? Lin Feng replied seriously, although Yue is from the common class, she has the qualifications to change all of that. In the future, she will definitely transcend the mortal realm and be admired by all. Qiyu didn't argue with her now. It's only a matter of time. Lin Feng's voice became resolute. That's why I can't give up. Qiyu walked over and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. Hey, you're not any worse than His Highness. He only has his title of prince over you. Without that title, he wouldn't even be worthy of your attention. Lin Feng's face was cold. That's right. If Zhu Yuan wasn't the crown prince, with his inability to open his meridians, he'd be nothing but a cripple. Qiyu gave a sinister smile and added, but I've approached Yue before, offering many conditions for her to join the B- class, but she didn't agree. It seems her feelings for His Highness Zhu Yuan run deep. Hearing these provocative words from Qiyu, Lin Feng couldn't contain his anger. Qiyu, seeing the effect, continued to entice him. I have a way. If Zhu Yuan is utterly defeated in the upcoming exam, she will understand that a useless prince is not a reliable pillar of support. During the exam, I will arrange for you to face him, what to do after that. And you don't need to worry. Fists and feet have no eyes. Since the Lin clan has sided with our Kinki's mansion, even if something happens, we will protect you. At this point, Lin Feng had been successfully manipulated by Qiyu. His eyes gradually became more vicious. His face radiated killing intent as he gritted out each word. All right, I will make our prince suffer the most humiliating defeat. A cripple dares to fight with me, Lin Feng, for a woman. I'm going back to cultivate. Farewell. With that, Lin Feng turned to leave. Qiyu chuckled to himself. If Zhu Yuan loses miserably, I will go find Yue. I believe she can distinguish between the weak and the strong. After she joins the B- class, no one will be able to threaten me in the academy tournament. The Great Zhu Academy will fall into the hands of my Kinki's mansion. Just like that, the students of the Great Zhu Academy will bear the mark of the Kinki's mansion. When that time comes, I'm afraid this Great Zhu dynasty will have to change its king. On Zhu Yuan and Zhu Wei's side, he said, this Lin Feng must have colluded with Qiyu. It's not out of the question that this is one of Qiyu's schemes. Since he couldn't recruit you, he had to use a pretty boy. Yue was a little unhappy to hear that. What are you talking about, Your Highness? That's disgusting. The pretty boy tactic is useless on me. Come on, I was just kidding. Yue reminded him, but Your Highness must also be careful. Most of the new students this time have been swayed by Qiyu. I'm worried they'll obstruct Your Highness during the exam. Zhu Yuan replied, don't worry, I know my limits. He thought to himself, the conditions offered by King Qi's mansion are hard to resist. Their financial power is already on par with the royal family. It seems father was right. Behind King Qi's mansion is most likely the Great Wu. Now they even want to compete for power over the Great Zhu Academy, which would be a fatal blow to the royal family. The next day Zhu Yuan remained in the royal palace. During the day, he painstakingly practiced the 90-8 stances of the coiling dragon, performing meridian impacts for times. At night, he cultivated the chaotic demon contemplation method, constantly tempering his spiritual soul. This heavenly origin brush, when on earth will I be able to unlock the first origin rune? Just as Zhu Yuan finished speaking, an origin rune flashed with light. He exclaimed happily, "Ah, it's reacting." On the heavenly origin brush, the ancient origin rune finally lit up, revealing a mysterious light. As the first origin rune on the brush lit up, a stream of information flowed into Zhu Yuan's mind. The first of the heavenly origin brush vanquishing. Vanquish? This is an origin rune. This brush has two forms. No wonder Master said it was both an origin armament and origin rune brush. Let's try. Zhu Yuan silently chanted in his heart martial for it. In just a few short seconds, a black brush, about 10 feet long, appeared in Zhu Yuan's hands. This black brush was almost as tall as he was. At first glance, it looked like a sharp spearhead. Zhu Yuan exclaimed happily, "Wow, it transformed. So cool. It's so big and heavy." It unleashed a tremendous power. The more origin ki it absorbed, the more brilliantly the brush's body glowed. The light converged at the tip, forming a sharp point. "Let me see your power." He began to happily swing the heavenly origin brush. The force isn't bad, but it's so heavy. Zhu Yuan's gaze flickered to a nearby incense burner. Without hesitation, he thrust the heavenly origin brush forward with great force. The brush's shadow suddenly changed, stabbing powerfully towards the bronze cauldron beside it. Instantly, a crisp sound rang out. The brush tip had directly pierced through the bronze cauldron, coming out the other side. Whoa, it actually went through. Not bad, very sharp. It can probably reach the level of a mid-grade origin armament. Although it's a brush, it combines with a long spear. I can learn some spear techniques in the future. The Vanquish origin rune's martial form is truly miraculous. The grade of this rune must be very high, so powerful. Just lighting up one origin rune has caused such a transformation. If all 9 are lit up, how powerful will it be? As he was intently observing the heavenly origin brush, Yao's voice sounded. "You finally activated the first origin rune." Zhu Yuan was startled and looked over. Then he ran to Yao and replied, "Yes, I just aided it. Sister Yao, I was just about to look for you. I've already entered the illusory realm. When will you teach me origin runes?" Yao gracefully entered and walked up to Zhu Yuan, holding out a slender white hand. Zhu Yuan respectfully presented a jar of wine. "This is scarlet flame brew. It's very strong. I mixed it from my father's stash." Yao quickly took the wine jar and took a big swig. "Not bad. You didn't do a sloppy job." Seeing this, Zhu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down, he saw tongue biting his pant leg. Then it stuck out its tongue and extended its claws. Zhu Yuan's face darkened, speechless. "MPH, just like your master." Zhu Yuan brought out a plate of dried meat for Tun. "Please enjoy." Tun happily took a bite. After that, they both went to the courtyard pavilion. Yao spoke. "Today, we start learning first grade origin runes." "All right, first." Her long, slender jade-like hand curled slightly, and a delicate light green origin rune brush instantly appeared in her hand. Emitted a faint green light. Within the light, countless light runes were visible, looking incredibly mystical. Zhu Yuan exclaimed in admiration, "Whoa, just picking up the origin rune brush creates such a magnificent aura. This brush doesn't look ordinary at all." Yao held the origin rune brush, her expression immediately becoming extremely focused. An unusual aura suddenly radiated from her as the brush tip gently lowered onto the jade slip. Then the brush moved with her thoughts. "This is the Tiger's Roar rune. It's a first grade origin rune. Drawn on the throat, when activated, it unleashes a sonic wave like a tiger's roar. If used at close range, it can immobilize enemy." Zhu Yuan asked again, "A sonic origin rune? Those are very rare. It could save your life at a critical moment, even change the tide of battle. Look closely. How many strokes does this rune have?" Zhu Yuan stared intently at the Tiger's Roar rune on the jade slip for a moment before speaking. "I counted for 130 lines. Yao replied, there are 448 in total. It seems your foundation isn't bad. Next you will replicate the tiger's roar rune. Master how to draw this rune. With that, Yao left. Zhu Yuan thought to himself, alright. If I can learn this origin rune, my strength will increase by another level. With the grand examination approaching, I must get into the top 10 and enter the A- class. Only then can I help my Zhu clan counter the influence of King Qi's mansion. In addition to cultivating origin Qi and practicing origin runes to get more familiar with the heavenly origin brush, Zhu Yuan also learned spear techniques. Under his diligent training, his cultivation finally reached a crucial point. It's finally here. As he gracefully performed the 90-8 stances of the coiling dragon, the origin Qi of heaven and earth surged towards him. As he absorbed the origin Qi, the final blockage in his meridian was released. The first meridian opened. At this moment, Zhu Yuan's eyes seemed to become brighter, and the entire world became much clearer. This is meridian opening. Zhu Yuan called out someone. Go and inform my father and mother. Yes, your highness. A moment later, Zhu King and Kinyu arrived. After hearing what Zhu Yuan said, Zhu King couldn't help but be startled. Drawing Qi into the body, he really has opened his meridians. In just 10 days, as expected of the Saint Dragon of my Zhu clan. No one in the entire Great Shu has opened their meridians this quickly. Kinyu happily hugged Zhu Yuan. Wonderful. Yuaner has opened his meridians and can cultivate. Then the resentful dragon poison in 3 years will be suppressed. Zhu Yuan reassured Kinyu, Mother, don't worry. Your son will eliminate the resentful dragon poison. Zhu King called out, Yuaner, since you've opened your meridians, how about you take a few moves from your father? Zhu Yuan thought to himself, father is truly an expert who has stepped into the Taishi realm. Just standing there casually, he exudes such a powerful presence. He replied, I would be honored. The two stood facing each other. Zhu King gestured for him to attack first. Zhu Yuan charged forward, his heart stirring, opening meridians, Qi nourishing. Heaven Gate Tai Chu. The first for realms of an origin master. I've only just unblocked one meridian. I can't be intimidated by father's aura. I must go all out. Instantly, his fist shot out with a powerful force, striking the palm that Zhu King held out. Zhu Yuan was stunned. I can't even move father's hand. Zhu King said, be careful. He twisted his palm and a dozen stones at his feet immediately flew up, spinning in his palm. Then, he suddenly waved his hand. The stones shot out with great force, surrounding Zhu Yuan like a heavy rain. Each stone was like an arrow, emitting a powerful whistling sound. The spiritual soul at the center of Zhu Yuan's brow suddenly twitched. In that instant, it felt as though his senses had become incredibly sharp. The attack trajectories of those stones became abnormally clear, so he spread out his palm and directly snatched 2 of the stones. Zhu King, watching this scene, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhu King suddenly flicked his finger, and a dark red bolt of lightning shot out from his fingertip. In the blink of an eye, it struck Zhu Yuan in the chest. Unable to dodge, shook and he was sent flying backward, crashing into a large tree. Kinyu ran over worriedly and cried, Yuaner? Yuaner, how are you? Mother, I'm fine. Kinyu turned and blamed Zhu King. You don't know your own strength. Why did you even use Flame Lightning Qi? Zhu King was embarrassed and quickly looked away. Ah, I was careless for a moment. But Yuaner, are you sure you've only opened one meridian? Your strength, speed, and defense. Even someone who has opened 2 meridians couldn't reach this level. To have such a strong body after opening just 1 meridian, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Hearing his father's high praise, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. Great. Master Kanji Yuan said that as I continue to open my meridians, I will gain more benefits. It's true. Zhu King tried to suppress his excitement, his body trembling slightly as he said, Yuaner, you did very well. King Wu can steal my destiny, thinking he can push the Saint Dragon of my Zhu clan into the abyss. He truly underestimated you. Our great Zhu has a chance to rise again. Zhu Yuan smiled and softly replied, Father. Kinyu couldn't help but hug Zhu Yuan tightly again. Zhu Yuan quickly cried out, Mother, I can't breathe. Zhu King's voice rang out, since you have opened your meridians, it's time to start practicing origin arts. I will have someone bring you what you need to practice. Origin arts, like origin armaments, are divided into 4 grades: common, profound, heaven, and saint. Those who have just opened their meridians can practice some common origin arts. Zhu Yuan opened a book and mumbled, returning origin palm. Yao had appeared behind him at some point and said, a mediocre origin art. Zhu Yuan jumped in fright and turned his head. Sister Yao. Yao asked, you have a wondrous art within you, why do you need to learn such mediocre things? Zhu Yuan scratched his head foolishly and said, huh? Yao was speechless. Idiot! After practicing the coiling dragon stances for so long, have you not felt anything? At Sister Yao's suggestion, Zhu Yuan went to an empty space and slowly went through the coiling dragon stances once. That's right, it seems there really is something. After finishing his practice, he slowly opened his eyes. Then he exclaimed in surprise, there's an origin art within the coiling dragon stances. Yao lowered her head and smiled slightly. In PH, I guess you're not a completely hopeless case. She added, there are 2 origin arts in the coiling dragon stances. Zhu Yuan's mouth fell open in shock. 2 sets of origin arts? Yes, 2. One is dragon step, the other is dragon tablet hand. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened as he mumbled dragon step, dragon tablet hand. Zhu Yuan excitedly winned, Sister Yao, can you teach me more? Yao smiled and held out her hand. Zhu Yuan snapped his fingers smugly. A maid brought a jar of wine from behind. Empty it. I was prepared. Seeing Zhu Yuan respectfully presenting the wine jar, Yao smiled with satisfaction. A teachable seedling. Then she put her pet down. Tun go. Zhu Yuan stared and shouted, this little guy knows it too? Yao smiled and said, when Old Man Black had free time, he taught it too. So, strictly speaking, Tun can be considered your senior brother. Zhu Yuan was speechless, his face dark. Oh my god, is Tun a human in a beast's skin? It can even cultivate origin arts. Zhu Yuan, with a fawning expression, rubbed his hands together at Tun. Good Tun. Please demonstrate the dragon step and dragon tablet hand. Tun looked disgusted. MPH, not interested in you. Zhu Yuan was annoyed, clenching his fists and muttering, this little punk dares to ignore me? I've got it. Zhu Yuan brought out a plate of fragrant dried meat. Tun, I've prepared some dried meat for you. Just as it was about to eat, Zhu Yuan moved it away. Not yet. Perform 1 set, and then I'll let you eat. Tun, with an unhappy face, began to practice. Yao explained from the side, this is dragon step. A dragon hiding behind rocks and clouds, elusive and unseen. The dragon step has that same meaning, making one hard to grasp. Zhu Yuan, at the side, watched intently and nodded, thinking to himself. Tun-Dun's figure gradually became blurry. Yao continued, try to attack Tun. Zhu Yuan used the martial form of the heavenly origin brush, then I won't be polite. The brush tip shot out fiercely, just as it was about to hit Tun-Tun's body in a flash. Tun-Tun's paw drew an arc, its body seeming to blur for a moment, and the brush tip flew past it. Seeing this, Zhu Yuan was a little disbelieving. He channeled the strength in both his hands, and the heavenly origin brush whistled as it stabbed forward fiercely unsharply. But Tun-Tun's footwork remained unhurried, its figure indistinct, and no matter how Zhu Yuan attacked, he couldn't touch it. I can't hit it. Am I seeing things? I don't believe it. After a while of stabbing and jabbing, Zhu Yuan collapsed in exhaustion. This is so weird, I can't land a single hit. Tun was gleeful. Stupid brat. Yao. Explained, after mastering the dragon step, your own origin key will change with the air, creating an illusion. The you that others see and your actual position will be 3 feet apart. This distance is the marvel of the dragon step. Next is the dragon tablet hand. Zhu Yuan looked up at Tun-Dun. At this moment, Tun-Dun suddenly struck out. Its beast claws struck and grabbed, opening and closing wide. Vaguely, it was like a giant dragon raising its claws, exuding a heavy and fierce aura. It was like a 9-headed dragon shattering a mountain. Boom! Claw images appeared one after another, striking a large rock. Instantly, the giant rock shattered, and countless stone fragments shot out. Zhu Yuan watched the scene in disbelief. The power of this claw is so domineering. More importantly, it seems Tun-Dun didn't even use much origin key. yet it's already so powerful. After watching Tun-Tun's performance, Zhu Yuan fell into deep thought, carefully contemplating the mysteries of the dragon step and dragon ablet hand. Zhu Yuan stood in silence for a long time. Then he opened his eyes wide and took a step, his body leaning. His steps were exceptionally strange, like a coiling dragon. At the same time, the first meridian within his body began to absorb the origin key of heaven and earth. Then, origin key flooded out from within his body. Yao, seeing this, couldn't help but widen her eyes, then she smiled with satisfaction. He grasped the key points after watching just once. After practicing for about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he became proficient, his movements filled with the feeling of a soaring dragon. Zhu Yuan exclaimed in his heart, amazing. This dragon step is truly extraordinary. Its mix of illusion and reality makes one hard to predict. Next, let's try the dragon ablet hand. Zhu Yuan's fists and palms moved a bit slowly, but they felt incredibly heavy, as if lifting a massive stone tablet, building up momentum. Zhu Yuan's eyes suddenly focused. His hand began to move, leading in a circle, as if a giant dragon were roaring. The stone tablet in the dragon's claw repeatedly slammed down on the mountain range. Zhu Yuan's fist struck a large tree trunk. A violent force erupted from the center of his fist. Instantly, wood splinters flew everywhere. The entire tree trunk was pierced through by Zhu Yuan's punch. Zhu Yuan panted heavily, overjoyed. Great! With the dragon step and dragon tablet hand, my combat power will definitely increase significantly. Next, I just need to unblock the second meridian, and the grand examination will no longer be a problem. Tun looked smug. Compared to this beast, you're still too green. Time passed and the grand examination was approaching. During this time, Zhu Yuan didn't slack off for a single second. Every day he cultivated the coiling dragon's dances, gradually impacting his meridians. Every night he cultivated the chaotic divine demon contemplation method, constantly tempering his spiritual soul. It was then that Zhu Yuan saw the benefits of cultivating the contemplation method. No matter how tired he was from training the day before, after one night, he would regain his abundant energy. In his spare time he would ask Sister Yao about origin rune. The dragon step and dragon ablet hand were also continuously cultivated, and he made great progress during this time. The intense training schedule was arduous, but the results did not disappoint Zhu Yuan. With 2 days left until the grand examination, he had finally unblocked his second meridian. Zhu King and Kainu, seeing Zhu Yuan's rapid progress, felt comforted in their hearts and hugged each other happily. A faint light glowed on Zhu Yuan's fist as he suddenly struck a small mountain in the sea. Instantly, the small mountain shook, and cracks spread across it. With a loud boom, the small mountain collapsed directly. The dragon tablet hand has 3 forms. First, mountain topilar. That King Qi has his eyes on the position of head master of the Great Shu Academy, and Qiyu is his main pawn. If the position of head master of the Great Shu Academy falls into King Qi's hands, he will secretly turn the Great Shu Academy into the Great Qi Academy. That would be a fatal blow to my Zhu clan. T clan, don't even think about it. I will definitely defeat. The next day, the grand examination began. Zhu Yuan arrived at the venue and couldn't help but exclaim, so many people. As Zhu Yuan entered, he saw a familiar figure and called out, Yu Wei. Yu Wei heard someone call her and turned to look. Then she called out happily, Your Highness, you're finally here. Many jealous eyes turned towards Zhu Yuan. He couldn't help but sigh. Q truly is a source of trouble. Zhu Yuan asked, You've already opened your 4th meridian. Yu Wei smiled like a blooming flower and replied, I opened it a long time ago. Your Highness, are you confident? Zhu Yuan nodded firmly, asserting, Don't worry, I'll definitely make it into the top 10. Yu Wei said no more and just nodded with a smile. As Zhu Yuan and Yu Wei were joking around, on a flight of stairs not far away, several pairs of unfriendly eyes were staring at them. It was Qiyu and Lin Feng. Empress actually dared to come and participate in the grand examination. The vixen Liu Shi mocked, overestimating himself. Just because he learned a few origin runes, he thinks he's so great. Lin Feng, also standing beside Qiyu, looked over at Zhu Yuan and Yu Wei, who were chatting and laughing with an unchanging expression. Seeing Yu Wei happily clinging to Zhu Yuan made him clench his teeth in anger. Qiyu walked over and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. I've prepared a big gift for His Highness. If he dares to come, I'll make him so embarrassed he won't dare to set foot in the Great Jew Academy again. Today's grand examination is going to have a good show. After everyone had arrived, a voice echoed throughout the field. For this grand examination, opponents will be chosen by drawing lots. Contestants, please come forward to draw. Those with the same number will fight each other. On a high platform to people were observing, one laughed and said, "This grand examination is really lively. The A- class will probably only get to pick from those outside the top 10 this time. Don't you agree, Headmaster Chu?" The one who had just spoken was the Vice-Headmaster of the Great Chu Academy and Dean of the B- class, Su Hong, the Headmaster of the Great Chu Academy and Dean of the A- class. Chu Yang thought to himself, most of the new and outstanding students this time have been bribed by Qiu. And after the grand examination, they will not hesitate to choose the B- class. Thinking this, Chu Yang frowned and said, "Vice-Headmaster Zhu, being too proud is not a good thing." Vice-Headmaster Zhu Han walked away. "You won't be sitting in that headmaster's seat for much longer. You should pray for your own good fortune." Chu Yang sighed with worry. The conditions Qiu offered to bribe talent. I have none of them. I can only hope for Su Yui's performance. Her talent is very good. If she enters the A- class for training, she will definitely be able to compete with Qiu in the N-year, the Academy tournament. Although His Highness has opened his meridians, it's only been a month. I'm afraid he's only opened one meridian. Let alone the top 10, I just hope His Highness can last a few rounds. Below, everyone had drawn their lots. Zhu Yuan said, "I'm number 18. Yu Wei held up the ball in her hand and replied, "I'm 47. Zhu Yuan was relieved. "Good thing we don't have the same number." Yu Wei winked playfully. "NPH, if your Highness had faced me, I wouldn't have shown any mercy either." Zhu Yuan gave a forced laugh. Then the referee shouted, "Number 1, Kenya versus Liu Yang. Get on the stage and begin." Yue looked up at the stage and asked, "Does that mean your Highness will fight before me? I wonder if you're nervous now." "You little rascal, let's just watch the fight." Figures swiftly leapt onto the fighting stages, and the whole arena immediately became lively. Soon, there were results on the stages. Cheers for the winners and sighs from the losers. The intense battles continued, and soon it was Zhu Yuan's turn. Number 17, Rai wins. Number 18, Zhu Yuan versus Pei Yun, please come to the stage and prepare to fight. Zhu Yuan frowned. Pei Yun. Yue, at his side, replied, "I can't believe it's Pei Yun. He's a prominent figure who has already opened 3 meridians." Zhu Yuan thought to himself, Pei Yun is a well-known figure among this batch of new students, and his strength is considerable. To face him in the first round. People began to discuss animatedly. Zhu Yuan is facing Pei Yun in the first round. What bad luck. Is Zhu Yuan going to be eliminated in the very first round? As if he had guessed something, Zhu Yuan looked up towards the upper level. Qiu clenched his fist and smiled at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan looked at him and thought, Qiu definitely had a hand in this arrangement. But for him to be able to do this proves that King Qi's mansion has already infiltrated quite deeply into the Great Jew Academy. To cause trouble for me, he's not afraid to expose King Qi's scheme. Yue called out with some concern, "Your Highness." Zhu Yuan cut her off. "Don't worry, a 3 meridian opener is not enough to stop me." Qiu squinted his eyes and looked at Zhu Yuan. "That useless prince is finally up. Let the games begin. I hope our prince can last a little longer so I can enjoy the show." As soon as he got on stage, Zhu Yuan asked, "Did Qiu arrange this?" Pei Yun curled his lip in denial. "I don't know what your Highness is talking about. To meet your Highness in the first round. Fists are merciless. I hope your Highness won't blame me." Zhu Yuan said, being the first bird to stick its head out usually doesn't end well. The moment the referee shouted begin, Pei Yun grinned and charged forward. "Your Highness should worry about yourself." His fist shot straight towards Zhu Yuan. However, Zhu Yuan showed no fear and simply held out a hand. Someone exclaimed, "Is His Highness too nervous, using his bare hand to block such a fierce punch? His hand will be crippled." Under Pei Yun's ferocious gaze, as his powerful fist was about to collide with Zhu Yuan's hand, a smug smile appeared on his lips. "You're courting death." But this smile didn't last long. It froze in an instant because he saw that Zhu Yuan's outstretched hand didn't move an inch, and the violent force of his punch felt like it had entered a black hole, having no effect at all. How can this be? Damn it, I can't hold back anymore, crap. This guy is so strong, my fist technique has been broken. At this moment, Zhu Yuan clenched his hand tightly, and Pei Yun fell to his knees in pain. The crowd, seeing this, couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Pei Yun gritted his teeth and endured. I have to release my third meridian. He gritted his teeth and forced a cruel smile. Once I break free, I'll tear you to pieces. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm a sick cat. But the response he got was a single word from Zhu Yuan's mouth, Graham. Pei Yun was stunned, not understanding what was happening when Zhu Yuan's foot shot out. As a low thud sounded, Pei Yun felt an unimaginable force surge towards him. And so his body was sent flying directly off the dueling platform, landing heavily on the ground as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crowd gasped in shock. He was kicked off the stage. The power of that kick is terrifying. Since when did His Highness open his meridians? Qi Yu no longer had his playful expression, but instead was carefully reassessing Zhu Yuan, the prince who was rumored to be unable to open his meridians and cultivate. That kick was from Zhu Yuan's physical strength. Let alone someone who hasn't opened their meridians, even someone who has opened 3 meridians couldn't do that. Yue Wei couldn't believe it, covering her mouth with her hand. So His Highness has been hiding his true strength all this time. Seeing Pei Yun so easily defeated, Lin Feng was also wide-minded in shock. How is that possible? Beside him said we were played by him. Qi Yu now looked interested, thinking to himself, but that's still fine. But it's probably not a high level. Pei Yun lost because he underestimated his opponent. If he had been prepared, he might have had a chance to win. How cunning. But this is the only time. Let's see how you do in the next match. The A-class Dean, Chu Yan, was also stunned. Why is His Highness Zhu Yuan's strength so formidable? He only opened his meridians a month ago, yet that kick just now had the force equivalent to someone with 3 open meridians. The B-class Dean Zhu Han, who was beside him, said nothing. His eyes were fixed on Zhu Yuan, his thoughts unknown. When Zhu Yuan came down from the stage, Yue Wei feigned anger and pouted. You hide it so well. Confess. How many meridians have you opened? Zhu Yuan stammered. 2 meridians. Yue Wei looked skeptical. 2 meridians. That kick of yours didn't seem like someone with only 2 open meridians. Well, it's a bit complicated. Then if you don't want to say it, then don't. You've opened 2 meridians, and with your origin runes you might be able to get into the top 10. The grand examination continued smoothly, and soon it was Su Yue Wei's turn. Her opponent was just a new student who had only opened 2 meridians. The moment he saw her, his face turned a little pale. In this match, Su Yue Wei was victorious. After the first few rounds, it was Zhu Yuan's turn again. Next match, Xu Yuan versus Xiu. The students once again began to discuss. It's His Highness's turn again. The last one ended too quickly. We have to watch carefully this time. The referee shouted, the match begins. Xiu didn't hesitate, immediately opening his 3rd meridian and mumbling to himself, this Zhu Yuan is very fast, I can't give him a chance. Xiu's attack was extremely fast and fierce. In the instant he was about to tear at Zhu Yuan's throat, the person who was about to be hit suddenly took a step to the side. His body suddenly became blurry, but in his eyes, he suddenly froze. He felt that a strike that should have hit now landed in empty space, creating an opening. Before he could retract his claw to defend, Zhu Yuan had already closed in, his slender arm shooting out a palm strike that bypassed Xiu's defense and gently pressed against his chest. His body was instantly sent flying by that force, landing clumsily on the stage. He hastily stabilized his body, wanting to dodge Zhu Yuan's attack. However, just as his body paused for a moment, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure right behind him like a shadow, scaring him to death. Before he could make another move, he felt a hand grabbing the top of his head. Power began to activate in the palm, causing his body to stiffen in an instant, not daring to make any movement. Because he knew clearly that once that power was unleashed, his head would be crushed along with it. Xiu trembled and exclaimed, I surrender. Below the stage, there was a moment of silence followed by a roar of excitement, so powerful, it turns out His Highness was still holding back in the first match. The Vix in Liu Shi, seeing this, snorted coldly. What a useless bomb. Qiyu said his physical body is very strong, comparable to someone who is open for meridians. Lin Feng, it seems we can only rely on you. Lin Feng's face darkened as he replied, Don't worry, he won't escape from my grasp. Xu Tianyang couldn't help but rub his chin and thought, Strange. His Highness's body is like someone who is open for meridians, but his origin key fluctuations don't match. At this point, the old man Zhu Hong couldn't boast any longer and quietly walked inside. And below, Su Yue walked over to Xu Yuan and chatted happily. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to Qiyu standing above. Qiyu smiled and made a throat-slitting gesture back at him. Seeing Zhu Yuan stop, Yue curiously turned and called out, Your Highness. Zhu Yuan replied, Let's go. At this moment, Zhu Yuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Let you jump around for a bit longer. Just you wait. The grand examination proceeded in an extremely intense atmosphere. In the next 2 rounds, facing opponents who had opened 3 meridians, Zhu Yuan won easily. Zhu Yuan was happy. Another win. If I get into the top 20, I can soon achieve my goal of being in the top 10. On the stage, the referee's voice rang out. Su Yue is victorious. Su Yue enters the top 10. The people below, observing Yue's technique, couldn't help but gasp in shock. That's the Jade Shattering Finger. She's finally mastered the Jade Shattering Finger. This is a really difficult technique to master. Amazing, worthy of being the genius of our great Zhu. Yue happily walked over to Zhu Yuan, her bright smile asking, How was it? Zhu Yuan gave a thumbs up, affirming, Amazing. Yue asked again, Really? Then she added happily, The power of the Jade Shattering Finger is incredible. Even a 4- meridian opener couldn't handle it. Zhu Yuan looked serious, rubbing his chin. I don't know if I could block that move either. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. Next match, Zhu Yuan versus Lin Feng. Yue was stunned and shouted, What? A commotion spread through the crowd. No way, Zhu Yuan has to face Lin Feng already? It seems this is a match the prince can't afford to underestimate. If so, Lin Feng has a good chance of competing for the top spot. Yue was panicked. Lin Feng is probably the best among the 4- meridian cultivators. Even I'm not sure I can beat him. This is bad. The prince's luck is too terrible. Zhu Yuan looked up and mumbled, Qiyu, this is your final assassin. Chu Yanyang was furious, gritting his teeth as he ordered, After today, expel the person in charge of this match from the Great Zhu Academy. A subordinate on the side replied, As you command. Chu Yanyang was seething internally. Damn it, this must have been arranged by Qiyu. The prince is in danger. On the stage, Zhu Yuan and Lin Feng stood facing each other. Lin Feng appeared extremely relaxed, arrogantly clasping his hands behind his back. The prince is truly surprising to be able to charge all the way here. Zhu Yuan smiled in reply, Wait a little longer, and you'll be even more surprised. Lin Feng didn't say more, just snorting coldly. The moment the referee shouted begin, the figures of Lin Feng and Zhu Yuan shot out almost simultaneously. Lin Feng stomped his foot hard, and his body shot into the air. His foot tore through the air with a whistling sound, carrying a terrifying force as it aimed for Zhu Yuan's head. In just over 10 short seconds, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 blows at lightning speed, each move incredibly sharp. The spectators felt their hearts pound with excitement. On the stage, the Kixin sweep stirred up dust. The bodies of Zhu Yuan and Lin Feng both trembled as they were continuously pushed back. The crowd below was in an uproar. Wow, what an intense fight. Lin Feng is probably using the constitution of a 4- meridian user. How can the prince be fighting him to a standstill? At this moment, Lin Feng had fully opened his 4th meridian. Zhu Yuan's face grew serious. Someone below warned, He's opened his 4th meridian. The prince is in danger. Lin Feng didn't hesitate, swinging his fist with the power of 4 meridians. Zhu Yuan's face grew serious. The strength of a 4- meridian opener is not to be underestimated. He silently chanted in his heart, Dragon Step. Just as the punch arrived, Zhu Yuan's body deftly leaned to the side, dodging it. Lin Feng opened his mouth. What an unusual technique. But you can't get past me. Mid-grade origin art, myriad stomps. Lin Feng stomped his foot hard on the ground, and the golden dragon step beneath Zhu Yuan's feet was immediately shattered. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest information. Lin Feng swung his fist and shouted, "Get out of this match." Zhu Yuan frowned and said coldly, "Don't even think about it." Then he opened his second meridian, crossing his arms in front of his chest. With a loud BAM, the people below saw a minus meridian punch land squarely on Zhu Yuan. Someone cried out in alarm, "His Highness is done for, he can't block that." Zhu Yuan was sent flying several meters, his feet digging into the stone floor to stop the force. Lin Feng said, "Oh, quite resilient." Zhu Yuan swung his arm and said with a smile, "A 4 minus meridian cultivator at full power is indeed formidable." A murderous glint flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he said coldly, "Next time, you will have to yield." Zhu Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. A smirk appeared on Zhu Yuan's lips and his eyes glinted as he replied confidently, "I don't think you'll have a next time." Seeing Zhu Yuan's expression, Lin Feng's anger grew. "Damn it. Since you're so confident, I'll extinguish that confidence in front of everyone." A sharp aura began to emanate from his body. The crowd gasped, "Lin Feng is going all out. His origin key is terrifying." As expected of the best among the 4 minus meridian cultivators, Zhu Yuan, looking at Lin Feng's fierce momentum, showed no fear at all. Instead, his lips curled. The origin runes on his body began to activate: Tyrant Skin rune on his arms, Giant Ape rune on his body, Light Body rune on his feet. An aura no less powerful than Lin Feng's radiated from Zhu Yuan. "So you're finally going all out? Come on, I was afraid you wouldn't." The crowd watching this scene couldn't help but gasp. He's finally brought out 3 types of origin runes. His aura seems to be on par with Lin Feng's. On the observation deck, Qiyu smirked. It seems this prince still doesn't know that Lin Feng's specialty isn't attacking but defending. Lin Feng swung his arm and a circular shield of light enveloped him. Mid-Midas grade origin art, Iron Turtle Wall. Zhu Yuan was a bit surprised and recognized it as the Iron Turtle Wall. Yu Wei sighed. "This is probably the best defensive art there is. If you can't destroy it quickly, you'll be injured by the reflective force. Even I don't have a way to deal with it." Lin Feng, standing within his defense, taunted with a grin, "Prince Zhu Yuan, being defeated by your own power would be a bit embarrassing, wouldn't it?" Zhu Yuan smiled. "Relying on your turtle shell? If your turtle shell is so confident, then I'll have to open your eyes." As Zhu Yuan closed in, he noticed another origin rune on Zhu Yuan's neck. He grunted to himself, "So he has another origin rune I haven't seen before." Zhu Yuan roared, and the tiger's roar rune was unleashed. A deafening sonic wave suddenly exploded, shaking the entire arena violently. The spectators below were also stunned. "My God, the power is immense. This is definitely not an entry minus level origin rune." Everyone's ears were ringing from the roar, and they quickly covered them. Lin Feng's blood and ki were also shaken, and the Iron Turtle Wall rippled. Lin Feng's face was covered in sweat from the shock. At the same time, Zhu Yuan's heart stirred. Dragon Hablet hand. Golden streams of spiritual power continuously gathered in Zhu Yuan's hand. After a moment, Zhu Yuan's eyes narrowed as he shouted, "Mountain topple R." Along with that, a punch carrying terrifying power was thrown, shaking the ground violently and sending shockwaves out. At this moment, Lin Feng finally recovered from his daze, and his expression changed, because he had realized that a terrifying force was crashing down on him. Lin Feng's eyes widened in horror. How can he have such great power? Zhu Yuan shouted, "Surrender." Zhu Yuan's fists seeped further and further into the shield and cracks began to appear. Lin Feng screamed in terror, "Ah, no." The moment he finished speaking, everyone was horrified. They saw the black halo surrounding Lin Feng shatter, and Zhu Yuan's fist found its target, heading straight for Lin Feng's chest. He gritted his teeth and forced out the words, "I give." However, Zhu Yuan didn't wait for him to finish. A punch containing his full power slammed into Lin Feng's chest. Around the arena, all sorts of expressions appeared. Lin Feng's pained and disbelieving face, Zhu Yuan's fierce and powerful eyes, the dark face of Qiyu, and the utter disbelief of Yao and the others below. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body flying backward under the shocked gazes of countless people, past several other fighting stages. Enro. Zhu Han's face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He grumbled this. Yao's heart pounded in her chest. She mumbled, "How is this possible?" Missing content. Qiyu crushed the railing in front of him. Liu Shi, next to him, still couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. How could he have defeated the Iron Turtle Wall? Qiyu gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with unwillingness. Has the crippled dragon of the Zhu clan. The commotion continued unabated. Did you all see that last punch? It turns out the prince was just pretending. Zhu Yu unclasped his hands to the crowd and walked down from the stage. He gave Yao a smug wink and asked, "How was it? Don't tell me you've been mesmerized by me." Yu Wei's face darkened, and she pouted. Then she pointed at Zhu Yuan's face and questioned him, "Prince, you're really good at hiding things. You made me so worried." Yu Shi looked at the two below and said, "Now that Lin Feng has been defeated by the prince, it seems the title of #1 new student will belong to no one else but the prince." Hearing Liu Shi's words, Qiyu's whole body trembled as he clenched his fists. She continued, "Who does that smug guy think he is? Does he think he can just run rampant in the Great Zhu Academy in the final match? Doesn't he know that Lin Feng didn't even have the courage to fight you?" Qiyu gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, even if he gets into the A- class, it won't solve anything. When the N-year tournament comes, I will personally throw him into the mud. By then, the entire Great Zhu Academy will fall into the hands of my Kinki's mansion." The final match ended fiercely. Next, it was time for the class selection. Tian Yang stood before the tent Alliance and announced, "The final match is concluded. Now is the moment of class selection. As long as you meet the conditions, you can choose your own class. The top 10, are you willing to join the A- class?" Zhu Hong added, "Of course, if you don't, you can also join the B- class. My B- class has been the top in the Academy tournament for the past 2 years." The moment the old man finished speaking, several people responded, "I want to join the B- class. I also want to join the B- class. Me too. From today on, I'm heading to India," he said happily. "All right, from now on you are members of my B- class." Chu Yang looked at the old man with displeasure. A few years ago, everyone would have chosen the A- class, but now only 3 out of the top 10 do. The A- class has truly declined. Zhu Yuan and Yu Wei spoke up. "Headmaster, I want to join the A- class. I also want to join the A- class." Suddenly, a girl in a panda hat behind them stammered, Me too." He spoke up, "All right, the 3 of you will be members of my A- class from now on. The other deans may begin recruiting." Chu Yang smiled to himself. "All right, the 2 most outstanding ones have finally come to me. With this prince, perhaps he can shine brightly in the Academy tournament." Back at the royal palace, the family of sat around the dining table. Zhu King spoke up. "Good. Your honor is truly worthy of being the dragon of our Zhu clan. You probably don't know, but Chu Tianyang made a special trip to the royal palace just to praise you in front of me." Zhu Yuan replied humbly, It was just one match. What's important is the N-year Academy tournament." As Zhu Yuan mentioned this, Zhu King's expression turned serious again. "That's right, the N-year Academy tournament. Kinki still hopes to get his hands on our great Zhu and has been secretly plotting for a long time. If they manage to win first place in the tournament again this year, I'm afraid Kinki will start to cause trouble. Father, rest assured, I will definitely not let them succeed." Zhu King and Ken Yi looked at each other, their faces full of worry. Zhu Yuan smiled to dispel the tense atmosphere. It seems this victory in the grand examination is all thanks to Sister Yao-Yao's guidance." Zhu King raised his wine cup and replied, "That's right. Miss Yao-Yao is truly our benefactor. Here, let me toast you." Seeing him toasting Yao-Yao, Ken Yi looked displeased and snorted. The mention of wine always got Yao-Yao excited. She raised her cup and replied, "To you, sir." Then she drank it all in one go. Zhu King knew he had misspoken and could only smile apologetically at his wife. After glaring at Zhu King, Ken Yu smiled and turned to Yao-Yao. "Yao-Yao, drinking too much isn't good for your health." Zhu Yuan, seeing this, could only laugh it off. And so everyone gathered around the dining table, chatting happily. At the same time, in Kinki's mansion, Kinki asked with interest, "You mean to say that cripple can now open his meridians and cultivate?" "Yes, father. He is truly worthy of once having the Sade Dragon's destiny, to be able to recover after being so utterly destroyed. His life is indeed tough. Father, should we pass this information to the Wu dynasty?" The Wu dynasty is currently fighting with the Lin dynasty. As long as we win the N-year Academy tournament, the Great Shu Academy will be a pawn in my hand. Kyu clasped his hands. Father, rest assured. In the N-year Academy tournament, no one in the Great Shu Academy will dare to fight against us. As for that Xu Yuan, if he doesn't know what's good for him, I will have him crippled once more. Let's see if he can get back up then. The next day, at the A- class of the Great Shu Academy, Xu Yuanyang spoke up. From today onwards, our A- class will have 3 new members. You all already know this, right? Everyone greeted them cheerfully. Welcome, you 3. I'm the head of the A- class. Yang Zai, I'm Song Qiu Shui. We all saw the prince's performance in the grand examination. With you joining, the A- class's prestige will surely soar. After speaking, Qiu Shui covered her mouth and giggled as she looked at Yue. However, what we're looking forward to even more is, of course, the #1 beauty of the Great Shu Academy. Yue was embarrassed. Aya, senior sister Song, please don't make fun of us. Chu Yuanyang cleared his throat. Since you all know each other now from today on, you must train twice as hard. The crowd grumbled, huh? Why? It's already so hard normally. Then, if none of you train diligently and none of you reach the 6th meridian, you won't even be qualified to compete with others. The Jade Spirit Waterfall will be open today. Go and prepare. Zhu Yuan's interest was piqued. I heard from my father that there's a cultivation leisure land in the Great Shu Academy. So it's the Jade Spirit Waterfall. A moment later, at the back mountain of the Great Shu Academy, Zhu Yuan looked up in awe. Wow, this is the Jade Spirit Waterfall. It's so majestic. Yue replied, of course. The important thing is that this waterfall contains precious marrow key. Even if you reach your daily meridian impact limit, you continue to impact them by getting close to it. Qiu Shui spoke up, Prince, let's go. We need to prepare to have the origin rune inscribed. The teacher's voice rang out. The Jade Spirit Waterfall will be open for 8 hours. The A- class gets 3 hours, the B- class gets 2 hours, and the other classes each get 1 hour. Zhu Yuan asked in surprise, only 3 hours. The teacher chuckled and replied, this student, why must you be so persistent? All right, the Gathering Origin Rune has been inscribed. It will help you better absorb the precious marrow key. Zhu Yuan said. Owen closed his eyes to feel it. It seems my sensitivity to the surrounding origin key has increased significantly. The effect of the Gathering Origin Rune and the Gathering Origin Rune and the Gathering Origin Treasure are about the same, but the time is limited. Then, Xu Yuan's eyes snapped open. He looked over at Yue. Huh? Isn't that Yue? It seems she's also had her origin rune drawn. Yue fell to gaze on her back and blushed. You rotten prince. What are you looking at? Zhu Yuan chuckled. Isn't your teacher also male? Yue's face turned even redder. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, she's a woman. After everyone had their origin runes inscribed, Chu Yuanyang continued, the Jade Spirit Marrow in the Jade Spirit Waterfall needs to absorb the origin key of heaven and earth. It only opens once every 2 days. Since we are the A- class, we are allocated more time, but it's still only 3 hours. There isn't much time left until the end of the year, so you must seize this opportunity to train. He shouted, do you all understand? Everyone replied in unison, understood. All right, let's begin. Then, everyone stood under the waterfall, letting the force of the water crash down on them. Zhu Yuan stood on the side, observing the upperclassmen demonstrate. He was startled. Even with Yang Zi's 5th- meridian cultivation, it still makes one tremble. However, you can also see the essence key flowing and seeping into their bodies. The students had all been under the waterfall's impact for about an hour. Some were about to give out and were excessively washed into the stream below. Although it helps to open the meridians, each time feels like getting beaten up. I finally understand why everyone both loves and hates the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Then, Chu Yuanyang turned to Zhu Yuan and the other 2 and said, next, you 3 give it a try. Good luck. The first time is always the fastest. Zhu Yuan and Yue replied confidently, yes. The girl in the pan had an unreadable expression. Zhu Yuan's skin wrinkled, his body like a great tree rooted to the rock. As time passed, Zhu Yuan felt a massive force pouring down from above. It hurts. This current is so fierce. However, under the impact of the flow, I can faintly feel the gathering origin rune on my back emitting a suction force. If I lose control for a moment, I'll be pushed down. A cool stream is entering my body. Is this the precious marrow key? If so, being hit by the current isn't unbearable. That's right. If I can use my spiritual soul to sense more precious marrow key and absorb more, wouldn't I be able to last longer? A crazy idea flashed through Zhu Yuan's mind. My spiritual soul has reached the early illusory realm. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. In terms of sensory ability, it seems no one in this meridian opening realm can surpass me. I just need to make my spiritual soul absorb the purple key stream. Got it. I can really feel the precious marrow key. No way, the precious marrow key entering my body has increased tenfold in an instant. If this continues, I feel like I could impact my meridian's non-stop for a whole day. I can already feel the third meridian gradually expanding in my body. Although it's only 3 hours, this is a great opportunity. Only then did Zhu Yuan notice his surroundings. Huh? Is that only Su Yue left over there? It seems she's also struggling to hold on. And this moment of distraction cost Zhu Yuan dearly. He was immediately swept away by the current, yelling all the way. Ah! I really shouldn't have relaxed for even a second. I'm done for. Zhu Yuan emerged from the water. Ha 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 ha. That was great. At this rate I can unblock my third meridian in just a few days. He heard a splash in front of him as if someone had fallen in. Zhu Yuan looked over. Huh? Yue? It seems she couldn't hold on any longer either. Haha. I just got pushed down too. I didn't expect you to last longer than me. Yue, her clothes soaking wet, mumbled, "It hurts so much. It feels like all the bones in my body have been broken." Noticing Zhu Yuan's focused gaze, Yue finally reacted with a jolt. She shouted, "You rotten prince. What are you looking at, pervert?" Zhu Yuan yelled, "Water got in my eyes." Yue snorted and jumped out of the water. "I don't get you. This guy took the opportunity when I failed to take advantage of me." Zhu Yuan said with a flattering smile, "Don't walk so fast, wait for me." Chu Qinyan praised, "Not bad. Both of you lasted for a quarter of an hour. For first minus timers at the Jade Spirit Waterfall. That's truly not bad." Yue smiled and replied, "Yes, we will definitely do our best." The senior students also gathered around them. That's right, the prince has clearly only opened to meridians. Yet his endurance is no less than a 4- meridian cultivators. Junior sister Yue and the prince are really good at hiding their talents. Even for us older students, we can only endure for about a quarter of an hour. Your physical constitutions are truly astonishing. Suddenly, the laughter of the Vix in Liushi came from nearby. If that amount of time is considered good, then isn't that the waste of the Jade Spirit Waterfall? Zhu Yuan's brows furrowed as he glanced at the approaching group. People from the B- class. Liushi and Qi. Zhu Yuan sneered. "Then may I ask how long you lasted in the Jade Spirit Waterfall your first time?" Hearing this, Liushi's face became awkward, and she snorted. Qiyu spoke up. "Prince, why must you compare yourself with a woman? I'm not sure how long Liushi lasted her first time, but I remember I lasted for about half an hour straight. The called A- class doesn't have anyone who can last for half an hour." Hearing him say this, the students of the A- class couldn't refute it and lowered their heads in shame. "Down," Chu Tianyang shouted, "do you all still want to cultivate? If you're not in the B- class, then don't disturb their cultivation." If us just being here watching is considered a disturbance to your cultivation, aren't your students a bit too weak? This time, it was Chu Tianyang who couldn't refute. In the morale of the A- class, students plummeted. Yao breathed heavily in anger. "This guy is so annoying." Zhu Yuan snorted, "Is half an hour that long?" Liushi sneered, "Such a tough mouth. He still wants to compete with you." He replied, "Then the only one who will suffer is him." The two looked at each other, sharing the same thought. Just you wait. Before Zhu Yuan's body even entered the waterfall, the gathering origin rune had already begun to absorb incessantly. At the same time, the spiritual soul at Zhu Yuan's brow also began to absorb the power of the jade marrow, dispelling the encroaching pain. As time passed, Zhu Yuan's body, on the contrary, became more and more stable. The third meridian in his body, under the assault of the jade marrow's power, developed even further. The crowd that was pushed into the water. Yang's eye gritted his teeth and said, I almost lasted for half an hour. Junior sister Yue, the time you're lasting is about to catch up to us. Yue smiled. Senior sister, you praise me too much. Chut Yun Yang's face was grim with worry. Could it be that our morale has plummeted this time? The time everyone lasted this time is much shorter than the first time. He shouted, what are you still gossiping about? Continue. My whole body is in so much pain right now. Ah wait, it seems someone is still in the waterfall. Is His Highness Prince Zhu Yuan. Prince Zhu Yuan is about to last for half an hour. Is the prince pushing himself? That will affect the opening of his meridians. Qiyu chuckled to himself. Ha, interesting. Half an hour has passed. 3/4 of an hour have passed. Could something have happened to this guy? At this moment Zhu Yuan's eyes flew open as he jumped out. Yue cried out in worry, Your Highness, don't let anything happen. Qiyu saw that something was amiss and frowned. Wait, what is this, or how can it be? Someone shouted, has His Highness already opened his third meridian? Zhu Yuan's face was flushed with excitement as he emerged from the lake. His eyes looked towards the Jade Spirit Waterfall with a fiery passion. He never expected that using the power of his spiritual soul could actually allow him to absorb all the Jade Marrow Key nearby. Liu Shi was stunned. That's not right at all. He only had to open meridians before. He's opened his third meridian. How is that possible? He shouldn't have been able to last that long in the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Qiyu frowned, his face dark as he stared at Zhu Yuan. He opened his eyes and 2 wisps of golden smoke emitted from them. He rejoiced in his heart and shouted, I've finally unblocked the third meridian. It might be because it was my first time absorbing the precious marrow key, and then I got used to it, so the effect was so obvious. I never expected the effect of the Jade Spirit Waterfall to be this good. After successfully opening his third meridian, Zhu Yuan leapt ashore. The group led by Chut Yanyang continuously clapped and cheered. Good, truly outstanding, an hour, so skilled. Zhu Yuan looked over at Qiyu's group, quite flustered. He forced a smile. Good, good, the prince is truly full of surprises. Zhu Yuan smirked. If you want to watch, then stand aside and watch carefully. Don't talk so much while you're watching. Hearing the sarcastic remark, Qiyu's group's faces fell. Zhu Yuan shouted to everyone, everyone, let's continue. We don't have much time left. The crowd followed suit. All right, let's work hard together and show them the spirit of our A- class. Seeing the A- class students cheering each other on, Chut Yanyang couldn't help but feel moved. For the past 2 years, Qiyu had always been an unbeatable shadow in the hearts of everyone in the A- class. But today, everything had changed. The person who could control Qiyu had finally appeared. Under Zhu Yuan's influence, everyone was full of energy in the next training session. And Zhu Yuan still managed to hold on for about an hour, full of vitality. It seemed the Jade Spirit Waterfall couldn't injure him at all. Liu Shi grumbled, what's there to be proud of? He just trained a little longer. Qiyu, don't let him be so arrogant and disruptive anymore. Qiyu sneered. What's the hurry? It seems the Jade Spirit Waterfall is very effective for him, but the time allocation for this waterfall seems to be very problematic. The A- class won't be able to get 3 hours at the Jade Spirit Waterfall for much longer. The Vice-Director has already said so. The other deans have also made veiled criticisms about this. I feel that the time allocation for the Jade Spirit Waterfall really needs to be changed. Half a month later, Zhu Yuan had gotten used to life in the A- class. Thanks to the precious Marrow Key, his 4th meridian had finally begun to change. I have to keep working hard today. Enro. He thought to himself, that's right. Sister Yao's skill in origin runes is very profound. The gathering origin rune used at the waterfall was very sophisticated. I wonder if Yao knows how effective it is. Inside the stone pavilion, Yao held an origin rune brush, its tip gliding lightly over a scroll on the table. Her beautiful, fair face was completely focused. When she was concentrating, she exuded a different kind of beauty. Zhu Yuan curiously walked over to look. Is she drawing? No. This painting conceals a profound origin rune, and its grade has already reached the 3rd rank. Yao raised her hand. You haven't reached this level yet. Observing too closely will affect your spiritual soul. As expected, I feel a little dizzy. Sister Yao, what is the highest grade of origin rune you can inscribe? 3rd grade. I'm preparing to try for 4th. Ji-yuan was startled. Third grade. Its power is enough to rival a Heaven Gate realm expert. And Master still wants me to protect her? Who is protecting whom here? Thinking of this, Ju-yuan couldn't help but have dark lines on his forehead. Seeing Ju-yuan's dejected expression, Yao spoke. Old Man Black isn't just counting on you now, but also on your future. Ju-yuan was stunned. If that's the case, then Master sent us away because the situation was urgent. It seemed some danger was imminent, and even he didn't know how to handle it. Sister Yao, do you know Master's background? Yao looked at the jade pendant Ji-yuan had given her when they parted, silently thinking of Old Man Black. She said, Old Man Black has never told me. Ju-yuan chuckled. Ah yeah, it seems Master and Sister Yao still have many secrets. Oh right, Sister Yao, I came to find you today to ask for a favor. A moment later Yao spoke. Of course I know the best effect of the Gathering Origin rune. That's great, Sister Yao. Can you inscribe it for me to see? And then he didn't forget a blatant bribe 100 flowers brew. After that, Yao inscribed the origin rune on Ju-yuan's body. He gritted his teeth and endured. The feeling of scorching heat and icy cold grew stronger, the alternating sensations causing intense, sharp pain. Yao stopped her brush and said, All right, this is the highest level of 1st- grade Gathering Origin rune, the Ice and Fire Gathering Origin rune. Ju-yuan looked at his back and couldn't help but be amazed. As expected, it's amazing. The effect of this Ice and Fire Gathering Origin rune is many times stronger than a regular Gathering Origin rune. Ju-yuan happily put on his shirt. This is great. With this, I can continue to enter the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Absorbing the Jade Marrow Key will make me even stronger. He thought to himself, that's right. With this, Yue can unblock her 5th meridian even faster. Thinking of this, Ju-yuan grinned and asked, Sister Yao, can you help my friend inscribe one too? Yao, annoyed, held her wine jar and shook her head. Don't even think about it. Ju-yuan added, she's a woman. It's a good time to come with me to the Great Shu Academy for a walk. It's so boring staying in the royal palace all the time. Yao thought for a moment, then put down the wine jar. Let's go, but I'm only helping this one time. Great, let's go. At the Great Shu Academy, the students couldn't help but be captivated by the person with Ju-yuan. Wow, so beautiful. I've never seen her before. Look, her aura is amazing. Compared to our beauty Su-Yue, she's completely different. This one is much more glamorous than Su-Yue. I still think Su-Yue is cuter, both beautiful and friendly. Hearing the discussions, Ju-yuan couldn't help but sigh. Sister Yao really is the center of attention. Everyone watched Yao's receding back intently. Could she also be a student of our Great Shu Academy? No way. If such a great beauty were in our academy, everyone would definitely know. Li Shi from above saw this and snorted coldly. This girl's strength is not ordinary. Her ability to attract attention is not weak at all. Qiyu said with a smile, bringing a beauty along is actually a good thing. But he chose the wrong time today. The previous discussion has already been settled. The deans of the other 3 classes also disagree with the time allocation. It's perfect that they're making a fuss today. Song Qiyu Shui was walking with Su-Yue. Seeing Ju-yuan, she was surprised. Your Highness is here. Su-Yue looked at Yao and couldn't help but wonder, huh? Who is the beauty next to His Highness? Seeing the beautiful and glamorous girl beside Ju-yuan, Su-Yue felt a little sad. Qiyu Shui turned and said to Yue, our prince really is a playboy. Yue said in a low voice, Sister Qiyu Shui. Don't talk nonsense. Qiyu Shui covered her mouth and giggled slyly. You're done for. You're so dead. Hearing this, Yue blushed even more, her cheeks turning rosy. Then she corrected. We're just friends. Qiyu Shui didn't argue and just smiled in reply. All right. Ju-yuan walked over and asked, what are you guys talking about? Qiyu Shui asked, Your Highness, who is this? She is my little senior sister. Then he waved at Yao. I came looking for you. Then he turned and said, follow me. Yue blushed with embarrassment, thinking, huh? He's asking me to go into a room with him? What does he want to do? Qiyu Shui behind her shook her head and sighed. Today is a beautiful day. The 3 of them went into the room. Ju-yuan closed the door and then directly took off his shirt. Yue was blushing furiously and stammered, "Your Highness. What are you doing?" Seeing her expression, Zhu Yuan rolled his eyes and then laughed. He pointed to his back and said, "Oh, I want you to see this." Yue looked at the different origin rune on Zhu Yuan's back and couldn't help but widen her eyes. "This is a gathering origin rune?" "That's right. This is the Ice and Fire gathering origin rune inscribed by my little senior sister. Its effect is much stronger than the normal kind, so I invited her to help you inscribe one, which can improve your cultivation efficiency at the Jade Spirit Waterfall." Yue was touched, her eyes wide. "Your Highness." "For me." From the room came Yao minus Yao's voice, while Tun minus Tun yawned on the side. "You're Yue, right?" "Yes, what is your name, big sister?" "My name is Yao minus Yao." "Take off your clothes." "Yes, I'm starting now. It will hurt a little." After some time, seeing the two come out, Zhu Yuan asked, "Is it done?" Yue smiled and replied, "Yes, Yao." Yao minus Yao, behind her, quietly looked at the origin rune on Su Yue's back. The effect of the fire-gathering origin rune on her seems to be much stronger. It's like she has a yin minus yang core in her body. Could she be the legendary yin minus yang origin root? But it's still unclear, as it hasn't fully developed yet. As soon as the three of them stepped outside, they saw the A- class students in an uproar. "Oh no, something big has happened. What's wrong?" "That bastard Kyu, the B- class, along with the other classes, are saying the cultivation time at the Jade Spirit Waterfall is unfairly distributed, and they want to shorten our A- class's time." Hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. "What? How troublesome. Why would they do that?" Zhu Yuan frowned, thinking they want to block the path of our A- class. "Kyu, you're so vicious." Zhu Yuan's group quickly ran to the Jade Spirit Waterfall. In that direction, there were so many people. At this moment, the atmosphere between the A- class and the B- class was extremely tense. Zhu Yuan frowned at Kyu. "As expected, you're the one behind this." The deans of the other three classes had also arrived. Zhu Hong retorted, "What are you saying, headmaster? The Jade Spirit Waterfall is still a cultivation holy land of our great Chu Academy. Naturally, we want to maximize its effectiveness. Before, the A- class was the largest class in the Great Chu Academy, so we didn't say anything. But now, you have been suppressed by our B- class for 2 consecutive years. The A- class is no longer the strongest, yet it still takes 3 hours at the Jade Spirit Waterfall. It's inevitable that people will talk. Headmaster Chu, the rule regarding the time was decided by His Majesty the King. If you have a different opinion, then go see His Majesty. Since the founding of the Great Chu Academy, matters within the Academy have been decided freely. His Majesty the King also does not interfere, so the headmaster should not use His Majesty as a shield anymore." Chu Tianyang was furious, his power erupting. "You bastard. You have no respect for His Majesty." The students backed away in fear. "Wow, is this a Heaven Gate realm expert? He's so strong. A Heaven Gate realm expert is enough to shake the heavens and earth." Zhu Hong smirked. "Third minus grade Red Sun Key, huh? You want to fight? You think I'm scared of you?" The crowd exclaimed. "It's third minus grade Silverbone Key. Are they really going to fight? These are 2 Heaven Gate realm experts." Seeing the tense situation, the inner courtyard's dean, Qin Zhao, stepped in to mediate. "Headmaster Chu, Vice minus Headmaster Zhu, please calm down." Chu Yuanyang and Zhu Hong also understood that they couldn't fight here. They both retracted their origin key. "MTH, I will absolutely not agree to reallocating the time." He spoke up. "Headmaster Chu, the Jade Spirit Waterfall is very important to us students, as the headmaster well knows. The previous time allocation was based on the A- class being the top class. But now, the A- class has fallen from grace. If this continues, it will make the students of the other classes feel it's unfair. Headmaster Chu, although you are the dean of the A- class, you are also the headmaster of the Great Chu Academy. If you cannot maintain fairness, I'm afraid you will lose the support of the people." The students from the other classes chimed in. "Well said. That's right." Chu Yuanyang was furious. "NPH, that statement is so loaded. I can't refute it. I can't afford to lose the support of the other classes." Yang's eye was fuming. "Damn it. This guy is using the A- class's poor performance to make a point, making it impossible for us to argue back." At that moment, someone spoke up. "According to the rules, to usurp the A- class's position, The A- class must lose its leading position for 3 consecutive years. Zhu Yuan stepped forward boldly and said, and this year's academy tournament hasn't even happened yet. Aren't you being a bit too hasty in trying to demote the A- class? He smiled and replied, the A- class has lost its leading position for 2 consecutive years. This year will surely be no exception. Your Highness, why must you be so stubborn? Zhu Yuan retorted, however, I believe that this year, the A- class will not lose its leading position again. A rule is a rule. Qiyu asked, since you're so stubborn, do you dare to let our strength do the talking? He sneered inwardly, you're just looking for death. Hearing him say that, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but let out a ha. Qiyu continued, don't worry, it's not that I want to fight you all. That would be bullying, wouldn't it? If you are not convinced, then I will enter the waterfall with each of you and see who can stay inside longer. That way, we can determine who is truly wasting cultivation resources. Shoot, Yan Yang spoke up. Qiyu, you have already opened 6 meridians. Who can possibly compete with you in strength? Qiyu smiled in reply. Then there's no other way. If you have to blame someone, blame your A- class for being incompetent. Tian Yang shouted angrily, you? At this moment, Zhu Yuan stepped forward and asked, what's the wager? Half of the usage time in the Jade Spirit Waterfall. 1 hour belongs to our B- class, and the other half an hour will be divided among the remaining 3 classes. Yang's eye was dissatisfied. Half an hour? That's still too much, this guy. Zhu Yuan immediately agreed. All right. If you lose, you also have to give us half an hour. He didn't expect Zhu Yuan to agree so readily and couldn't help but frown. Is this kid crazy? To agree so decisively? Good thing I prepared an ace up my sleeve. What's unreasonable about this grand gift of half an hour? All right, then let's begin. Qiyu Shui and the others were in an uproar. Are we really going to compete? But how can we win? The difference in strength is too great. Yue silently prayed for Zhu Yuan. The two stood before the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Zhu Yuan said, let's see who can cultivate in the Jade Spirit Waterfall for a longer time. The students were worried. His Highness is usually so calm. Why would he do something so rash? That Qiyu has already opened 6 meridians. Liu Shi winked smugly. Then he took the bait. Yang's I walked over with some concern and asked, Zhu Yuan, are you sure about this? Zhu Yuan smiled. I'll just have to do my best. Yue on the side cheered, go for it. Your Highness, Qiyu Shui spoke up, the future of our A- class rests on you, Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan gave the crowd a confident look. Yes, I'm going in. The two walked to the base of the waterfall. Qiyu turned and said, if your Highness regrets it now, it's still not too late. That way, I won't be accused of the strong bullying the weak. Zhu Yuan, not to be outdone, retorted, the same goes for you. Qiyu didn't say more, just snorting once. Then the two of them entered the waterfall. Everyone's spirits lifted. It's starry. The powerful white water crashed down on their bodies, but both of them stood firm like boulders. Their feet were firmly planted on the ground, and no matter how hard the water hit them, they didn't budge an inch. Excellent. The ice-fire origin gathering rune is truly powerful. Its efficiency in absorbing the jade marrow key is so much greater than before. Li Shi said, it seems Zhu Yuan's limit before was only half an hour, but Qiyu has already lasted for 1 hour and 3 minutes. Once half an hour passes, the winner and loser will be decided. This Zhu Yuan seems to think he can show off like he did at the start of the grand examination. Does he think Qiyu is like the trash he met in the exam? As everyone watched, time flew by. After half an hour, Zhu Yuan still hadn't left the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Li Shi was stunned. That kid is still holding on in there. It's been over an hour, hasn't he reached his limit yet? With his cultivation level, that should be impossible. Qiyu, seeing Zhu Yuan still holding on, was startled. What? It's been 1 hour and 2 minutes, and this kid still hasn't given up. And I'm about to reach my limit. No wonder he agreed so easily. It turns out he had something up his sleeve. However, do you think I came unprepared? Zhu Yuan, if you didn't think this through, don't blame me. Qiyu swallowed a dark red pill called the Soul Fortifying Pill. This pill could strengthen the spiritual soul for a short time, but after using it, the spiritual soul would be exhausted for a period. Under the pill's effect, Qiyu's spiritual soul reached the illusory realm. At this rate, I can sense the jade marrow key and absorb it much faster. But soon Kiyu felt that something was wrong. The jade marrow key of the entire waterfall was gathering toward Shiyuan. So that's it, he can last this long because of his spiritual soul. Luckily, I came prepared today, or I would have been silently capsized. The soul needle rune on his forehead manifested an origin rune that could condense the spiritual soul into the form of a golden needle to attack an opponent's spiritual soul. Kiyu's spiritual soul couldn't normally launch a spiritual attack. Previously, his faction had many people help him inscribe the origin rune, and with the added effect of the soul fortifying pill, he could launch this type of invisible, ghostly spiritual soul attack. This kind of attack doesn't harm the body, but is extremely destructive to the spiritual soul. Once the spiritual soul is injured, cultivating it back is incredibly difficult. Denkiage, Ju Yuan, slowly enjoy the grand gift I prepared for you. The scoundrel played dirty, secretly shooting the soul needle rune towards Yuan. Ju Yuan was startled. A spiritual soul attack. How did Kiyu's spiritual soul suddenly become so strong? Here it comes. I'll relax and absorb the jade marrow key while focusing my full spiritual soul on defense. Kiyu sneered. MKH, you won't be able to block it. Ju Yuan's globella throbbed with a sharp pain, and his expression turned gray because that tiny needle formed from spiritual soul had pierced through his tight defensive layer. Ju Yuan's eyes turned sharp. If you're looking for death, then I'll grant you your wish. Seeing the soul needle pierce Ju Yuan's glabella, Kiyu revealed a wicked smile. Got it. I've broken through his defense. But very quickly his eyes filled with terror as he looked at the brilliant golden light before him. Ju Yuan silently chanted in his heart, chaotic divine demon visualization method. Instantly Kiyu was pulled into a chaotic space where a divine grindstone was turning. He was terrified, sweating profusely. Damn it, I got sucked in. This strange place is. Immediately after, his spiritual soul was sucked into the center of the divine grindstone. He screamed, it's about to be torn apart. His shrill scream echoed as Kiyu was thrown out, and the crowd cried out. Someone's out. Someone was thrown out of the waterfall. Who is it? Look, it's Kiyu. His face is pale, he looks miserable. What happened to him? So that means the winner is Shu Yuan. His Highness won. Shu Yuan slowly flew out of the waterfall. Liu Shi's face was covered in sweat. In disbelief, how could this be possible? Wait a minute, there's a problem. Kiyu's spiritual soul has been seized. Liu Shi turned and roared. What? Zhu Yuan, you cheated, you bastard. Zhu Yuan showed no fear, pointing towards Kiyu. Cheated? Look at his forehead. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the first minus grade origin rune, the soul needle rune. If he hadn't used the soul needle to attack me, it wouldn't have ended like this. Liu Shi quickly pushed aside Kiyu's heritage check. Huh, this mark is? The crowd was in an uproar. So that's what happened, it really is the soul needle origin rune. This Kiyu is clearly stronger than his highness. Why did he have to use such a despicable trick? And he still lost, how embarrassing. Challenging others without a solid foundation only to lose so miserably. Chu Tianyang walked over happily, clasping his hands. Haha. Vice Director. This half-minus hour of cultivation time belongs to our A-class institute now. Zhu Hong's face turned purple-green, and he gritted his teeth. You. The students of the B-class institute also looked pale. Then, the old man led his people away. Don't get happy too soon. When the prefecture test begins, our B-class institute will take it all back. We'll make you pay it back tenfold then. The students of the A-class institute cheered. That was great, we won. Zhu Yuan is amazing. He fought for our A-class institute, so amazing. Zhu Yuan spoke up. Everyone, wait a moment. The half-minus hour that our A-class institute won will be shared with the other 3 institutes as thanks for everyone coming to cheer us on today. Hearing Zhu Yuan's words, the students from the other 3 institutes were ashamed. They had originally intended to fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits from the A-class institute's misfortune, but they weren't treated like honored guests. Zhu Yuan's move of repaying grievance with grace really made people feel both ashamed and respectful. The other directors also had to look at Zhu Yuan in a new light, a trace of admiration rising in their hearts. Zhu Yanyan secretly nodded. Good, His Highness is truly magnanimous. He's won everyone over. It'll be easier to do bad things in the future. At this moment they finally realized that this highness was not simple at all. It was best not to offend him in the future. About an hour later, in contrast to the harmonious atmosphere on the other side, at the B-class institute, Kiyu was in a thundering rage, smashing everything to pieces. He gritted his teeth. Jiyuan. Liu Shi quickly tried to calm him down. Brother Kiyu, don't be angry. If it were a real fight, he wouldn't be your match. He just relied on that bit of spiritual soul he cultivated. Kiyu naturally understood that Zhu Yuan was not his match, but this loss was so bitter that his reputation in the great Zhu prefecture had suffered greatly, especially the students from the B-class institute. Their gazes, a mix of ridicule and blame, made him feel suffocated and extremely frustrated. He continued, the prefecture test is coming soon. At that time, you can defeat him fair and square. You can get back everything you've lost. Rest assured, when the prefecture test begins, I will take back everything he took from me. However, this kid is very strange. I must intensify my cultivation. I absolutely won't give him any chance. Zhu Yuan, you just wait for me. In the time that followed, the people of the A-class institute lived very comfortably. The increased time at the Jade Spirit Waterfall accelerated everyone's cultivation speed. The B-class institute students no longer dared to cause them trouble. The other three institute students, benefiting from Zhu Yuan's generosity, treated them very well. The morale of the A-class institute was greatly boosted. Su Yue did not disappoint everyone's expectations. After the joy passed, his expression turned serious again. However, by the time the prefecture test starts, Kiyu might have opened his 7th meridian. With just 4 meridians, I can't be sure of victory. At the Great Shu Royal Palace, during dinner, Shu King happily raised his wine cup. Excellent. To open 4 meridians in such a short time, truly worthy of being the sacred dragon of our Zhu clan. Kinyu smiled happily. Zhu Yuan. Because he was training intensely, he ate very quickly. Tun at his side was also eating with just as much vigor. After finishing the messy pile of food on the table, Zhu Yuan said, however, the effect of the Jade Spirit Waterfall on me is getting weaker. To quickly open the 5th meridian, I need to think of another way. Shu King nodded. That's right. The difficulty of your last meridian openings is different from ordinary people. Zhu Yuan leaned back in his chair and muttered, what can I do? Yao suddenly spoke. If you want to open your meridians quickly, I have a method. A type of origin rune called the 30-6 Beasts Meridian Opening Rune. It's created by inscribing the fresh blood of 36 types of 1st- grade origin beasts onto the body, using the ferocious key in the beast blood to open the meridians. However, this method has risks. If your willpower isn't firm, your mind will be invaded by the ferocious key in the beast blood. Zhu Yuan didn't hesitate and said decisively, all right, Sister Yao, let's use the 30-6 Beasts Meridian Opening Rune. Seeing Kinyu's worried face, Zhu Yuan added, Royal Mother, don't worry. I'll be fine. If you've decided, then let Royal Father send people to find the 36 types of beast blood. Yao stopped him. Let him find the beast blood himself. He lacks actual combat experience right now, and his fighting awareness isn't strong. Zhu Yuan fell silent. Sister Yao was right. No wonder I can't master the 2nd level of the Dragon Monument Hand. I can't avoid life minus and minus death battles in the future. Alright, I've decided. I will go to the Blackwood Mountain Range to train for a while. The Blackwood Mountain Range near Great Chu City is teeming with countless origin beasts and is quite dangerous. To survive there, one cannot avoid slaughter. Zhu King didn't say anything but had Lu Tai's Han, the commander of the Great Zhu Royal Guard, accompany Zhu Yuan and Yao to the Blackwood Mountain Range. At the same time, at the Western King's Manor in Old Voice Rayout, Zhu Yuan has gone to the Blackwood Mountain Range. He said with his hands behind his back, with Lu Tai's Han protecting him, he's probably gone there to train. The steward of the Qi Royal House, Wen Qiling, spoke up. He's left the Imperial City? He really doesn't know life from death. I've been waiting for an opportunity like this. If the 2nd young master makes a move on him and gets discovered, I'm afraid. Therefore, we need a meticulous plan. Besides, we don't need to kill him. Then, you lead people to pursue them to Zhu Yuan's current area and find an opportunity to deal with Lu Tai's Han. Leave the rest to those two. It will be their fault, unrelated to us. After all, our Qi Royal House lost a valuable treasure. You can cover up the loose ends after some time. this is not a bad method. The play must be convincing. Give this to those two. This is one of the highest level origin arts of our key royal house. Precisely because it's important, it's a more suitable reason to act. After all, our key royal house lost such a treasure. The royal family won't say anything. After it's done, you kill those two and bring the treasure back. Ling praised, second young master. Your thinking is truly thorough. You sneered, fighting with me? Zhu Yuan, you're still too naive. The pen in Zhu Yuan's hand pierced through the blood-red maw of the black shadow, pinning it to a tree branch. At this moment Zhu Yuan, holding the heavenly origin brush, looked up to see a massive black snake pinned to the tree branch. Fresh blood was pouring down. This snake is really patient, following me until now. Just like that, I've already gotten 15 first-grade origin beasts. And so, Zhu Yuan dragged the corpses of 2 shadow pythons and a silver-horned beast with him. Sister Yao-Yao, I'm back. Yao-Yao was sitting by the lake, playing with the water. She smiled. Not bad, at least you're not injured this time. Zhu Yuan scratched his head. But my old wounds are still aching. Yao-Yao urged, while the blood is still warm, start collecting it. Zhu Yuan nodded, took out a dagger. The blood of an origin beast, with the strongest ferocious and killing key at its heart, is the best material for the 30-6 beasts meridian opening rune. Yao-Yao asked, how many origin beasts have you killed so far? 15. Yao-Yao stood up and encouraged him. Not bad. Today is the 5th day, and you've caught 15th, keep it up. Zhu Yuan excitedly clenched his fist. Yes, Sister Yao-Yao. Yao-Yao smiled and said no more. While Zhu Yuan was hunting origin beasts in the Blackwood Mountain Range, Great Shu City was not quiet. The key royal house was robbed. It was said that a very important item was lost, causing a huge commotion. That day, the steward of the key royal house, Ling, led a team to the Blackwood Mountain Range, claiming to have found traces of the stolen item. At this time, someone reported to the old steward, reporting to Master Qi, the target has entered the Blackwood Mountain Range, following our intended direction. Ling's lips curled up. He said, prepare to search. Make a lot of noise. We'll head in Lu Taihan's direction. On Lu Taihan's side, he was sitting with his eyes closed in meditation when he detected someone approaching. He looked up and asked, who's there? The old steward Ling spoke up. Brother Lu, no need to be tense. It's me, Ling. Lu Taihan stood up and asked, what are you doing here? Brother Lu, you may not know, the key manor was robbed, and the thief is hiding in the Blackwood Mountain Range. I brought men to pursue him. To avoid any unfortunate misendings, I came here specifically to inform you. Lu Taihan waved his hand and ordered, 2 of you, go protect His Highness. Yes, sir. Ling said nothing, just stood there smiling. In the distance, 2 figures quietly slipped away. On Zhu Yuan's side, Tun, who was lazily lying in Yao-Yao's arms, suddenly opened its eyes. It looked towards the darkness not far from them, a low growl starting in its throat. Yao asked in surprise, what's wrong, Tun? At this moment 2 figures emerged from the forest, laughing. I never expected to find such a top-tier little beauty deep in these mountains and forests. Luotan, you go after that target. He's only at the 4th meridian, no match for you. The man named Luotan turned away, grumbling to himself after seeing a beauty. I can't even leave if I wanted to. The scar-faced man grinned lewdly. Let this old man have some fun with you. Yao said softly, Tun-done. Tun-done quickly jumped down and began to transform, growing larger. The fur on its body gradually receded, revealing red scales. Its eyes turned blood-red, filled with a ferocious aura. Its beastly mouth opened slightly, revealing a blackness that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Seeing the massive beast before him, the scar-faced man's eyes widened, and he stammered, "What?" In an instant, a cute little beast had transformed into a mysterious, ferocious beast with an overwhelming, vicious aura. Its body slowly emanated a terrifying sense of pressure. On Zhu Yuan's side, after hunting down a beast, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is the 36th first-grade origin beast. This wind tiger is too fast. Luckily my dragon step body art is quite agile, or I would have crashed headfirst into it. Suddenly a blade flew out of nowhere. Zhu Yuan used his dragon step to quickly evade. he shouted. Who's there? Get out here. Luo Tong snorted coldly. Not a bad body art, but I don't have time to play with you. Kid, obediently accept your death. That little beauty over there is waiting for me to enjoy. Hearing his words, Zhu Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. Sister Yao minus Yao. That's not right. Even if she faced a Heaven's Gate expert, nothing would happen to Sister Yao minus Yao. Not to mention, Tun minus Tun is with her. NPH, come and get me if you have the guts. You don't know your own limits. Watch this old man kill you with one punch. Luo Tong smugly swung his fist. But it was blocked by Zhu Yuan. He was shocked. How is this possible? He's only at the 4th meridian opening, yet his strength is no weaker than mine. He immediately opened his 6th meridian and charged again. But he was instantly knocked back by Zhu Yuan. He felt terrible. Damn it, dealing with the 4th minus meridian kid and I almost got counter minus attacked. What bad luck today. He shouted, to be able to block my 6th minus meridian opening you can die without regrets. He opened his palm, gathering black key. Mid minus grade origin art black toxin palm. Zhu Yuan didn't underestimate his opponent, opening his 4 meridians, dragon scale. Today, he took the initiative to attack, dragon monument hand earth minus shattering. Luo Tong's eyes widened. Is that origin key breaking through the body? Only someone in the nourishing key realm can do that, this kid. With a bang, Luo Tong stumbled backward. This 4th minus meridian kid fights so fiercely. I should run and regroup. Just as he thought of escaping, Zhu Yuan appeared at his side, activating the Tiger Rorijan rune on his back. Tiger Roar rune. Luo Tong only had time to glance over before a thwack sound was heard. The word no in his mouth hadn't even come out before Zhu Yuan slapped his head. His body fell to the ground. Zhu Yuan frowned and thought. Sister Yao minus Yao's strength is great, but what if something unexpected happens? No, I have to get over there quickly. At that time, where Yao minus Yao was, Zhu Yuan rushed to the lake. Sister Yao minus Yao, are you okay? Yao minus Yao replied, I'm fine. Another unlucky fellow came looking for trouble. Zhu Yuan quickly asked, where is he? Yao minus Yao held up a bamboo scroll. This is all that's left. Zhu Yuan was startled. Huh? This is the low minus grade profound origin art, nether annihilation art. Isn't this the peak origin out of the Key Royal House? Yao minus Yao snorted. Just some unlucky trash. Zhu Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, since this thing has fallen into my hands, don't expect me to return it. Speaking of which, why hasn't Commander Lu returned yet? With the senses of a Heaven's Gate expert, he should have noticed something by now. Half an hour earlier, the 2 subordinates Lu Tai's Han had sent to protect Zhu Yuan returned to report. Sir, just as we were heading to His Highness's location, we were blocked by these 2. Keeling smiled. Commander Lu, these are men from the Key Royal House. If they mistook you for the culprits, I hope Commander Lu won't be angry. Just then Lu Tai's Han heard the roar from Zhu Yuan's fight with Luo Tong. Lu Tai's Han's voice was urgent. That's the Tiger Rune. Damn it, it's His Highness. Wait. Lu Tai's Han turned to Keeling and roared, you have some nerve. What exactly are you trying to do? Keeling gave a fake smile. I don't know what Commander Lu is talking about. During this time the culprits arrived. Isn't that convenient? Lu Tai's Han roared, if anything happens to His Highness, this old man will absolutely not let you off. Let's go. Keeling led his men and followed Lu Tai's Han. Looking at the devastated surroundings, old Yang smirked triumphantly. This place is a mess. That Zhu Yuan must be half minus dead by now. But then he saw a familiar figure ahead. Huh, is that? He was startled to see Zhu Yuan. Lu Tai's Han approached and saluted. Your Highness, forgive me for being late. Is Your Highness all right? Commander Lu, please rise. I'm fine. Lu Tai's Han looked at the man lying at the base of the tree. It seems this is the one who attacked Your Highness. Keeling snorted coldly in his heart, useless trash. Then he put on a false face and shouted, it really is this culprit. He walked over to the man, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. Tell me, where did you hide the Key Royal House's property? The man, with his neck being squeezed, couldn't utter a single word. Keeling's eyes turned vicious and he squeezed his hand tighter. Fool, if you're so slow then die. By the time Lu Tai's Han wanted to stop him, it was too late. Keeling, are you silencing a witness? What is Commander Lu talking about? This man deserved to die anyway. Does your highness know where the other culprit is? Zhu Yuan smiled and replied, I don't know. The other one probably took the treasure and ran. Qi Ling shouted, impossible. Oh, is the Qi royal house so certain he wouldn't run? Qi Ling couldn't refute and just snorted. Zhu Yuan continued, I have never met that person. Steward Qi should continue to send people to search. It's quite chaotic here, so I won't keep Steward Qi. Qi Ling led his men away, feeling bitter. Damn it. This time we lost both the lady and the army. When the king returns, he will surely be furious. That nether annihilation art has probably fallen into Zhu Yuan's hands. The Qi royal house has truly suffered a great loss this time. Watching Qi Ling's group leave, Lu Tai's Han asked, Your Highness, are we just going to let them go like that? Zhu Yuan replied coldly, they already came up with an excuse. Now that those two are cleanly dead, they will definitely deny everything. Afterward, Lu Tai's Han reported this matter to Zhu King. He strengthened the protective measures for Zhu Yuan, determined to put an end to this. At the Qi royal house, Qiu's face was panicked. What, you couldn't find the nether annihilation art? Qi Ling reported, when I arrived, only Wo Tong had been captured. Luo Hao was nowhere to be found. Luo Hao was at the nourishing Qi realm. Qi waved his hand and shouted, could it be that he ran off with the treasure? Tonight, find him for me, distribute his portrait, search with all our might. No matter what, we must find the nether annihilation art. Yes. Back at the Blackwood Mountain range. So much essence blood only produced this little? Yes, I only took the most refined part. This half bottle should be enough for 5 uses. Get ready to begin. Yao picked up the pen and said, Your body is not bad. You must persevere. With a searing hot touch, the strokes of the Dao origin rune were inscribed onto Zhu Yuan's back. After the final stroke was completed, a blood-red light burst from Zhu Yuan's back, and a frantic, violent aura erupted from his body. Zhu Yuan was already prepared. He immediately activated the chaotic divine demon visualization method, and that frantic, erupting aura was completely crushed. Only a scorching heat remained, a thermal current rampaging within Zhu Yuan's body. He guided that thermal current to fiercely assault his originally chaotic 5th meridian. With the assault, the 5th meridian immediately showed signs of wine. Great, it's working as expected. Let's continue. After a while, Zhu Yuan finished opening the meridian. A foul-smelling gas was expelled from his body. The effect of the 30-6 Beast's meridian opening rune was beyond expectations. The originally blocked 5th meridian was already partially clear. Zhu Yuan cheered happily. Excellent. In the following days, Zhu Yuan used the 30-6 Beast's meridian opening rune every day to assault his meridians. Although this meridian opening rune was a bit dangerous, its effect was truly astonishing. It was just that the materials used to inscribe the origin rune were not enough. Zhu Yuan had to spend a large amount of time every day hunting origin beasts. 10 days later, Yao looked at Zhu Yuan's dejected face and couldn't help but be surprised. Huh? Why did you come back empty-handed? Zhu Yuan looked uncomfortable and frustrated. That damn beast, that hateful flame-armored rhino. Normally when I avoid it, it's fine, but I didn't expect it to actively harass me today and steal the origin beast I killed. Yao covered her mouth laughing at his misfortune. Being bullied by a flame-armored rhino, how interesting. Zhu Yuan was speechless. Why are you so happy about this? The flame-armored rhino has very strong defenses. If you can't solve it, I'm afraid you won't be able to hunt origin beasts in this area anymore. Zhu Yuan's mind was a mess. He sat down cross-legged on the ground. Let me think. I need to think. That thing's hide is too thick. Even the dragon monument hand can't break it. Suddenly he slapped his thigh. The Qi royal house valued this nether annihilation art so much, I might as well take a look at it. It's called the nether annihilation art. It's a special method to continuously compress the origin Qi in the meridians, making the origin Qi highly condensed, thus giving it astonishing destructive power. Worthy of a profound origin art, it's truly profound, Yao said. This nether annihilation art is above the low-grade level, but it has some flaws. Oh, I can see that too. This art is very interesting. I can try to cultivate it. Alright, then let's start cultivating the nether annihilation art. Refinement method: a method to compress origin Qi controlling it to form a vortex, constantly condensing it. When the vortex finally disappears, one strand of nether annihilation ki can be cultivated. Zhu Yuan frowned. Failed again. If the pulling force is too strong, it damages the meridians. 5 days later, a strand of origin ki was spinning at high speed within Zhu Yuan's meridian. The strong pulling force caused the meridians to twitch continuously. Even though Zhu Yuan's meridians were much stronger than an ordinary person's, they had reached their limit at this moment, and the sharp pain within them was growing. Add more origin ki, increase the speed of rotation. The rotation level of the vortex became intense, nearing the point of collapse. Add more origin ki. The final stream of origin ki was directly compressed in the center of the vortex. In an instant, the vortex was shattered. Success! Zhu Yuan used his fingers to swipe at the rock he was sitting on, and there was only a swish sound. The solid rock was cut by his two fingers as easily as cutting tofu. Moreover, the cut was very smooth. Zhu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Wow, I didn't expect it to be so sharp, cutting stone like it's cutting tofu. With something this powerful, I won't have to fear that flame-armored rhino beast anymore. Yao said, this nether annihilation art has to levels azure nether and violet nether. You've nearly reached the threshold of azure nether. Zhu Yuan nodded. The power of this nether annihilation art is astonishing, but condensing it is truly troublesome and consumes a lot of origin ki. Alright, time to go eliminate that beast. A moment later, Zhu Yuan faced the rhino. Faced with its imposing momentum, Zhu Yuan confidently beckoned. Little guy, come here. Zhu Yuan executed the dragon step, dodging its attack. Then he used the nether annihilation art. With a slash of his hand, there was a swish sound, and in the next moment, only fresh blood was seen spraying out. At this time, the massive body of the flame-armored rhino, carrying its ferocious momentum, was suddenly split in two. Damn, this move is too terrifying. Immediately after, he collapsed tiredly. So tired, my origin ki is completely depleted. By defeating the flame-armored rhino, Zhu Yuan finally became the little overlord of this mountain forest. Nothing could stop him from opening his meridians anymore. At the Qi royal house, you couldn't find him. Qi Yu slammed his fist on the table. He roared, we've searched with all our might for so long, and not a single trace. Did he vanish into thin air? Second young master, I'm afraid Wo Hao's body is no more. Though I don't know who killed him, I have a feeling the nether annihilation art has fallen into Zhu Yuan's hands. Did Liu Shi here? Outside Great Shu City, Su Yue was strolling through the streets when someone spoke up. Su Yue, come with me. She brought people to block her path, shamelessly saying Zhu Yuan stole something from Qiyu. We're taking you to make him exchange it back. Yue frowned. Nonsense. The crown prince needs something from Qiyu? This girl has a sharp tongue. Seize her for me. A light flashed. Li Shi was stunned and shouted, what, you've opened your 6th meridian? Li Shi gritted her teeth. Damn it, so what if you've opened your 6th meridian? Seize her for me. Better yet, scar that bitch's face. The Liu subordinate cracked his knuckles in advance. Yue was a bit wary. This person's origin ki is unstable. Just then, 2 figures in black appeared. The 2 newcomers were also at the 7th meridian. Miss Su, we were sent by His Highness. He ordered us to protect you in secret. The other person said to Liu Shi, Miss Liu, have some self-respect. Don't let Qiyu treat you like a pawn in his hand. Liu Shi's eyes were wary as she muttered to 7th meridian expert. She was a bit disgruntled and led her people away. Let's go. The man clasped his hands. Miss Su, we will escort you home. Yue was silent for a moment. These 2 probably know His Highness's situation. He has been missing for 2 months now. The man replied, Miss Su, rest assured, His Highness's cultivation has entered a critical stage. He will definitely be back for the prefecture test. Yue looked into the distance, missing Zhu Yuan. In the Blackwood Mountain Range, Zhu Yuan was currently fighting a pack of wolves alone. The Qiyu has already opened his 7th meridian. If we want to compete for the top spot, we'll need to fight a very tough battle. However, if it's you, I believe you will definitely create a miracle. Isn't that right, Yue? Zhu Yuan shouted, come on. At the Institute head's platform, every year, the winning institute of the prefecture test could hang its flag up high. For 2 consecutive years, it had been dominated by the B-class institute. If Qiyu wins again this year, we'll all have to become part of the B-class institute. At this moment someone shouted, "The king and queen have arrived." Zhu Yuan stood below, looking up at the group of people above. Sister Yao minus Yao is here too. At this time, King Qi also arrived. Zhu Yuan shot a glare at Qiyu. Seeing King Qi also arrive, Zhu King thought to himself, it seems King Qi places great importance on this prefecture test. King Qi clasped his hands. Qi Yuan of Qi pays his respects to your majesty. Zhu Yuan frowned. This King Qi is truly arrogant. He doesn't even perform the proper rites of a subject when meeting royal father, and he sat down without permission. The referee shouted, "It's time, the prefecture test begins. Participants from each institute, please step onto the stage." According to the rules of the prefecture test, each institute sends out for people for open challenges. Defeating for consecutive opponents means victory. Era. Missing content. Yue spoke, "Your Highness. The other two must be people cultivated by the Qi royal house." Zhu Yuan looked at the two figures standing behind Qiyu. Cao Lang Fanwu. The aura of these two feels somewhat unusual. The referee announced the first matches. D- class institutes Litong challenges C- class institutes Wujian. E- class institutes Yan challenges B- class institutes Sun King. A- class institutes Yangzai challenges B- class institutes Caolan. As soon as they got on stage, Yangzai and Caolang immediately opened their 6 meridians and rushed at each other. The two sides launched their attacks. Zhu Yuan watched pensively, then spoke. "Yue, do you notice anything unusual about this Caolang?" Just as he finished speaking on the stage, Yangzai felt a dangerous aura. Caolang's eyes turned red, and his whole body seemed to go berserk as he struck fiercely at Yangzai. Yangzai's eyes widened in shock. How did this guy's strength suddenly increase so much? With a bang, Yangzai was sent flying by a punch. Zhu Yuan shouted in alarm, "Senior brother Yangzai." Yue also asked in surprise, "How did it suddenly?" The referee's voice rang out. First match. B- class institute wins. Second match. A- class institute Songqiu Ai Shui versus B- class institute's Fanwu. Qiu Shui stepped forward and said, "It's my turn." Zhu Yuan reminded her, "Senior sister, be careful. There's something off about these two." Songqiu Shui nodded with a smile. As Zhu Yuan expected, the two were of similar ability. The match ended with a single, swift punch. After Songqiu Shui was defeated, B- class institute had lost 2 consecutive matches. Second match, B- class institute's Fanwu wins. The students were in an uproar. The B- class institute has won 2 matches in a row, losing 2 matches so easily. It seems the A- class institute is going to lose again this time. Zhu Yuan spoke. "So that's it. This Qiyu's methods are truly sinister." "I know what trick they're playing." Yue asked, "What do you mean?" "That's right, they must have inscribed the Berserk Blood rune. This is a first minus Great Origin rune that can make Origin Qi become violent and ferocious. However, after using this Origin rune, the body's blood essence will be damaged, and in severe cases, it can damage the meridians." Yue was confused. "Aren't many types of these Origin runes banned?" "They did it very secretly. You probably won't find the Origin rune on their bodies. Before the prefecture test, they inscribed this Origin rune on themselves every day, so the power of the Berserk Blood rune lingers within their bodies. That way, it's completely undetectable. However, the user will suffer much greater damage. Cao Lang and Fanwu might even be crippled in the future." Yue was horrified. How vicious. It seems they are determined to seize control of the Great Zhu Prefecture. Suddenly a piece of paper was thrown from somewhere, landing at Zhu Yuan's feet. He picked it up to examine it. "Who threw this piece of paper here?" Inside the paper were, in 3 words, "Clear Heart Rune." "This handwriting belongs to Sister Yao minus Yao." So that's it. It seems she also sensed the current situation, and she even thought of a countermeasure, as expected of Sister Yao minus Yao. Zhu Yuan spoke. "Yue, give me your hand." "Hey, what are you doing? Don't move, I'll help you inscribe an Origin rune. Later, when they use the Berserk Blood rune, you use this Clear Heart palm to strike the top of their heads. This is the Clear Heart rune. Although it's only an entry minus level Origin rune, it will be very effective here." "Alright, it's done." "Hey, you still haven't let go of my hand. I'm talking about serious business here, not trying to take advantage of you." In the previous matches, both Yangzai and Songqiu Shui were defeated. Many people were discussing how the Great Chu Prefecture would fall into the hands of the Qi royal house. Everyone believed that in this prefecture test, the A-class institute would still be suppressed by the B-class institute. It was Yue Wei's turn. She stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, I'm going now." Good luck." Yue Wei suddenly stopped. "That's right," she turned and said, "Your Highness. That year you helped open AE. At that time, I told myself that I must work hard, I must become stronger. I don't want all the obstacles to be piled on your shoulders." Hearing these words, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart and smiled. She announced loudly, A-class institutes Su Wei challenges B-class institutes Cao Lang. The crowd became excited. It's the goddess Su Wei on stage. "Oh, go goddess, go." Liu Shi snorted coldly. "Weak and frail. Cao Lang, you go teach her a good lesson." The referee shouted, A-class institutes Su Wei challenges B-class institutes Cao Lang. Cao Lang immediately opened his sixth meridian, and in an instant, a flurry of fist shadows surrounded Su Wei. But Su Wei moved lightly and gracefully, skillfully avoiding Cao Lang's attacks. As time passed, a crimson light appeared in Cao Lang's eyes. The origin key in his body began to turn ferocious. He roared, "Get out of my way." Yue Wei's gentle hand touched Cao Lang's forehead, and the origin rune in her palm also emitted a faint light. In an instant, a cool and refreshing aura covered the top of Cao Lang's head. The ferocity of his origin key immediately dissipated. This contrast directly caused the origin key in Cao Lang's body to fall into chaos. Fifth, Cao Lang vomited blood and then collapsed on the floor, causing an uproar from the crowd below. What? The unstoppable Cao Lang was so easily and miserably defeated by Su Wei. The referee shouted, A-class institutes Su Wei wins. Yue Wei turned to the girl Liu Shi with a provocative look. Next, Liu Shi gritted her teeth in anger. "Su Wei, you bitch, why are you staring like that? Fan Wu, get up there for me." Su Wei, already possessing a high-grade origin art, combined with her agile body art and the clear heart rune, quickly defeated Fan Wu as well. As soon as the match started, the entire arena cheered enthusiastically for Su Wei. Zhu Yuan excitedly clenched his fist. "Well done. I never thought Su Wei could master such a difficult high-grade origin art." The male students also roared, "Goddess Su Wei, we love you." This made the girl Liu Shi even more furious. Qi Yu's face darkened. It seemed she saw through the berserk blood rune and even thought of a way to deal with it. This Su Wei is also hard to deal with. At this moment, Yue Wei shouted again, A-class institutes Su Wei challenges B-class institutes Liu Shi. Liu Shi was now trembling with anger. "Haha, this girl daring to challenge me truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." She immediately leapt onto the stage. "Very well, you stinking girl. You want a taste of suffering? Then I'll help you achieve it." The people below were in an uproar. She wants to fight 3 consecutive matches? Her opponent is the very formidable Liu Shi. What is Su Wei trying to do? Liu Shi mocked. "When I was cultivating in the Great Chu Prefecture, you were still begging somewhere. If it weren't for Zhu Yuan bringing you back, could you have even entered the Great Chu Prefecture?" Yue Wei replied bluntly, "It is precisely because of that I will help him kick away stumbling blocks like you." The referee shouted, "The match begins." Both of them opened their 6 meridians at the same time and rushed at each other. Liu Shi shouted, "Let me show you the distance between us." She opened her palm. Yue Wei also used her special skill, mid-grade origin art, Jade-shattering finger. A palm strike through the surrounding air. It was clear that Liu Shi was not holding back at all. The moment she attacked, she used a high-grade origin art, and its power was incredibly astonishing. A single palm strike could split even a boulder in two. Liu Shi continuously provoked, "Come on, keep coming. Let's see how many of my palm strikes you can take." Seeing Yue Wei constantly on the defensive, Zhu Yuan shouted, "This isn't good. She's being suppressed by the opponent's origin art." The students looked at each other. What a pity. With different grades of origin arts, she ultimately can't defeat Liu Shi. So Yue Wei doesn't have as many resources as her. Zhu Yuan muttered, "Yue Wei Liu." The more Liu Shi fought, the more aggressive she became, her attacks growing increasingly vicious. "So what if you have talent? You're just a stinking girl with no resources, challenging me. Don't bring humiliation upon yourself. The outcome between us was decided long ago. Accept reality. No matter how hard you try, you can't shorten the gap in strength between us. Yue struggled to resist from beginning to end, not saying a word. The corner of Liu Shi's mouth suddenly curled up. A single high-grade origin art has made you so pathetic. Then what about a profound origin art? The crowd looked in shock at the light gathering in Liu Shi's palm. What? That is, it's over. Liu Shi's eyes were sharp and cold. The Liu family's ancestral profound origin art. I will completely destroy your confidence, making it so you can never recover. Low-grade profound origin art Azure Wind Blade. Seeing Yue's battered state, Liu Shi became even more triumphant and shouted, "Die!" With that, she forcefully threw the Azure Wind Blade towards the girl. Yue suddenly spoke, "It's true, I don't have the resources you do." Yue continued, "However, I do not agree with what you said. The gap between us is not, as you say, impossible to eliminate. My effort is not something you can imagine." As soon as the words fell, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from around Yue's body. The seventh meridian had been opened. Everyone was stunned. What? This origin key? No way. So Yue forcefully opened her seventh meridian during the fight. How could she do that? Oh my god. Qiyu, who was watching, had a completely darkened face. Juyuan was now at ease. I truly admire her. Liu Shi was now trembling like a leaf in the wind but still tried to act tough. Azure Wind Blade, shatter this girl. Watching the Azure Wind Blade fly madly towards her, Yue extended the fingers and silently chanted. Jade minus shattering finger. The moment the two collided, a piercing sound rang out. But everyone saw the wind blade sphere trembling violently. Then with a thump, it instantly exploded, turning into countless small points of green light. Liu Shi stared intently at the cloud of dust before her. When she saw Yue emerge completely unharmed, she screamed in panic. Impossible. Yue didn't stop and immediately rushed towards the panicked Liu Shi. She quickly retreated, but how could the speed of a sixth meridian compare to a seventh? The distance between the two was quickly closed. Only now did Liu Shi know what fear was. Just a moment ago, she was cursing her as a lowly wretch, and now that she couldn't win, she resorted to using her family background as a threat. You dare to harm me? In response to her question, Su Yue's finger, as fast as lightning, pointed forward. The surrounding air was torn apart, finally touching Liu Shi's shoulder. She spat out a stream of blood, and then Liu Shi let out a tragic scream. Her body flew straight out, and on the ground, there was a long drag mark. Yue slowly walked over. It's true, I don't have the background you do, but I will work hard to make up for it. So in my eyes, you are nothing to be feared. Also, there's something I've wanted to say to you for a long time. You once said His Highness was a frog, right? As I see it, compared to His Highness, you are the one who is a frog in a well. Being so blatantly humiliated, the girl Yushi's anger overwhelmed her, and she fainted on the spot. The referee shouted, "The match is over. A- class institutes Suyue wins." The crowd below erupted. Amazing. Suyue is amazing. Zhu King nodded in satisfaction. As soon as these words came out, the space instantly fell completely silent. Zhu Yuan's eyes widened as he muttered, "This is chaos." On the observation deck, Qiyu said with a dark face, "You are no match for me. Go on down yourself." Yu Wei replied, "We'll only know after we fight." She thought to herself, "Even if I can't win, I must use all my strength to weaken Qiyu." Qiyu sneered, "Truly foolish." He then leapt onto the martial stage. As soon as he arrived, he showed off by unleashing his full power. "I will show you the true strength of the seventh meridian opening." Feeling the aura radiating from Qiyu, the crowd couldn't help but sigh. So strong. Qiyu opened his seventh meridian so early. Qiyu's palm condensed with lightning, then he swung it forward. Profound origin art rushing thunder palm. Seeing that terrifying power, Yue thought, "I can't fight him head minus on. I'll do my best to drag out the time." Thinking this, Yue immediately dodged to the side. Qiyu curled his fingers. "Can you escape?" Instantly the rushing thunder palm changed direction, aiming straight down. Below, Yue silently shouted, "Not good." With a bang, Yue was sent flying by the force of the explosion. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. As Su Yue's body was knocked off the stone stage, at that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared in mid-air. He then extended his arms, held her tightly, and slowly landed. Zhu Yuan rushed forward to catch Su Yue, but when he saw the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, his eyes filled with killing intent. Yue forced a smile and looked at him. "I still couldn't win. I'm too weak, he said gently. You did very well, leave the rest to me. Don't worry, we won't lose. Yue softly hummed in agreement and then passed out. Zhu Yuan then handed Yue to Qi Shui, instructing, take care of Yue, okay? After that, he decisively turned around and looked towards Qiyu. A-class institute Zhu Yuan challenges B-class institutes Qiyu. The people were stunned, bewildered and astonished when they realized who was standing on the stage. Huh? Isn't that His Highness Zhu Yuan? Didn't they say he couldn't open his meridians to cultivate? It turns out our brother Zhu Yuan secretly opened his meridians ages ago. Meanwhile, King Qiyu was gloating internally. The great Shu prefecture will definitely fall into my, Qiyu's hands. Zhu King thought to himself, this battle between Yuan and Qiyu will decide who the great Shu prefecture belongs to in the future. If the B-class institute ultimately wins this examination, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qiyu's lips curled up in a disdainful expression. Your Highness managing to get this far is truly beyond my expectations. However, this is as far as you go. Zhu Yuan replied calmly, not necessarily. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two of them, because the victory of this match would decide the future of the great Shu prefecture. As soon as the referee shouted begin, Qiyu rushed forward impatiently. He appeared in front of Zhu Yuan at lightning speed, only to see Zhu Yuan easily lean to the side to dodge. Qiyu snorted coldly, you're quick to dodge. Let's see how I shatter you with one palm. But before he could unleash his next move, Zhu Yuan was no pushover. He also threw a punch filled with origin ki, swinging it fiercely at Qiyu, forcing him to retreat. It seems you have some skill. Cut the crap. Come on. However, trash will always be trash. The two continued to exchange several moves like this and were simultaneously pushed back. The crowd was in an uproar. What's happening? The fight between Zhu Yuan and Qiyu isn't ending quickly at all. Isn't His Highness only at the 5th meridian opening? Zhu King was a little worried in his heart. Yuan-er's physical body is also excellent. To be able to face Qiyu who has opened his 7th meridian. Zhu Yuan's face was full of confidence as he thought NKH, a 7th meridian opening is indeed formidable, much harder to deal with than the beasts in the mountains. Hearing this, Qiyu became furious, veins popping on his forehead. Damn it, you dare compare me to a beast, 7th meridian open. If I don't make you suffer you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qiyu fully opened his 7th meridian and charged. Zhu Yuan stomped his foot on the ground, opening his own 5 meridians. Suddenly, Qiyu flew behind Zhu Yuan using the profound origin art rushing thunder fist. A sneak attack. Zhu Yuan's hand clenched, gathering power. Dragon monument hand, mountain minus shattering. He swung his hand fiercely behind him, blocking Qiyu's rushing thunder fist. Qiyu was stunned. You blocked it? Let's see you block this. He then attacked even more relentlessly toward Zhu Yuan, intending to give him no chance to breathe. The crowd below was alarmed. Qiyu's current attacks are like a storm. Zhu Yuan's eyes were still very spirited. He thought to himself, fortunately, my spiritual soul cultivation is quite profound. Relying on my spiritual soul, I can clearly see each of Qiyu's attacks. Qiyu, having suppressed Zhu Yuan for a while, thought he had it in the bag. This time he gathered his strength for a final blow. Get down for me, you piece of trash. But who would have thought that Zhu Yuan would use the dragon monument hand to neutralize his attack? Then he swung his hand again. It's rude not to return a favor. Have a taste of my punch. Please subscribe to the channel to support me. Qiyu was a bit panicked. Damn it, such a fierce attack. He immediately executed a high-grade origin art. Zhu Yuan paid no attention to Qiyu's action and fiercely slapped his 2 arms. An explosive sound rang out and at the same time a powerful force erupted. The students of the A-class institute shouted in alarm. Qiyu was pushed back by Zhu Yuan. Zhu King spoke, no, it's not that simple. Qiyu, you can't be defeated so easily. Qiyu, who had been acting all high and mighty and boasting so loudly, was now given a bitter pill by Zhu Yuan. He trembled with anger, his voice low. If you're trash, then stay obediently in the trash heap for me. Do you, a piece of scum, really want to climb so high? Zhu Yuan, you are seeking death. Zhu Yuan's face was stern. Who will die is still uncertain. To be honest, Zhu Yuan, the fact that you could make it to this round is truly beyond my expectations. However, do you think you can win against me today? Qiyu silently chanted in his heart, meridian-breaking art, followed by Qiyu's agonizing scream of pain. Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. The people below didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Qiyu's origin ki suddenly became much stronger. Qiyu waved his hand and shouted, 8th meridian open. The students were in an uproar. Qiyu opened his 8th meridian, breaking art. This type of origin art can forcefully assist in opening meridians in a short period, but it will cause great damage to the body, delaying future meridian openings. Oh my God, His Highness is in great danger. Zhu Yuan frowned. The meridian-breaking art. You are truly vicious. Qiyu grinned, baring his teeth. To obtain the Great Zhu Prefecture, what is this price? But first here, the one who must pay the price is you. As soon as the words fell, he was already in front of Zhu Yuan. This guy's speed after reaching the 8th meridian was too fast. Zhu Yuan, having dodged the attack, wanted to retreat to maintain distance. Qiyu narrowed his eyes and asked, trying to run? He immediately threw a punch from a distance, and a powerful shockwave slammed into Zhu Yuan's body. He was stunned. Just a punch through the air has such power, so strong. Qiyu was triumphant. Let's see how long you can dodge. And so, Qiyu continuously threw punches at Zhu Yuan, forcing him to the other side of the stage. The students of the B- class institute were happy. Zhu Yuan is completely suppressed. His strength surpasses His Highness's by too much. Qiyu has finally opened his 8th meridian. Zhu Yuan muttered a shout, Your Highness. King Qi chuckled to himself. It seems Zhu Yuan is sure to lose. On the stage, Zhu Yuan was continuously hit by Qiyu's rushing thunder palm to the point he couldn't breathe. Yu Shui became anxious. Damn it, Zhu Yuan is being cornered to this side. He's going to be knocked out of the stage. The more Qiyu fought, the more aggressive he became. Stop resisting pointlessly. Get down for me. Zhu Yuan stopped, no longer dodging. He looked up with a confident face. I've said it before, being smug and losing your head is not a good thing. And this was the moment for Zhu Yuan to flex a little. He also immediately opened his 6th meridian. Seeing this scene, Qiyu's eyes couldn't help but widen. The students of the A- class institute were also in an uproar. Zhu Yuan opened his 6th meridian. Did he also use the meridian-breaking art? No, his ki is stable. He really opened his 6th meridian. Could it be that he has been hiding his strength all along? Zhu Yuan's face returned to its usual confidence. You didn't really think I only opened 5 meridians, did you? His hand clenched into a fist, then he swung it forward, dragon monument hand, earth shattering. 4th, rushing thunder fist. You executed a similar move, but his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. It was clear that his mental state had completely collapsed at this moment. A low sound echoed throughout the square. The stone ground beneath their feet was shattered by the shock and cracks appeared. Then it was swept by a violent gale, causing the cracks to spread even further. As countless stone fragments were sent flying, obscuring the view, everyone saw Qiyu's body being shaken and sliding backward. When he forcibly stabilized his body, he let out a groan, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Qiyu vomit blood, the students were once again in an uproar. Amazing too amazing. Zhu Yuan had such strength but intentionally feigned weakness, creating an opportunity to injure his opponent. What profound combat awareness. Both had an outburst, but the efficiency was so different. Enro. Qiyu panted, looked up and said, I never thought you had already opened your 6th meridian. Zhu Yuan smiled. One must always hide a few tricks, right? Qiyu gritted his teeth, then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. You have truly taught me a lesson. To thank you, I will use my strongest power to defeat you and crush every arrogant trump card you have. Let you experience what true despair is like. That is the nether annihilation art. Qiyu has also mastered the peak origin art of the Qi royal house. That must be a profound origin art. It's over. This time, Zhu Yuan is in real trouble. Qiyu has successfully mastered a profound origin art. I'm afraid no one below the nourishing Qi realm can stand against him anymore. Chu Tianyang watched in fear. This art is incredibly terrifying. This time, it's going to be tough. If things go wrong, I'm afraid His Highness's body will be severely injured. Zhu Yuan, I admit you are very strong. I never expected a piece of trash to be able to threaten me like this, so I think it's better for me to cripple you. Ju Yuan calmly replied, my thoughts are the exact opposite of yours. I have never considered you a threat. You are just a stumbling block on my path of cultivation. Being compared to a rock, Qiyu became furious. Ju Yuan, I really hope you can still say such things when you are kneeling at my feet. Qiyu made his move. How formidable. Be careful. The killing intent is too strong. Contrary to the tense atmosphere below, Ju Yuan calmly said, is it that formidable? He silently chanted in his heart, Dragon's Breath Art. Ju Yuan opened his mouth wide, absorbing the surrounding spiritual ki. Strands of spiritual ki were drawn into his body as if by a massive suction force. At this moment Qiyu, with a fierce and vicious face, appeared before him. And the next scene left everyone speechless as an identical green light appeared in Ju Yuan's palm. Nether Annihilation Art. His Highness Ju Yuan is also using the Nether Annihilation Art. What? How is that possible? Ju Yuan smirked. Nether Annihilation Art? I'm afraid I know it too. As soon as Ju Yuan finished speaking, he suddenly took a step forward, and the light in his palm immediately enveloped his entire hand. Under countless pairs of eyes staring at the stone stage, Ju Yuan and Qiyu's hands forcefully collided. At the same time, the two streams of light, carrying a sharp momentum, also clashed. After the two figures, Ju Yuan and Qiyu, passed each other by a few steps, they both stopped at the same time. Currently both of them were standing with their backs to each other, the light on their hands still shining. Below the stage everyone held their breath, waiting for the result of the recent clash. Qiyu spoke. Why? Why do you know the Nether Annihilation Art and it's so strong? For this I have to thank your gift. Qiyu trembled. So, how died at your hands? Ju Yuan waved his hand. After the gale dispersed, screams of terror began to erupt throughout the square, because they all saw Qiyu's arm suddenly fall to the ground, blood spurting from his shoulder, staining the ground. Qiyu's arm was severed. The winner and loser of this match were no longer in doubt. Amazing, His Highness Ju Yuan is truly too strong. King Qi, no longer as calm as before, lost all sense of shame and charged straight at Ju Yuan. You little brat, such vicious methods. That is King Qi's golden dragon soul origin Qi. King Qi is furious. That move will kill His Highness. Just then, a fist struck out, neutralizing King Qi's technique. Zhu King angrily roared, are you trying to rebel, Qi Yuan? Fourth minus grade flame thunder Qi. The king has made his move. The two glared at each other with murderous intent, a great battle seemingly about to break out. The crowd whispered among themselves. No, are they going to have a falling out? No way, it will throw Grade Zhu into chaos. Qi Yuan considered in his heart, if I make a move now, it would be a challenge to the royal family. At that time, both sides will suffer losses which will only benefit others. Qi Yuan sighed and retracted his fist. Qi, Your Majesty, quell your anger. I was just impulsive for a moment. I hope your Majesty can be magnanimous. Then he said to Ju Yuan, I was anxious. If I frightened your Highness, I hope your Highness won't mind. Ju Yuan thought to himself, this King Qi can be both hard and soft, truly an ambitious man. He said, King Qi need not blame yourself. It is also my fault for not holding back and doing something wrong to Qiyu. Qi Yuan asked, but the Nether Annihilation Art that came from your Highness, where did it come from? I was cultivating in the Blackwood Mountain range when someone tried to assassinate me. I then obtained it from his body. So that's how it is. That person might be the thief from the Qi royal house. Qi Yuan said politely, thanks to your Highness. Otherwise our Qi royal house would have suffered a great loss. Ju Yuan, fearing this guy would ask for the treasure back, preemptively said, it's just that I was fighting origin beasts in the Blackwood Mountain range, and the origin art was unfortunately destroyed by them. If it were still here, I would definitely return it to King Qi. He thought to himself, you think you can get it back with just a word? Qi Yuan was bitter inside but had to endure it. Destroyed by an origin beast? Do you think I'm a 3-year minus old? It's clear you don't want to return it. King Qi knew that now was not the time to challenge the great Zhu royal family. Although he was extremely furious inside, he had to pretend to be understanding on the outside. Qiyu was quickly carried away on a stretcher. The referee announced A- class Institute Ju Yuan wins. The B- class Institute's personnel have suffered serious losses. In this challenge, the A- class Institute wins and is the top institute today. The students of the A- class Institute happily surrounded Ju Yuan. Thanks to your highness. Long live your highness. Your highness is amazing. Zhu King and his wife, seeing their son so grown up, couldn't help but feel proud. And so, time passed peacefully. A month later in Great Zhu City. Zhu Yuan, you're here? How has your cultivation been lately? I'm probably about to open my 7th meridian. Very good. Victorious but not arrogant. We were really lucky to have you. Royal father, you praise me too much. Is there something you need? You honor? You probably know about the Black Abyss. The Black Abyss is a famous place in Great Zhu, thick with miasma and countless origin beasts. Countless rogue cultivators have gathered there, forming many forces that could invade the borders of Great Zhu at any time. Among them, the largest force is called the Black-Toxin City, and its city lord, the Black-Toxin King, is a primal beginning realm expert. In the Black Abyss, someone has discovered a ruin. In this ruin, people have discovered a strange type of plant, red like a flower, that lives by absorbing daylight. Its seeds are like sparks of fire. If I'm not mistaken, that should be the 4th- grade origin plant, the Flame Bloom. I plan to send Commander Lu Tai's Han first. You honor, do you want to give it a try? Of course. This kind of strategic resource must not be obtained by King Ki. That's right. I have an important mission for you. On this trip, I want you two to go to Qinglan Prefecture first. If possible, I hope you can win over General Wei Qinglan there. That year, the Black-Toxin King invaded Great Zhu, and it was thanks to General Wei swearing to defend Wei beyond city to the death. Because of that, he was afflicted with the Black-Toxin King's demonic poison. From then on, General Wei and the Black-Toxin King became mortal enemies, leading the Qinglan army to guard Qinglan Prefecture without leaving a single step, helping neither side in the war between Zhu and Qi. For this matter, I have wronged him. This time you go, even if you can't win him over, you must at least apologize to him on my behalf. Royal father, before Zhu Yuan could say anything, Zhu King interrupted. As far as I know, King Qi's eldest son, Qi Hao, has been under General Wei's command for many years, intending to get close and win him over. You must be very careful this time. There is one more piece of news. Besides the flame bloom, there is another type of tree in that ruin. Its branches and leaves are like jade, and its fruit is like a cherry. That fruit is the jade cherry fruit, which can increase one's lifespan. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan was startled. It can extend lifespan. This means Royal Mother can be saved. He clenched his fist firmly. We must obtain this jade cherry fruit. At the Great Wu Dynasty, Zhu suppressing city. Interesting. This azure dragon of the Zhu family is quite tenacious. Back then, Royal Father injected the dragon's resentment poison into his body, yet he still survived. Your Highness, do we need to take action to eliminate him? No need. Right now, my Great Wu is at war with the 10,000 Beast Dynasty and the Sword Dynasty. Who has the mind to think about a dying Great Zhu? The servant continued, but after all, that person once possessed the sacred dragon Qi, the traveler, the sacred dragon of Great Zhu. Hearing this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Great Wu Prince. The sacred dragon's fortune originally belonged to me. That Zhu Yuan is just a false dragon. Yes, the Crown Prince is the true sacred dragon. That Zhu Yuan has only opened his 6th meridian. He doesn't even have the right to stand before you. However, this matter has caught my eye. Make some arrangements. Give that Qi family some support to help them overthrow the Zhu dynasty. Have you seen? One word decides life and death. One word decides the fate of a nation. This is true power. In the fragrant pavilion of the Great Zhu Royal Palace, Yao sat before a mirror, her long blue hair cascading down to her waist. Behind Yao, Qin Yu is helping her comb her hair, affectionately, her expression gentle. Zhu Yuan opened the door and walked in. I'm coming in. As soon as he took a step inside, he was pounced on by Tun. All right. Stop biting. My face is all numb from you shaking me. Qin Yu understood, covered her mouth with a smile, and stepped out. I'll be going now. You kids stay and talk. Zhu Yuan tossed it a plate of dried meat, grumbling, does this little beast think I'm a meal ticket? Then he brought out a jug of wine and said, your taste is getting pickier and pickier. I had to spend 10,000 origin crystals to get this jug of red spirit brew. Yao turned to look at him. You wouldn't be so attentive without a reason. Speak, what do you want? Do you want a cultivation technique? Zhu Yuan nodded happily. Yao minus Yao asked again. You don't think much of the royal family's flame thunder art? Zhu Yuan nodded again. Well, the flame thunder art is only 4th minus grade. Zhu Yuan clasped his hands with a look of eager anticipation. Yao minus Yao said. Enro. It's a cultivation technique passed down in the kanji family, called the primal chaos scripture. It can cultivate a 7th minus grade origin key. Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up and he stammered, "7 minus SEV minus SEV, 7th minus grade? Even if you sold the entire Great Shu prefecture, you couldn't get a cultivation technique of this level." Suddenly, he paused. Wait, Sister Yao minus Yao, is there no other choice? Hearing this, Yao minus Yao fell silent for a moment. Then her jade minus like hand gently reached into her Qian-kun pouch. A broken piece of bone appeared in her hand. As soon as the bone fragment appeared, it emitted a terrifying pressure. Tun minus dun below had its first and on end, growling. Zhu Yuan was stunned. Such strong pressure, what on earth is this? Yao minus Yao explained at length. This bone fragment records a cultivation technique called the ancestral dragon scripture. Legend has it that when the world opened, a being was born called the ancestral dragon. It could swallow the heavens and extinguish the earth, the highest existence at that time. Sounds so powerful. Could it be stronger than the primal chaos scripture? When you first start cultivating the ancestral dragon scripture, you can only cultivate a 5th minus grade origin key. Ancestral dragon scripture has 4 levels. The first level is the 5th minus grade heaven minus piercing profound python key. The second level is the 7th minus grade world minus shaking heavenly flood dragon key. The third level is the 9th minus grade universe sacred dragon key. The more Zhu Yuan heard, the more alarmed he became. 9th? No, wait. Didn't you say there were 4 levels? Yao minus Yao replied. The 4th level is the ancestral dragon root scripture's key, which surpasses the 9th grade. After hearing this, Zhu Yuan sat on the ground, dumbfounded. My God, such a high minus level cultivation technique exists in this world? However, the difficulty cultivating the ancestral dragon scripture is also unprecedented. Moreover, once you start cultivating it, you cannot switch to another cultivation technique, or you will surely be crippled. So domineering? There is also another condition: the cultivator must possess dragon minus attribute fortune, for example, the sacred dragon key that was stolen from you before. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan's expression darkened. So, it seems I have no fate with this ancestral dragon scripture. Yao minus Yao smiled. Not necessarily. She took Zhu Yuan's hand and said, that foolish king would thought that by locking that hateful azure dragon fortune into your body, he could keep you from ever rising again. He didn't know that this dragon's resentment poison can also be considered a type of sacred dragon key. So now, what is your choice? Zhu Yuan was silent in thought. Yao minus Yao added, this choice will determine your path. One side is outstanding and stable, the other is infinite possibilities and extreme danger. Zhu Yuan propped his chin with his hand, bowed his head, and spoke. Sister Yao minus Yao, I don't want what happened when I was young to happen again, to have what belongs to me stolen by others, causing my loved ones deep pain. And I was powerless. In the future I will have to face many enemies. I must become stronger and stronger and stronger, so to protect my loved ones, I must have the strongest power. As he spoke, his face became resolute and full of determination. I must make it so that no existence can threaten the people I love, so I choose the ancestral dragon scripture. Yao minus Yao frowned slightly and asked again, once you choose that cultivation technique, you will have no other path. Zhu Yuan took the bone fragment and replied, this path may be difficult, but I will definitely walk it to the end. To open the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture, you must have the 4 types of resources recorded on this paper to succeed. Zhu Yuan read the contents of the paper and was horrified. Origin connecting stone, heaven's gold marrow, 9 minus vein profound water crystal, 4th minus grade python minus type origin beast soul. My God. These are all rare and precious treasures, national minus level treasures. Yao minus Yao stood up and said, it's still not too late to regret it now. Zhu Yuan felt like he was about to faint. As expected of a super minus grade cultivation technique, this time I'll have to ask my old man to think of a way. No, I will find a way to do it myself. 5 days after obtaining the ancestral dragon scripture, with relentless effort, he completely opened his 7th meridian. 7th meridian X2. Then he ran into his father's room and asked, "Royal father, are the ingredients I need ready?" Ju King tapped him on the head. "You brat, do you really think the royal treasury has everything? Take this. Heaven's gold marrow and 9- vein profound water crystal. Our treasury only has these 2 types left. This is the 9- veined profound water crystal. As for the other 2, I've heard that the great General Wei's manor has an origin connecting stone. Whether you can persuade great General Wei is entirely up to you. As for the Python-I origin beast soul crystal, there aren't many in the Black Abyss. You can only rely on your own luck to see if you can find one." "Father, when do we set out?" "In 5 days. I'll have General Lu lead the royal guard with you." On the night of the 4th day, on his bed, Zhu Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, a faint light flickering at his glabella, vaguely resembling a seated illusory figure. It was Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul. Zhu Yuan once again entered the chaotic space to cultivate his spiritual soul. Divine Demon 9 revolutions, 1 revolution, 1 heaven. Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul was constantly shattering and regenerating. After a period of time, he opened his eyes wide. His soul advanced to the mid-illusory realm. He stretched tiredly. "I can finally go to Qinglan Prefecture with peace of mind." Today, Zhu Yuan set off for the northwestern border of Great Zhu, his destination being Qinglan Prefecture. This journey would take at least 10 days. Fortunately, having a beautiful woman along made the tedious journey more interesting. Yao tossed him a jade slip and said, "Seeing you so idle, and since your spiritual soul has reached the mid-illusory realm, you should practice this 2nd- grade origin rune well. This is the 2nd- grade origin rune, the Golden Ape Mountain- carrying rune. It can highly strengthen the body and its power." Zhu Yuan looked at the origin rune and felt dizzy, so complicated. Yu Wei at the side covered her mouth and giggled. "Sister Yao is so strict." Suddenly, he tossed a scroll to Yu Wei. She instinctively caught it. "You won't get to be idle either. The low-grade profound origin art, Heaven's Net Hand, is just right for you." Hearing it was a profound origin art scroll, Yu Wei was stunned. "Your Highness, this is too precious." "Ah, take it. We're not going on a trip this time. We need to increase our strength so we can fight when we encounter enemies." Yu Wei was deeply moved. "Your Highness, rest assured, I will master it quickly." At the Qi royal house, Qi Ling entered to report. Reporting to the king, Lu Tai's heart is leading 1,000 royal guards to protect Zhu Yuan on his way to Qinglan Prefecture. It seems the royal family also knows about the ruin. Last time, we let them off easy. This time, I won't hold back. This flame bloom, I must have it. This time, I will stay in the city to watch Zhu King. You immediately go to Qinglan Prefecture to find the eldest young master. As long as Wei Qinglan stands with us, the great Zhu royal family will be nothing. And that Zhu Yuan, tell Howard to find an opportunity to strike so that he can never return to Great Zhu City. Qinglan borders the Black Abyss. Just then Yu Wei happily exclaimed, "Your Highness, I've finally opened my 8th meridian. I can open my Keep Alice now." The cell called Keep Alice is a mysterious place in the human body, seemingly there but not hard to detect. Only when all 8 meridians are open can a resonance be triggered, leading to its opening, truly connecting with the meridians inside the body. The most common is the colorless Keep Alice, higher up is the azure Keep Alice, then the violet Keep Alice, and the highest level is the golden Keep Alice. "Oh, it appeared, it's an azure Keep Alice." Yao realized something. She said, "No, that's not azure, it's a violet Keep Alice." I didn't expect Su Yu Wei's foundation to be so strong. Those with a violet Keep Alice are all top-tier geniuses. Yuan was happy. The aura emanating from Su Yu Wei was many times stronger than before. As expected of the nourishing Qi realm, it's truly different. Yu Wei smiled happily. "Thank you, Your Highness. However, my Keep Alice feels a bit strange, as if it's split into 2 parts. Zhu Yuan was puzzled. Aren't all Keep Alices a single entity of spirit and origin? What do you mean, split in 2? Yao stepped forward and said, "Zhu Yuan, turn your head. I'll help Zhu Wei take a look." Zhu Yuan had no choice but to say okay and turned his back. Tun had a menacing look on its face. A Yin-Yang Keep Alice, what's that? There won't be any problems, will there? Don't worry, this yin-yang key palace is not harmful at all. When cultivating to yin-yang cultivation techniques, the gap in their levels cannot be too large, or it will break the balance, causing a backlash and self-destruction of the key palace. However, if one day you can break the barrier between the two palaces to achieve yin-yang harmony, you will become the strongest existence in this world. Yue Wei never expected her key palace to have such great potential. Zhu Yuan took out a cultivation technique scroll and said, "A yang-attribute cultivation technique. Coincidentally, my royal family's flame thunder art is of the yang attribute." Yue Wei was stunned. "Your Highness, this is something only geniuses of the royal family are allowed to cultivate." "I can't take it." Zhu Yuan pushed the scroll into Yue Wei's hand. "It's just a 4th- grade origin key. I was even worried its grade isn't high enough. But I don't have the ability right now. In the future, if I find something of a higher grade, I'll give it to you to cultivate." After hearing this, Yue Wei was moved and looked at Zhu Yuan a few times. Yao spoke, "If he has given you a yang-attribute cultivation technique, then I will give you a corresponding yin-attribute cultivation technique called the Nether Chill True Scripture, which can cultivate the 4th- grade Nether Chill key. However, you must pay attention to the balance of the yin-yang key palace. Once the balance is broken, the imbalance of yin and yang will cripple you." "Yes, I'll remember." Zhu Yuan looked on with a satisfied face, admiring the beauties, one elegant and charming, the other exquisite and lively, like two radiant flowers, truly a pleasing sight. At this moment, Yao's voice came. "Zhu Yuan, have you finished practicing your Golden 8 Mountain carrying origin rune? You seem so idle." I'll go practice right now." The northern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Qinglan Prefecture. "Your Highness, ahead is Qinglan City. We have too many men, so we can only camp next to the Qinglan army camp. It's getting dark, so let's set up camp first. We'll go see General Wei tomorrow." At this moment, a team of horsemen blocked their path. "Halt, where are you from?" The girl leading the team asked with a cold face. "Where are you from?" Lu Tai's Han clasped his hands. "I am Lu Tai's Han, commander of the Royal Guard. I have come to Qinglan Prefecture under the king's order and was about to set up camp next to the Qinglan army." "So it's Commander Lu. I am Wei King." Yuan looked over and thought to himself, "Wei King? Seems she's the daughter of General Wei." Lu Tai's Han replied, "So it's the general's daughter." "There is no daughter of the military governor's manor here, only the vice-commander of the Qinglan army, Wei King. This is Highness Zhu Yuan, who has come here with me." Wei King thought to herself, "NKH, so this is the Highness who defeated the second young master of King Qi. He just looks like a dissolute prince who likes to travel around. It seems there was something shady about the last prefecture test." She turned and replied, "So it's His Highness Zhu Yuan. Follow me." Zhu Yuan saw her indifferent attitude and thought, "Oh, it seems we are not very welcome." 10,000 royal guards entering the Qinglan army camp immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. These gazes were filled with curiosity and provocation. They wanted to see if the royal palace guard was worthy of being compared to them, because in this great Shu, the three strongest armies were the royal guard, the Qinglan army, and King Qi's army. At this moment, a female voice rang out. "So this is the long-famous Highness, traveling so far and still bringing women along. How elegant." Wei King introduced, "This is my cousin, Wei Ting." The young man with Wei Ting said, "So you're Zhu Yuan. We've met before. I am Qi Hao. I heard my younger brother's arm was cut off by you." Zhu Yuan thought to himself, "It seems I've been targeted." His whole body emitted a powerful origin Qi, causing a tremor. A nourishing Qi realm expert. Moreover, this feels somewhat familiar. Zhu Yuan smiled. Fists and feet have no eyes. He simply lacked the skill, so no one can be blamed. That's right, that little brat's skills were inferior. Luzian arm serves him right. However, I must remind your Highness a little. This is the Qinglan army, near the Black Abyss. It's not uncommon for a prince to die here. Zhu Yuan sneered. Then you should be more careful too. If a prince's death is nothing, then the death of a Qi royal house heir is even less. At night, the Qinglan army camped to welcome Zhu Yuan and his retinue, held a bonfire party. The fire blazed in the night, illuminating the entire area. Ki Hao walked over and said, Your Highness, so many of our Kinglan army brothers have always wanted to have a friendly exchange with the Royal Guard brothers. To add some excitement to the party, make it a little more lively, what does your Highness think? The soldiers were excited. Well said. Drinking so much wine is meaningless. We've long wanted to spar with the Royal Guard. Ludai's Han turned to ask for his opinion. Your Highness? Zhu Yuan nodded. Tai's Han immediately stood up and raised his wine cup. Brothers, someone wants a challenge now. Entertain them well. Don't disgrace our Royal Guard. Who wants to go first? The Royal Guard is invincible. Which brother from Kanglan Prefecture wants to try? All right, I, San Meng of the Kanglan Army, accept the challenge. Experts from both sides took the stage one after another. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Zhu Yuan also watched with great interest. These soldiers fight on the battlefield. Ki Hao walked over again and called out, Your Highness, I heard before that Your Highness was incredibly powerful in the Great Shu Prefecture test. Everyone was very curious after hearing about it. I wonder if Your Highness could make a move and broaden our horizons. Of course, if Your Highness feels it's unnecessary, then forget it. After all, people of our status are far inferior to Your Highness. Zhu Yuan smiled. If everyone is so enthusiastic, then I can't be a party pooper. He leapt into the large courtyard and swung his heavenly origin brush. Come on. I heard Your Highness defeated my younger brother who had opened his 8th meridian in the prefecture test. This time, I will send a true 8th- meridian practitioner to compete with Your Highness. If you win, this mid-grade origin weapon will be yours. Haha, just leave it to me. The other side, holding a mid-grade origin weapon, walked up to Zhu Yuan. He didn't hesitate and immediately attacked. The man smiled. A good strike. Then he used the high-grade origin art, Flame Blade Slash. His body charged forward, the heavenly origin brush in his hand like a long spear, stabbing straight at his opponent. The extremely sharp momentum tore through the surrounding air, creating a shrill sound. Under the watch of countless people below the stage, the heavenly origin brush fiercely collided with the fire blade of the skinny man. Someone was knocked back. Who was it? The one who was sent flying was none other than the man from the Kanglan army who had opened his 8th meridian. Everyone was shocked. The man's face also showed fear. He slowly raised the crimson blade to look and saw a crack appear on the blade's body. Then this crack continued to spread across the entire blade. With a few cracking sounds, the blade shattered into many pieces. Oh, did you see that? His Highness smashed that mid-grade origin weapon to pieces. Such amazing power. Zhu Yuan shrunk the heavenly origin brush back into his hand. The soldiers continuously cheered, Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Zhu Yuan returned to his seat. Wei King suddenly stood up. So those rumors weren't true. You did defeat Qiu. I was blind before. I toast you as an apology. I also toast Miss Wei. His Highness Zhu Yuan is quite skilled. No wonder my younger brother was defeated by you. Zhu Yuan retorted, Speaking of which, I should also thank your Qi royal house's nether annihilation. Ki Hao heard this and became bitter. You, Wei King stepped in. You too, this is the Kanglan army. No matter what your grievances are, don't break the rules here. Ki Hao laughed and said, Don't worry, King, it won't be like that. Tomorrow, I still have to take you to the general's manor to pay respects to General Wei. Wei King refused. My father is not in a good mood lately. Don't go and bother him. Don't say that, King. I heard that this time, Ki Hao found a great master with profound skills in treating poison with origin runes, and he is also proficient in 3rd-grade origin runes. Wei King was stunned. A 3rd-grade origin rune master? Ki Hao, is that true? Of course. Seeing little Ben like this as his big brother, I am also very heartbroken. With that, he looked over at Zhu Yuan and sneered. Ludai's Han said, Your Highness, if that Ki Hao cures Wei Bin, then we… I won't let them succeed, but what can I do? Ah, that's right. Sister Yao, can you come with me to the general's manor tomorrow? The next day, Kanglan Prefecture. Is Your Highness ready? This is Master Ying, the one Ki Hao invited to treat my little brother's poison. Let's go. Zhu Yuan thought to himself. He only knows how to inscribe a 3rd-grade origin rune and dares to call himself a master. 8 rune master like Sister Yao hasn't even spoken yet. Today, I want to see what tricks this Qihao can pull. Scene changed to Kinglan Prefecture, the great general's manor. Wei King happily ran in. Father, I've invited Master Ying, who specializes in drawing origin runes. This time, the poison in Bin Er's body might be completely removed. Zhu Yuan paid his respects to the great general. Royal Father asked me to convey his regards to you. General Wei replied inferently, not very well, I suppose. This must be Master Ying, right? I have long heard of the master's skill in origin rune. Ying Mo paid his respects to the great general. The poison in the young master's body is the demonic miasma poison, is it not? I have seen the demonic miasma poison before, and it was also dispelled by me. If the master can cure my son, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Great general, no need to be so polite. This time, we were able to invite Master Ying thanks to my royal father's help. Hearing this, General Wei couldn't help but think, this means I am forced to accept King Qi's goodwill. But for Bin Er's illness as a father I am unwilling. General Wei replied. Then thank you for King Qi's kindness. If my son is cured, I will definitely go in person to express my gratitude. Hearing this, Qihao couldn't help but look at Zhu Yuan triumphantly. Faced with that gaze, he only responded with silence. The matter cannot be delayed, so let's start the treatment now. Master, please follow me. In another room, Wei Qingting went to Wei Bin to comfort him. General Wei respectfully said, Master, please begin. The old man went over to observe Wei Bin's condition. The poison Qi has penetrated deep into the bones. It's very serious. If it drags on any longer, I'm afraid he will lose his life. Hearing this, General Wei and his daughter couldn't help but worry. Wei Qingting quickly said, Master, you must save my little brother. Qihao, in a failed hero saves the damsel attempt, quickly put his arm around Wei Qingting's shoulder, offering empty comfort. Don't worry. Master Ying's skill with origin runes is profound. He will definitely be able to cure your little brother. Master Ying, being praised to the heavens, revealed a meaningful smile and declared with a green tinge, General Wei and young miss, please rest assured, this old man will certainly be able to cure him. Someone quickly remove young Master Wei's clothes. So this is a third grade origin rune, but I heard it only has a supportive effect, so that little Bin's weak body can absorb it, as expected of Master Ying. Zhu Yuan calculated in his mind, if Master Ying really cures Wei Bin, then we will have a hard time in Kinglan Prefecture. Without the support of Kinglan Prefecture, competing for the Black Abyss ruin will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. While Zhu Yuan was racking his brain for a plan, Yao just glanced over. Her expression was profound and inscrutable as she uttered a single sentence. All right, it's done. The master acted professionally, reassuring everyone. No need to worry. My origin rune is neutralizing the toxins in the young master's body. The process is just a little painful. Instantly, the black spots on the boy disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed. The black spots are gone. Has the demonic miasma poison been dispelled? Master is truly the benefactor of the Wei family. General Wei expressed his gratitude profusely, while old Ying took the opportunity to show off, boasting about his so-called third grade poison neutralizing rune. This third grade poison neutralizing rune can neutralize all poisons in the world. Qihao chuckled to himself. With this, Wei Kinglan owes the Qi royal house a great favor. The plan at the Black Abyss is as good as half successful victories at hand. Flipping faster than a pancake, General Wei turned to Zhu Yuan and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. His Highness Zhu Yuan, you should stay at the camp for now. Kinglan Prefecture is a place of mixed characters. Qihao couldn't hide his triumph, gloating. At this point, Zhu Yuan couldn't even be bothered to argue with this godforsaken guy. Then Yao suddenly spoke, her tone extremely gentle. What are you all so happy about? Qihao turned around, smiling fake lie. Young Master Wei is recovering? Isn't that worth celebrating? Yao replied inferently, but her words were as sharp as a razor hitting right at the weak spot. If the poison has truly been cured, then it is indeed worth celebrating. I'm just afraid that someone is intentionally showing off, but instead ends up harming others. The old man named Ying, hearing someone dare to question his skills, was so angry his beard stood on end. He immediately shouted, "Where did this girl come from? Speaking such nonsense." Yao just smirked, letting out a sentence full of irony. What poise unneutralizing rune. Truly ridiculous. Provoked, old Ying became even more furious. Little girl, are you blind? There's no poison key left on him. If you continue to speak nonsense here, don't blame this old man for not being polite. Yao was too lazy to argue and directly requested proof. Bring out a silver needle, prick it into the 3 occupants on his spine. General Wei frowned and hesitated. Seeing this, Qi Hao quickly added fuel to the fire. General Wei, Master Ying has clearly helped the young master. If he is still suspected, it is truly disappointing. Zhu Yuan, not to be outdone, immediately added a fatal sentence. General Wei, this concerns the young master's life. It's best to check clearly to avoid regretting it later when it's too late. After a moment of hesitation, General Wei decided to go all in. He took the silver needle and turned to ask Yao again just to be sure. Just prick the 3 occupants on the spine. Yao remained calm and explained all the poison in the young master's body has been forced into those 3 spots by the master. No need for other places. Just right here. General Wei followed Yao's instructions, and the result startled him. This is. The thick black smoke of the demonic miasma poison rose from the needle, turning it pitch black. This scene shocked both Wei Qingqing and Zhu Yuan. General Wei's face was now purple with rage. He turned to the old man named Ying and growled, "May I ask Master Ying what this is all about?" The quack doctor stammered, trying to make excuses. Perhaps there's still a little bit of toxin residue. It might not have been completely removed yet. Qi Hao also gave a forced smile, speaking up for his accomplice. "Great General, why don't we let Master Ying try one more time?" While General Wei was still hesitating, Yao had lost her patience and spoke up, exposing the old man's entire act. "That origin rune of his is not a poison-neutralizing rune at all," she explained in detail. "He just used a poison-suppressing rune to temporarily suppress this demonic miasma poison. After a year, the demonic miasma poison will erupt again, and this child is sure to die. I think the people you used the poison-neutralizing rune to treat before all died very miserably." Exposed, the old man lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. As for General Wei, his anger was boiling over, his eyes looking like he wanted to eat the swindler alive. Knowing that staying meant certain doom, the old man immediately used all his strength and fled for his life. But General Wei wouldn't let him escape so easily. He immediately threw the silver needle at the old man and then ordered, "Bring him back. Wait for me to deal with him personally. Someone escort young Master Qi to rest." When the swindlers had been dealt with, the Wei family was once again plunged into despair. Wei Qingqing couldn't hold back and bowed her head, sobbing. Yao remained as indifferent as ever, letting out a harsh sentence. "What are you crying for? He's not dead yet." Yao's words were like a bucket of cold water on his face, waking General Wei up. He realized this mysterious young lady could be Wei Bin's savior. He immediately turned around, his attitude changing 180 degrees. "It was I, Wei Mu, who had eyes but failed to see Mount Tai. I wonder if the young lady has a way to save my son." Yao was not one to be easily swayed. She passed the buck to Zhu Yuan as smoothly as possible. "I won't save him, but he can." Zhu Yuan's face went blank upon hearing this, frozen for 5 seconds, screaming in his heart, "WHA what?" The gazes of the father and daughter immediately focused on Zhu Yuan. Wei Qingqing quickly asked with disbelief, "His Highness Zhu Yuan?" Zhu Yuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He cried out in his heart, "Sister Yao, are you playing with me? What ability do I have? Isn't this the time for you to show off? To make them tremble in fear?" Helpless, Zhu Yuan had to lean over to Yao and whisper for help. "Sister Yao, how am I supposed to save him?" Yao once again stepped forward, speaking for Zhu Yuan, both buying time and making demands. "It will take 10 days. He said he needs to prepare some materials to inscribe an origin rune." Zhu Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. General Wei immediately became enthusiastic, quickly arranging a place for the distinguished guest to stay. "All right, I will immediately prepare a room for you all. Your Highness and everyone, please stay at the General's manor. It's very safe here. The opportunity has come, I must seize it." Zhu Yuan thought to himself and then spoke, not forgetting to set conditions. "Great General, I can save young Master Wei, but I have to condition. He presented to conditions 1, that Wei Qinglan must help him seize the jade cherry fruit in the flame bloom. General Wei didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding repeatedly. I agree, as long as your highness can save my son, neither of these conditions is a problem. After seeing Zhu Yuan's group off, Wei Qingqing still couldn't help but worry, turning to ask her father, can His Highness Zhu Yuan really cure the demonic miasma poison? Can we trust him? General Wei wasn't sure in his heart either, but this was the last straw to save Wei Bin. Even if there was only a glimmer of hope, he had to try. He sighed, for now, we can only treat a dead horse as a living one. I hope he is not deceiving me. In the guest room of the great general's manor, Lu Tai's Han rushed over after hearing the news and asked Zhu Yuan, Your Highness, can you really cure the demonic miasma poison? Zhu Yuan could only reply with a bitter face, You ask me, who do I ask? So after 10 days we'll be kicked out of Qinglan Prefecture. Zhu Yuan's limbs went weak. He ran straight to Yao unlamented. Sister Yao, are you kidding me? With your level, isn't curing that demonic miasma poison something you can do with a wave of your hand? Yao replied with a deadpan face as cold as steel. That guy threatened me before and you want me to save him personally? Standing beside them, Yue covered her mouth and giggled silently. Ah, she really holds a grudge. Zhu Yuan's face twisted as he pleaded, but I don't know any poison minus curing origin runes at all, and that demonic miasma poison is so powerful. How am I supposed to solve it? I'm begging you, sister. Yao threw him a piece of paper. Curing that demonic miasma poison might not be difficult. You should quickly prepare the things written on this paper. Zhu Yuan looked at the list on the paper and wanted to cry. The poisonous blood of various elements. These are all extremely toxic things. Sister Yao, are you trying to kill young Master Wei? Yao looked annoyed and explained, Don't talk nonsense. These are all materials for inscribing the second grade origin rune, the thought-devouring poison rune. It's to fight poison with poison. Zhu Yuan still couldn't help but worry, muttering, It's still poison. Will nothing happen? Having no other choice, Zhu Yuan passed the job to Lu Tai's Han. You go prepare it, yes. Lu Tai's Han took the paper, feeling bitter in his heart but still having to obey. This feels dangerous. I should probably prepare an escape route. Afterward, Zhu Yuan turned to Yao, his eyes full of determination. All right then, Sister Yao, let's start learning the thought-devouring poison rune. Seeing her still standing there like a statue, Zhu Yuan asked again, Oh, can we start now? Yao just shook her head and declared, Let's do it tomorrow. I'm tired today. Zhu Yuan felt like he was going to faint on the spot after hearing that. Sister Yao is so imposing, truly my legendary Sister Yao, not much to say, can't be trifled with, can't be seen, for the next 10 days to prevent Wei Qinglan from going mad with fear of losing his heir. Zhu Yuan had to dive headfirst into studying the myriad poison-dispersing art that Yao taught him. Yue and Lu Tai's Han stood by and watched. The girl clenched her fists, full of confidence. His Highness said it will definitely be fine. Lu Tai's Han next to her thought differently, muttering, Is that so? He told me to go get a bunch of extremely toxic things. I should still prepare an escape route just in case. Meanwhile, at General Wei and his daughter's place, Wei Qingqing couldn't help but worry. They bought a lot of extremely toxic things in the city. Will it really be okay? General Wei replied seriously, This Highness is very intelligent. He probably knows very well what the consequences would be if he messes up with little Bin. On the other side, Qi Hao and his cronies sneered after hearing the news. All poisonous things, what on earth do they want to do? If they end up torturing Wei Bin to death. Heh, can you imagine? Let's see how crazy Wei Qinglan will get. If Zhu Yuan really makes a mistake, I absolutely won't let him leave the great general's manor alive. Finally, the fateful day arrived. Zhu Yuan stepped out, announcing everything is ready. Let's go, whether we live or die depends on the will of heaven. In the backyard of the great general's manor, Zhu Yuan began to prepare the antidote. A pungent, foul smell filled the air, but everyone remained silent to let him concentrate. Wei Qingqing finally couldn't hold back and asked worriedly, Your Highness, these are all poisonous things. What are you planning to do? Zhu Yuan just smiled mysteriously, replying vaguely, These are the materials used to inscribe an origin rune, to fight poison with poison. As for the specifics you will know in a moment. However, seeing the worried expression on Wei Qinglan's face, he reassured him, "Great General, please rest assured. I know my limits and will absolutely not act recklessly." Wei Qinglan could only nod in agreement. "Mere Highness, please proceed." A moment later, looking at the bowl of foul-smelling liquid, Zhu Yuan gulped nervously and announced, "The materials are prepared." Then he took the origin rune pen and dipped it into that horrifying liquid. "Let's begin." Zhu Yuan then used the pen dipped in that liquid to draw an origin rune on Little Bin's back. Watching each stroke being drawn, Wei Qinglan couldn't help but be surprised. "Huh? It's just a first-grade origin rune?" He inscribed 8 first-grade origin runes. It turns out this method of inscribing origin runes is just like deploying troops for battle. Zhu Yuan let out a breath and rested for a moment. Then his gaze became sharp again. "Next is the second-grade origin rune, the Thousand Thoughts Devouring Poison rune." Wei Qing's eyes were dazzled. Wei Qinglan exclaimed in shock, "This is a second-grade origin rune." The origin rune was finally inscribed. The most crucial moment had arrived. As soon as the origin rune was activated, the demonic miasma poison began to appear clearly on the boy's skin and then spread. The demonic miasma poison is spreading. Zhu Yuan was not idle. He's controlling the first-grade origin runes to crush the erupting demonic miasma poison. Then, the second-grade origin rune would slowly deal with the remaining toxins. The toxins began to evaporate. Wei Qing watched, stunned and speechless. The black spots on Wei Bin's skin gradually disappeared. The poison that just erupted has been neutralized. Wei Qinglan was overjoyed and praised him profusely. "Amazing, too amazing. His Highness's control over these origin runes is like commanding an army in battle." He explained Zhu Yuan's brilliant tactic of segmenting and weakening the demonic miasma poison before wiping it out in one go. Even though they are only first and second-grade origin combined, they can exert a tremendous effect. Hearing her father's analysis, Wei Qing couldn't hide her joy. "That's great. It seems little brother is finally saved." However, Zhu Yuan showed no signs of happiness. He warned, "This is just the beginning. To completely neutralize the demonic miasma poison, we need to fight a long battle." In the room, black smoke continuously rose. The battle between the origin rune, the demonic miasma poison continued, and streams of the poison were gradually drawn out. The origin rune relentlessly attacked, weakening the toxin and even beginning to break it down locally. Therefore, while Zhu Yuan controlled the formation, he also had to constantly repair the origin rune to maintain the formation. Seeing the sweat beading on Zhu Yuan's forehead, Wei Qing knew he was trying very hard, and she couldn't help but feel moved. Even with a spiritual soul at the mid-illusory realm, controlling so many origin runes at once was a huge drain on Zhu Yuan. His strength was almost depleted. He could only rely on his willpower to grit his teeth and persevere. Sweat dripped into his stinging eyes, but he didn't care. Seeing this, Wei Qing quickly took a handkerchief to wipe the sweat for Zhu Yuan. At this moment, Qing's view of Zhu Yuan had completely changed. He just nodded slightly in response. Time passed just like that, and in the blink of an eye, 2 hours had gone by. The demonic miasma poison on Wei Bin's body was becoming less and less, and it had also faded a lot. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, it suddenly erupted violently, attacking in all 4 directions. The Wei father and daughter were horrified. The demonic miasma poison is trying to escape in 4 directions. It wants to penetrate into the deepest parts of Wei Bin's body. What? Then what should we do? Zhu Yuan remained calm and reassured them. "Don't worry, it can't escape." Each stroke of his pen was as sharp as a spear. He silently chanted in his heart, "Erupt, thousand thoughts devouring poison rune." Then he shouted loudly, "Swallow it for me." Streams of poisonous smoke began to be sucked into the origin rune. 15 minutes later, the demonic miasma poison finally dissipated completely. The Wei father and daughter looked at this scene with joy on their faces. Zhu Yuan panted, "Phew, what luck. Everything is fine now." Then his head spun, and he fell backward. But immediately he broke out in a cold sweat when he felt something soft behind him. Below, Tun was scrolling, ready to devour him at any moment. Yao spoke with a face as cold as ice. "If you don't get up, I'll have ton minus done by you. Zhu Yuan quickly sprang up. Sorry, sister Yao minus ya. Wei King happily ran over and hugged her younger brother tightly. Little brother, sister. Wei Qinglan without a word sincerely knelt on one knee before Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan was startled. Great General, Wei Qinglan interrupted, Your Highness need not say more. My Wei family will remember this kindness. Zhu Yuan said awkwardly, It was what I should do. Great General, please rise. I dare not accept such a grand gesture. He immediately gave an order and then turned to Zhu Yuan, reaffirming his promise. Someone quickly bring this origin connecting stone back for His Highness. Your Highness, I will explain the matter of the Black Abyss to you clearly. As for what I promised Your Highness, I will do my best to fulfill it. Zhu Yuan happily clasped his hands. Thank you, Great General. Meanwhile, in another place, Qihao slammed the table in anger after receiving the news. Zhu Yuan cured Wei Bin. How is that possible? Seeing her master angry, Wei Ting could only bow her head, not daring to make a sound. Qihao trembled with anger. A year's worth of effort in Qinglan Prefecture was now gone in a puff of smoke. This Zhu Yuan dares to ruin my good plans. The old steward Keeling quickly advised, Eldest young master, we can't stay in Qinglan Prefecture any longer. If we don't leave, we will be targeted. The room fell silent. Qihao gritted his teeth. Wei Qinglan, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Let's go. Leave Qinglan Prefecture. If Wei Qinglan dares to help Zhu Yuan fight against the Qi Royal House, I will make him understand. In the eyes of the Qi Royal House, Wei Qinglan, is not that important. Zhu Yuan, don't think that with Wei Qinglan you will surely win. If you dare to touch the flame bloom, this black abyss will be your burial place. In the guest hall of the Great General's manor, Your Highness, you've arrived. My Wei family will forever remember your great kindness. Great General, no need for formalities. Zhu Yuan glanced to the side, thinking to himself, in the end, I still have to thank Sister Yao minus Yao. Your Highness, please be seated. I think the purpose of your trip this time is probably for the ruin in the Black Abyss, right? The flame bloom is extremely important to Great Shu. We must obtain it. If it falls into the hands of others, it will be an extremely great threat. Your Highness, rest assured. I, Wei Qinglan, am not very ambitious. I just want to protect my family's peace. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope the Great General will not mind. It's all right. Your Highness probably knows the situation in the Black Abyss. I still hope the Great General can guide me. The Black Abyss is vast. What we know about it is actually just the outer region. Many years ago, there were many powerful forces that have now disappeared. This ruin, according to the intelligence we received, was probably left behind by an ancient force called the Battle Puppet Sect. They were very skilled at creating puppets for battle, which were extremely powerful. The most difficult to deal with is a giant python battle puppet that exists in that ruin, with a 4th- grade python - type origin beast soul as its core. Even a primal beginning realm expert would find it extremely troublesome to encounter. A 4th- grade python - type beast soul. Hearing about what he needed for his cultivation, Zhu Yuan fell into deep thought. But that means I have to eliminate a puppet stronger than the primal beginning realm. This is giving me a headache. Cultivating the ancestral dragon scripture is truly fraught with difficulties. Besides the dangers within the ruin, other factors cannot be underestimated. Ordinary forces don't need to be paid attention to, but there's one force that can be considered a great enemy. This person is very ambitious. This time, with news of the flame bloom, he will definitely get involved. Zhu Yuan spoke up, Great General, don't forget about the Qi Royal House as well. Wei Qinglan's expression was grave. Currently, Qi Yuan is being targeted by His Majesty. Qihao alone can't do much, but it's still better to be careful. Quickly send a message, have people guard Qihao's residence strictly. The people inside are not allowed to go out. A subordinate came in to report. Great General, there's new information. Qihao left the prefecture city. We don't know his current whereabouts. Wei Qinglan snorted coldly. This little brat is quite sharp. He runs fast. Zhu Yuan asked. General Wei, when do we set out? In 5 days I will lead the team myself. My Qinglan army has 8 Heaven's Gate experts. Wei Qinglan said, if you knew that many years ago, not even a meridian could be found on his body, you wouldn't say that. Wei Qingqing didn't know about these things and was puzzled. Wei Qinglan explained at length. What a pity. This highness of ours was born with the fortune of a sacred dragon. If it weren't for the two with the fate of the python and sparrow from Great Wu who stole his fortune, even you in front of him would not dare to say a word and could only bow your head." Hearing this, Wei King's eyes widened. She had known nothing about Zhu Yuan before. She never expected him to have such a tragic past. On Yu Wei's side, she was currently sitting and cultivating two types of yin and yang cultivation techniques in parallel. Zhu Yuan and Yao minus Yao were observing from the side. Yu Wei silently chanted in her heart, "Fourth minus Great Origin Key, Flame Thunder Key, Flayed Origin Key, Fourth minus Great Origin Key, Nether Chill." Then she brought her hands together, allowing the two opposing forces to merge, and then she opened her eyes wide. Nether Chill True Scripture Fire Thunder Art, Cultivation Successful. With a bang, the aura radiating around her shook Zhu Yuan. He clapped his hands. "Congratulations, congratulations, Yu Wei's divine art is complete. Unifying the world is within your grasp." "Ph, is your highness easing me again? Do you want to try out its power?" "No, let's skip it." Zhu Yuan turned around and shrugged. "Right now, I'm afraid I'm no longer your match. Unless I also step into the nourishing key realm and rely on origin runes. Only then can I fight with you. Of course, this is the prerequisite for mastering the first level of the Ancestral Dragon Scripture. Speaking of which, the Ancestral Dragon Scripture is really hard to cultivate. I still haven't found all the materials yet. Just thinking about it makes me want to cry. Fortunately, thanks to my efforts, the 8th meridian has been loosening up lately. It won't be long before I can open it completely. Let's go. Today we will go to the Black Abyss. Get your things ready to depart. Please subscribe to the channel to support me." Qi Hao was standing before a mysterious person saying something. "Oh, you mean the Qi Royal House wants to cooperate with me?" This person was the city lord of Black-Oxen City, the Black-Oxen King. Qi Hao grinned, baring his teeth. This time a ruin has appeared in the Black Abyss. The great Zhu royal family and Wei clan have joined forces. If Black-Oxen City and the Qi Royal House join forces, we will definitely be able to contend with them. Black-Oxen King snorted. "I'm not afraid of that, Wei clan." "Afraid? Although Black-Oxen City is called the hegemon of the Black Abyss, I'm afraid one tree cannot make a forest." "Nth, you really think I don't know? That King Zhu isn't coming. As long as that primal beginning realm expert isn't here, Wei clan can't fight me." "You want to borrow my hand to deal with Wei clan? Then show some sincerity. If the Black-Oxen King can help my Qi Royal House obtain the Flame Bloom, my Qi Royal House will definitely overthrow the royal family and take Great Zhu. At that time, Qinglan Prefecture will belong to the Black-Oxen King." Hearing Qi Hao's attractive offer, the Black-Oxen King's hand tightened on the armrest of his chair. He pondered for a moment, then smiled. He smiled. "That makes sense. I can cooperate with you. A small Qinglan prefecture alone cannot move me. I also want to take over to other prefecture cities in the Black Abyss." Qi Hao was stunned. "What? That's almost a quarter of Great Zhu's territory. If you don't agree, then please leave." "All right. As long as the Black-Oxen King helps us get the Flame Bloom, the 3 prefecture cities will be yours afterward. Black-Oxen King." "My Black-Oxen City, accept this deal. Black Abyss island filled with danger and opportunity. In the Black Abyss, there is always chaos and slaughter." But this time Zhu Yuan showed no weakness. Not only did he have elite troops, but he also had the primal beginning realm expert Wei clan preside. Under these circumstances, in just a few days, Zhu Yuan and his group reached their destination, Demon-Trapping City. After arranging accommodation for both men and horses in Demon-Trapping City, Zhu Yuan and his group went out to gather intelligence on the streets of Demon-Trapping City. Upon entering Demon-Trapping City, Zhu Yuan's group immediately attracted attention. The most outstanding were the 3 women Yao minus Yao, Yu Wei, and Wei King. Wow, beauties like this are rare. And there are 3 of them. Look, but don't provoke them. They might have a powerful force behind them that we can't afford to offend. Inside the city there were sounds of peddling everywhere. Look. A new batch of goods just came out of the ruin, all kinds of treasures. Don't miss it. Everyone, take a look. This is an origin weapon from the Battle Puppet sect. Although its value has decreased now, Back in the day, it was probably a profound origin weapon. Now for just 1900 origin crystals, you can take it away. What? It's clearly broken into small pieces, and you call it a profound origin weapon? It's not even as good as a mid-minus grade origin weapon. It's all just broken stuff, probably taken from the battle puppet sect ruin. I'll use my spiritual soul to sense it a bit. It has no value at all. Yao spoke up. Ju Yuan, that thing in the bottom left corner, you can buy it and take a look. Ju Yuan asked curiously, what is that? It's a jade tablet. It's not worth much, but it has an incomplete origin rune on it. An origin rune that can make me feel something is definitely not an ordinary item. Ju Yuan was speechless, thinking to himself, truly a willful sister. I can't even refute this reason. He walked over to the stall and asked, how much for this item? Esteemed customer, this item is not ordinary at all. This must be. Before he could finish, Waken Glan behind him released a terrifying aura. Ju Yuan said, I think you shouldn't try to rip me off. Are you sure you can bully the person standing behind me? The seller was shocked. Waken Glan, why is he here? He laughed and said. The consignor said they'll sell it for 2,000 origin crystals. Ju Yuan closed the deal. All right then, 2,000 origin crystals, I'll take it. Suddenly, Qi Hao appeared and interrupted. Wait, I'll offer 3,000 origin crystals for this jade tablet. Ju Yuan frowned and looked at Qi Hao. Waken Glan asked, what mischief are you people from the Qi royal house up to again? Go back quickly. An item that my Qi royal house has set its sights on. A single word from the general is probably not enough to make us give up. Waken Glan snorted and released his aura. Qi Hao looked a bit scared and fell silent. Suddenly stepped out from behind Qi Hao. The Black Oxen King laughed and said, Haha. Waken Glan, long time no see. Your temper is as arrogant as ever. The people around, seeing the Black Oxen King appear, actively moved away. Why is he here? Waken Glan growled each word. Black Toxin. What, you want to fight me again here? Have you forgotten the suffering you endured at my hands back then? The city lord of Demon Trapping City appeared in the air, acting as a peacemaker. You two, our small town can't withstand a fight between you two. MPH, if I see you in the ruin, I will kill you on the spot. I'm afraid this time you, Waken Glan, won't be able to leave the Black Abyss. At this moment, Ju Yuan turned to the old seller and offered 5,000 origin crystals. Qi Hao opened his mouth. 6,000. Ju Yuan gave him a sidelong glance and continued to bid. 8,000, 10,000, 12,000, 15,000. His Highness Ju Yuan is truly generous. A gentleman doesn't steal another's prized possession, so I'll leave this item for your Highness. The old seller held out the item in front of Ju Yuan and said, please take it. Ju Yuan ran over, leaned close to Yao's ear, and whispered, Sister Yao, do you think it's worth it? Whether it's worth it or not, we'll find out later. The Black Oxen King laughed loudly. So you're the Prince of Great Shu. I heard you cured the demonic miasma poison. Ju Yuan turned to look at the Black Oxen King. That demonic miasma poison is not that impressive. Ha, what an arrogant brat. In front of me, even Waken Glan can't protect you. The suffering he endured at my hands was not little, right? The Qi royal house will give me 3 prefecture cities. After the matter is done, if you give me 6, I'll turn around and help you. Ju Yuan stood silently for a moment. Then his eyes flashed, and he replied, I have General Wei, and that is enough. As for the territory of my great Shu, if anyone dares to interfere, they will be killed on the spot. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Ju Yuan, the Black Oxen King looked at him with interest for a moment. Then he turned and left. Good. Better not fall into my hands. The Prince of Great Shu seems a bit interesting. I really want to test him. Before leaving, Qi Hao turned back and said, truly a person who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You haven't even reached the nourishing Qi realm, yet you dare to speak to me like that. If there weren't people protecting you, I would have killed you on the spot. Ju Yuan, not showing any weakness, retorted, there will be a chance for that. At that time, I want to see who kills whom. Missing content. At the Demon Trapping City Inn. General Wei, if you were to fight that Black Oxen King, what are your chances of winning? In terms of cultivation level, we are evenly matched. but the demonic miasma key that the Black minus Toxin King cultivates is the peak of 4th minus grade origin key, insidious, poisonous and domineering. It's hard to defend against. I fell into his hands back then because of it. Zhu Yuan rubbed his chin and thought, this demonic miasma poison is truly a headache. Sister Yao minus Yao, please think of a way for me. Yao minus Yao sighed. I knew you'd drag me into this. She placed a scroll on the table. This is called the Myriad minus Mark Poison minus Guarding Rune. A peak 3rd minus Grade Origin Rune. Using it can defend against 100 poisons. Wei Qinglan was overjoyed. A peak 3rd minus Grade Origin Rune? Good. With this Origin Rune, the Black minus Toxin King will no longer be a threat to me. Zhu Yuan spoke up. Now that General Wei is confident, I am also relieved. We will move out and enter the battle puppet sect ruin. Then he looked at Yao minus Yao and thought to himself, thank you, Sister Yao minus Yao. At night, Zhu Yuan finally opened his 8th meridian. After completing the opening of the 8th meridian, he let out a light breath. Next would be opening the key palace. The origin key in Zhu Yuan's body began to accumulate, forming a vortex. An origin point appeared in the center of the vortex, seemingly there but not large but not small. As the origin key entered, it was like opening the heavens and splitting the earth. When the key palace opens, it is graded into 4 levels based on one's innate talent: colorless, azure, violet, and gold. And Zhu Yuan's key palace was violet. A violet key palace, not bad. Just when he thought it was over, a strange change occurred. Suddenly, deep within the key palace, a strange stream of ki appeared, a stream of origin ki that Zhu Yuan couldn't get used to. This stream of origin ki carried the flavor of primal ki, like all things at the beginning, untainted by turbid ki and ache. What is this stream of origin ki? Could it be from when I was born? The 8 meridians opened on their own, connecting to the key palace. This innate origin ki, to escape that calamity, had hidden deep within the key palace. Now that my key palace has reopened, it has sensed me, and so it has returned to me. The feeling of having lost and then regained it made Zhu Yuan feel nostalgic, and his emotions were momentarily in turmoil. At this moment, that stream of innate origin ki entered the key palace. Zhu Yuan saw that the violet of the key palace suddenly had golden rays of light, like the sun shining down. Golden, it's turned into a golden key palace, the highest minus grade key palace. As Zhu Yuan was immersed in the joy brought by the golden key palace, he didn't notice that in the palm of his other hand, the pool of blood minus red dragon's resentment poison that had been occupying it suddenly moved. It followed his meridians and entered the key palace. It began to permeate and spread around. Then, that pool of blood gradually condensed into a shape. Zhu Yuan was stunned. Wait, this is the dragon's resentment poison. Gradually, his golden key palace was completely devoured, replaced by a blood minus red key palace, a color that seemed even more powerful than gold. Zhu Yuan began to fall into confusion because there had never been any record of such a strange phenomenon. What's happening? What does a blood minus red key palace mean? I've never heard of it before. The origin key in the key palace is mixed with the dragon's resentment poison. What the hell is this? It's turned into poison dragon key. Zhu Yuan carefully observed his key palace. Fortunately, it's not too worrying. The total amount of origin ki the key palace can contain seems to have increased compared to the previous golden key palace. The more Zhu Yuan thought, the more confused he became. He scratched his head in frustration. Is it really not a problem? I really don't understand anything. I have to ask Sister Yao minus Yao clearly tomorrow. This damn dragon's resentment poison. On the second day, everyone noticed Zhu Yuan's breakthrough. His Highness broke through to the nourishing key realm. It was from yesterday. His Highness is amazing. In such a short time, he went from not being able to open his meridians to the nourishing key realm. However, because of the blood minus red key palace, Zhu Yuan really couldn't be happy. Zhu Yuan found an opportunity to tell Yao minus Yao about the blood minus red key palace. Yao minus Yao pondered. A blood minus red key palace, huh? Seeing her expression, Zhu Yuan's mood became even more uneasy. After a while, Yao minus Yao said, I don't know either. As for whether there are any problems, I can only say you should pay more attention in the future. Saying that is like saying nothing. It seems this is how it has to be. Wei Qinglan walked over and said, Your Highness, everything is ready. Let's head to the battle puppet section. Let's set out. Inside the inn, Zhu Yuan's side has already set out. Very good. That ruin is full of dangers. Let them clear the way for us first. You said before that you had prepared a trick. What exactly is it? When the time comes, City Lord Aichi, I will know. There's a good show to watch. They are sure to die this time. Half an hour later, Zhu Yuan and his group arrived at the battle puppet sect's ruin. Yao said, "There is an origin rune barrier above the ruin." Zhu Yuan nodded. "It seems we have to enter from below. Let's get the jade cherry fruit first, then go find the flame bloom." The threat in the ruin mainly comes from the various battle puppets left behind in the battle puppet sect. Even the lowest grade beast shape battle puppet has strength equivalent to a nourishing key realm expert. Fortunately, the elite Kanglan army led by General Wei was very strong. The attack of a dozen or so beast shaped battle puppets was resolved within 10 minutes. So this is a battle puppet. I heard that during the golden age of the battle puppet sect, the army had as many as 100,000 battle puppets, but now they are all scattered. Yao gently touched a battle puppet to inspect it. Using origin runes as a power source, on the subsequent journey, they had to fight continuously. Fortunately, the army with Zhu Yuan was strong and well equipped. They faced these obstacles head on and passed through to a lakeside area. Wei Kanglan said, "This is it. The jade cherry fruit is in the center of the lake." Zhu Yuan stood looking at the large tree in the middle of the lake. "Jade cherry fruit, I finally found you." On a rock not far away, a group of people appeared. "Today, if you want to get this jade cherry fruit, you'll have to ask if I agree." Zhu Yuan looked coldly at Th. Your Highness, this lake is a bit strange. You can't fly or use origin key to walk across the water. The water in the lake might hide danger. It seems the stronger a person's origin key is, the easier it is for them to fall into the water. This place seems unsuitable for origin key practitioners. Yue asked them, "What should we do?" Zhu Yuan suddenly placed his foot on the water's surface. He stood for a moment to see if anything happened, then turned back and said, "It's the spiritual soul." Zhu Yuan used his spiritual soul to walk on the water, unraveling the secret of this lake. Around the lake other forces were hiding, extremely cunning. So that's how it is. We should make our move too. You have to rely on the spiritual soul. Zhao Qingfeng, you go. Master Ying, your master was harmed by this kid. Eldest young master, rest assured, fighting with spiritual soul, dealing with this kid is not difficult at all. Yao looked at the other side and asked, "That person's spiritual soul is not weak. Do you need my help to test him?" Zhu Yuan refused. "Let me do it. The situation here is complicated. It's not suitable for you to make a move. If something goes wrong with you and the great general here, you can save me." As Zhu Yuan glided across the water, the other forces by the lake also sent out those skilled in spiritual soul. They all began to approach the center of the lake. After taking just a few steps, countless arrows shot out from the tree in the middle of the island. Arrow. Yuan took out his heavenly origin brush and inscribed the first grade origin rune, the soul shield, to resist. Some people were hit by the jade light, and their eyes immediately went blind. They fell into the lake and turned into pools of blood. Wei King was startled. The people who fell into the lake all died instantly. Wei Kanglan added, "There is indeed a deadly trap under this lake." Yue quickly shouted, "Your Highness, you must be careful." Zhu Yuan didn't answer. He was focused on dealing with the flying spiritual particles. This jade cherry fruit is indeed not easy to get, but I must get it. With each wave of jade light attacks, the number of people on the lake surface decreased. The remaining people gradually approached the island in the center of the lake, but as they were about to get ashore, a powerful beam of light shot out from the tree. Zhu Yuan was startled. A giant halo of light. This attack is different from the last one. This halo cannot be defended with a soul shield. The people enveloped by the halo of light saw a vast, desolate land appear before them. They could only see the base of a jade-colored giant tree with no end in sight. It reached up to the heavens. The oppressive feeling emanating from the giant tree threw everyone into a state of intense fear. Their spiritual souls trembled. Yue was stunned. They've all stopped moving. Sister Yao, what's happening? What's wrong? They've fallen into a state of spiritual pressure. If they can't withstand it, their spiritual souls will be shattered. Hearing this, Wei Kanglan and his daughter looked at her in horror. What? We have to go save His Highness. Yao said calmly, no need. He's not so easily defeated. Zhu Yuan's face was strained. Spiritual pressure? MPH. I'll show you what true fear is. He immediately activated the chaotic divine demon visualization method. Instantly, the giant tree was irresistibly sucked into the grindstone. As for Zhao Qingfeng, he was still standing in place, panting. This spiritual pressure is truly not simple. Luckily my spiritual soul is strong enough to eliminate it. The other guys seemed to be dead already, but he didn't get to be smug for long. He saw Zhu Yuan ahead of him stepping onto the island. How is this possible? How did he escape from that sooner than me? Damn it, it wasn't easy to latch onto the key royal house. How could I fail here? I must get this jade cherry fruit. Zhao Qingfeng, unwilling to give up, immediately unleashed a second -grade origin rune. Ghost Sword Soul -devouring rune. Wei King on the shore shouted, Your Highness, be careful. Zhu Yuan's eyes were gold. A sneak attack. If you want to die, I will grant your wish. He decisively waved his hand, and a second -grade origin rune, the Soul -slaying rune, tore through the air, easily slicing through Zhao Qingfeng's Ghost Sword Soul -devouring rune. He screamed in terror, mid-illusory realm. Zhu Yuan smirked. It seems the fear the jade cherry tree brought you wasn't enough. Then let me give you some more. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the chaotic divine demon visualization method. Zhao Qingfeng's spiritual soul was instantly sucked into the divine grindstone. Attacked directly in his soul, Zhao Qingfeng only had time to let out a tragic scream, before losing control and tumbling into the lake. Wei King, witnessing this scene, was both happy and scared, thinking to herself, amazing. I didn't expect His Highness's spiritual soul to be so powerful. How could only darken his face and curse silently, useless trash. Zhu Yuan didn't care. He looked up at the tree in front of him. This is the jade cherry fruit. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to something else. Hey, what's this? Dangling from a branch was an ancient ring. He curiously walked over and picked it up. Hey, what is this? It seems to be a ring. Upon closer inspection, he realized the marks on it seemed to be from ancient times. Plus this strange fluctuation. Could this ring enhance one's spiritual soul? Moreover, ever since he took it down, the fluctuating key emanating from the jade cherry tree seemed to have weakened considerably. Could this ring be what gives the jade cherry tree its defensive power? Oh well, I don't care anymore. I'll ask Sister Yao when I get back to find out. I got the jade cherry fruit, so I can extend Royal Mother's lifespan. Qi Hao, standing on the other shore, watched with bitterness and muttered, This Zhu Yuan is quite capable. MPH, let him be smug for a while. After all, when he gets the treasure, it will all fall into my hands in the end. Let's go. Wei Qinglan watched Qi Hao's group leave, pondering. It seems this Qi Hao doesn't want to have a decisive battle with us here. I'm afraid the real battle will begin when we fight for the flame bloom. When Zhu Yuan returned, Wei Qinglan clasped his hands. Congratulations to your highness for successfully obtaining the treasure. It was just luck. Qi Hao's side has already set off to find the flame bloom. At this time, around the lake, there were still many other forces eyeing the jade cherry fruit. But when they saw the formidable troops ahead, they had to give up their intentions and slowly dispersed. That's right, Sister Yao look at this. This is the ring I got from the jade cherry tree. Yao glanced at it and replied, This is also a treasure. It might be an origin treasure. If it can be restored, it can be used to enhance and cultivate the spiritual soul, which would be of great benefit to soul cultivation. Hearing this, Zhu Yuan immediately started to flatter her. Oh my, that's troublesome. I'll have to find someone who is both gentle and kind, and as beautiful as a flower to help me restore it. Hearing this, Yao covered her mouth and giggled. She turned and said, Besides me, who else are you going to find? Zhu Yuan beamed. Then I'll have to trouble Sister Yao. Sister Yao is the best. Half an hour later, the battle puppets appearing on the road became increasingly difficult to deal with, causing casualties among their troops. After some time, they finally approached the location where the flame bloom appeared. The heaven and earth origin key ahead is extremely strong. Your Highness, the flame bloom is probably up ahead. All right, speed up and let's go. As Zhu Yuan arrived at a desolate mountain valley, another group of troops was also standing in a corner of the valley. Deep inside, a type of plant was flourishing, emitting a pure origin ki. Zhu Yuan, I advise you, it's still not too late to leave now. Zhu Yuan replied, do all you people with the surname Qi like to talk nonsense like this? Alright, since you are so determined to seek death, then today, I will help you fulfill your wish. City Lord Hi, next, I'll have to ask you to make a move. Henki H, of course, you've offered the price of 3 prefecture cities. I will naturally do my best to help. The Black minus Dachshund King began to execute his technique. A stream of pitch minus black ki shot out from his palm. Hen, this poisonous creature dares to touch the territory of my great Jew? You'll have to ask me, Waking Glan, if I agree first. 4th minus great origin ki. Ki. Zhu Yuan politely clasped his hands. General Wei, you've worked hard. Your Highness, no need for formalities. Waking Glan looked at his opponent. I didn't expect you'd still have the guts to fight me. I truly admire your courage. This time, I will definitely kill you to compensate for the torment my son has endured for so many years. The Black minus Dachshund King opened the demonic miasma prison and laughed loudly. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Waking Glan have a taste of the demonic miasma prison of the 9 underworlds. Waking Glan unleashed the golden crow/and attack. The clash of their powers created a chaotic explosion, completely obscuring the situation within. Suddenly, the Black minus Dachshund King appeared right behind Waking Glan. Waking Glan, watch my move, take your life, die. Waking Glan just snorted coldly and a brilliant golden light countered the demonic miasma prison. With a bang, the 2 techniques collided and exploded. The 2 separated, their backs to each other. The Black minus Dachshund King's hand trembled. It was clear he had lost in the exchange of strength. He thought to himself, NKH. That golden crow key is to domineering. It nullified all my attacks. However, I have already sent a stream of demonic miasma ki into Waking Glan's body. Thinking this, he smirked and laughed loudly. You never change. Have you forgotten the taste of my body minus invading poison ki? Waking Glan smirked and snorted coldly. Old poison fiend, you're too naive. Do you really think I have no tricks up my sleeve and would let you send poison ki into my body? It turned out that during the exchange he had secretly activated the myriad minus mark poison minus guarding rune on his hand. Seeing this, Waking King's jaw dropped. So cool. The Black minus Dachshund King was startled. WHA minus what? You neutralized my demonic miasma poison? On the other side, Healing approached and said, Eldest young master, I'm afraid the Black minus Dachshund King can't win. He can only barely hold Waking Glan back. Kihao snorted. Then next, we'll have to rely on our own tricks. Appear. As soon as his words fell, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently, and large chunks of earth shattered. What's happening? The ground is suddenly shaking. Could it be? Just then, a giant python erupted from under the ground. It's the giant python battle puppet. The final guardian of the ruin has finally appeared? Damn it, at this crucial moment. Kihao's strange laughter echoed. Zhu Yuan, I told you I would make you get out of here soon. Now you will all die here. This is called the Soul minus Controlling Flute. It's specifically used to control beast souls. This giant python battle puppet has a 4th minus grade python minus type origin beast soul as its core. Zhu Yuan was stunned. So that's how it is. Kiao continued, it will obey my commands. Luckily, His Highness Zhu Yuan's fame has been soaring lately, so the great Wusai has given us even more support. Be careful, it's charging over here. Waking Glan anxiously turned his head, wanting to go help, but the Black minus Dachshund King blocked him. Damn it, Lu Tai's Han led the royal guard forward. Not good. Protect His Highness. Waking King turned to ask for advice. They can't hold out for much longer. Your Highness, what should we do? In such critical times, Zhu Yuan had no choice but to ask Yao minus Yao for help. He turned and asked, Sister Yao minus Yao. Sister Yao minus Yao, do you have a way to deal with that thing? Yao minus Yao smiled lightly. Of course there is a way. This thing has eaten so much of your meat, now it's time for it to do something for you. Zhu Yuan shouted loudly, go, ton minus done. The scene of a tiny, cute puppy facing a giant python created a stark contrast, enough to make anyone who witnessed it question their reality. Sending ton minus done to deal with the giant python battle puppet? Isn't that too much? No way sending such a cute animal. Contrary to the two girls' reactions, Zhu Yuan knew ton was very strong, and so he cheered. Alright, go ton, get rid of that thing, and 10 more plates of meat will be yours. At this moment the giant tail of the python slammed down. Wei King covered her mouth in distress. Ton, you poor thing. Qi Hao looked on with contempt, sending out a little dog. It seems you have really reached a dead end. A strange change occurred. The tail of the python was knocked back by a terrifying force. Wei King's mouth hung open. The giant python was blown away. What is this? The dust cleared, revealing ton, Super VIP Pro Max upgraded version. Oh my god, is that ton? Qi Hao's jaw dropped in horror. What? Where did this Zhu Yuan get a primal beginning realm origin beast? Could this be the trump card the royal family was hiding? Yu Wei and King stared with slack jaws, looking up. That giant beast is what ton transformed into? And it has the strength of the primal beginning realm. Qi Hao was worried and immediately blew his flute to control the python. Damn it. I have to deal with it quickly. The giant python immediately used its tail to fling a small mountain at ton, but ton proved to it who the real rock type master was. It just lightly kicked its foot and split the small mountain into many pieces. The giant python opened its mouth and spat a stream of purple origin ki at ton. Zhu Yuan exclaimed, what terrifying origin ki! It's enough to kill a Heaven's Gate expert. Tun's eyes flashed. It once again proved to the giant python that besides smashing rocks, it just opened its mouth and sucked the bowl of origin ki into its belly. But it's rude not to return a favor, and ton understood this principle very well. It quickly closed the distance to the giant python. Its body was huge, but its speed was extremely fast. It raised its paw and lightly tapped the giant python's tail. And so, a scene of two monsters tumbling around unfolded. The terrifying destructive power forced the crowd to retreat several dozen miles to avoid the shockwave's impact. Missing content. Wei King's breathing was ragged. Amazing. Ton can actually counter attack while the giant python is coiling around it. Qi Hao gritted his teeth. Damn it. Can't delay any longer. I must go and snatch the flame bloom first. Zhu Yuan also immediately rushed up. Qi Hao has made his move. We should make our move too. Sister Yao, watch the outside. Don't let others take advantage of the situation. Seeing Zhu Yuan give chase, Qi Hao immediately ordered Qiling to block them. Ludai's Han shouted, leave it to me, your highness, continue the pursuit. With no one blocking their way, Zhu Yuan's group closely followed behind. Qi Hao curled his lip. You dare to follow me here? You guys go, kill them all for me. The two beauties, Yu Wei and King, rushed forward. Your highness, I can handle 2 of them, leave the other 2 to me, your highness. Go and get the flame bloom, your highness, go after Qi Hao, let us handle them. At this point, only Qi Hao and Zhu Yuan were left. When they were close, Qi Hao proactively stopped. He said contemptuously, you're truly brave, daring to chase me alone. It seems no one can save you today. You really have courage, daring to follow me without anyone to protect you. Zhu Yuan thought to himself, if I hadn't opened my key palace, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be his match. He opened his mouth just relying on trash talk. You're really not worthy of the name Qi or Yan. Kh, trash, when you fall into my hands later, let's see how I chop off your head. The last person who said that to me was your pitiful younger brother. Now he's probably hiding in the Qi royal house, not daring to come out. Nearby several dark figures were hiding and watching the battle. That's His Highness Zhu Yuan's origin key. Could it be he hasn't even cultivated a cultivation technique? If His Highness dies here, then Great Shu will fall into chaos. We people from the Black Abyss can go over to Great Shu and fight for spoils. Qi Hao said, oh, so you've reached the nourishing Qi realm. No wonder you dare to face me alone. However, it seems the prince of the Great Shu royal family is so poor that he can't even afford a single cultivation technique. NPH, we'll know after we try, won't we? Putting on an act won't save you. Prepare to die. Zhu Yuan's eyes flashed. He calculated in his mind, excellent. just in time to test to what extent my origin key has been invaded by the dragon's resentment poison. With a boom, both of them clashed palms at the same time. Then they both retreated. Zhu Yuan looked down at his slightly trembling arm. My entire arm is numb. A late minus stage nourishing key realm cultivator, fourth minus grade origin key is indeed formidable. However, on Qi Hao's side, he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers were stunned. What? That Qi Hao vomited blood? What is that strange blood minus red poison key? As soon as it entered my body, it began to frantically devour my essence key. I had to use all my strength to suppress it and force it out. In the last blow, Zhu Yuan had infused a bit of his resentment poison's origin key into the strike. That dragon's resentment poison directly seeped into Qi Hao's body and gnawed at him. Zhu Yuan was very satisfied with this effect. It seems that mixing in the origin key of the dragon's resentment poison is much more domineering than I imagined. He opened his mouth to provoke. Don't you like a little difficulty? Come on again. Qi Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Zhu Yuan's origin key is not scary, but that little bit of poison key in it is truly terrifying. Qi Hao took out his high minus grade origin weapon, the golden rock spear. I never thought a worthless prince would have some skill. Oh, taking out a weapon? I have one too. Heavenly origin brush, martial form. If that's the case, let's see who ultimately wins. The two fought with their spears, but the tide seemed to be turning in Qi Hao's favor. He was overwhelming Zhu Yuan. It seems Qi Hao still has the upper hand. That's right, after all. He is at the late minus stage nourishing Qi realm. Then Qi die. Qi Hao saw an opening and swung his spear fiercely, knocking Zhu Yuan back. With your strength, it's not bad that you could hold out for so long. Zhu Yuan panted, thinking to himself, if I had cultivated the ancestral dragon scripture, even at the early minus stage nourishing Qi realm, I could probably beat him. Qi Hao was also shocked in his heart. He's already so hard to deal with at just the nourishing Qi realm. This guy shouldn't be kept alive for long. He still taunted verbally, however. You will only live until now. Let this place become your burial ground. The winner is decided. Die. Qi Hao put all his strength into a single thrust. Just as the spear tip was about to hit, an origin rune flashed on Zhu Yuan's chest. The two of them thrust their spears at each other, creating a deafening sound. Then, both of them were sent flying backward. Qi Hao was furious in his heart. How can this be? I clearly used all my strength, yet he blocked it. Zhu Yuan muttered, I guess that even the odds. The onlookers couldn't help but be in an uproar. These two are evenly matched. However, Qi Hao still has a higher chance of winning. After all, that Qi guy is at the late minus stage nourishing Qi realm. Zhu Yuan raised his brush, applying the nether annihilation art to its tip. Let's fight again. Come on, let me show you a treasure. Qi Hao's eyes looked like they were about to pop, and he trembled with rage. You dare use the nether annihilation art in front of me? He similarly activated the nether annihilation art on the tip of his spear. He growled MPH. Die. Zhu Yuan smirked. Come on, whoever's scared can go home. The two charged at each other again. The nether annihilation arts from the brush tip and the spearhead collided, creating a massive explosion that sent both of them flying backward. Zhu Yuan stood there, panting. Qi Hao snorted coldly. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Mid-minus grade profound origin art, indestructible golden rock. Qi Hao indeed still had a trump card. This indestructible golden rock had extremely strong defensive power. Qi Hao continuously thrust his spear at Zhu Yuan, but with his dragon step, Zhu Yuan easily dodged, and then Zhu Yuan took advantage of an opening and stabbed straight at Qi Hao. But the effect was not what he expected. I could only pierce half a finger's length. Its defensive effect is truly formidable. Qi Hao bared his teeth. Now you know how strong it is. Give up the struggle. Then, taking advantage of Zhu Yuan's moment of distraction, he used all his strength to slam his spear into Zhu Yuan's abdomen. Zhu Yuan's entire body crashed into a large boulder. A mere early minus stage nourishing Qi realm practitioner fighting me to this extent is truly beyond my imagination. Zhu Yuan smiled confidently. You're also a bit harder to deal with than I imagine. You're at death's door and still dare to talk tough. With my next move you won't be able to utter another word. Mid-minus grade profound origin art. Die. 1000 gold origin shatter. The other forces lurking outside couldn't help but be horrified. So terrifying, that spear is so fierce, and with that super strong defense His Highness Zhuyuan is surely dead. Zhuyuan snorted coldly. MPH so scary, Imperial Ultimate Seal. The golden spear shadowed or through the air, violently stabbing forward, while a brush shadow roared to block it. The two sides collided, creating a world-shaking sound. The figures of Zhuyuan and Qi Hao were both sent flying backward. The battle is too terrifying. His Highness Zhuyuan can actually fight back against Qi Hao. Truly unexpected. After that last blow, both of them were somewhat weakened. Zhuyuan leaned on the heavenly origin brush, panting. Qi Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You're very tenacious. You're still not dead. But it looks like you're badly injured too. You've definitely lost. My defense is much stronger than yours. So, the final winner must be me. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Zhuyuan's expression on the opposite side and frowned in anger. I can't believe you can still have that expression before you die. Zhuyuan smiled. I just feel that you're very pitiful because you don't even know who won and who lost. Veins popped on Qi Hao's face. Then he swung his spear and thrust. Playing tricks. Die for me. As the spearhead neared Zhuyuan, it suddenly stopped. My body suddenly lost control. You. What did you do to me? Did you think I was that stupid, knowing full well how good your defense is and I would still stubbornly clash spears with you? Heavenly Origin Brush's second rune infestation. Every time my Heavenly Origin brush touches your skin, threads will enter your body without you feeling a thing. Qi Hao's whole body trembled as he shouted, what? Zhuyuan continued, these threads will invade your Origin Qi, then carry your Origin Qi back to the Heavenly Origin Brush. A truly terrifying ability. After the threads returned, a large amount of Origin Qi entered the Heavenly Origin Brush, causing Zhuyuan's aura to become stronger. So that's how it is, you. Zhuyuan looked at the glowing second Origin rune inside in admiration. Truly worthy of once being a sacred Origin weapon. He pointed his brush at Qi Hao. Do you understand now? Qi Hao was now extremely terrified. He immediately turned and fled. Damn it, damn it. How can this be? Impossible. I was clearly the one who was supposed to trample on him, bastard. With a swish, the brush tip pierced through Qi Hao's back. The brush tip was pulled out along with a spray of countless blood. Qi Hao powerlessly collapsed. Zhuyuan's voice turned cold, getting cocky and careless with just a slight advantage. This is the path that leads to death. Qi Hao is dead. This Zhuyuan, with his early stage nourishing Qi realm strength, actually killed Qi Hao at the late stage nourishing Qi realm. We'll have to watch out for Great Jew in the future. Wei Qinglan, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be horrified. The Black Oxen King said, he's truly a monster. After finishing off the two who were blocking her way, Yue ran over. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but widen her eyes and exclaim, Your Highness. King's figure also gradually approached. She hadn't arrived yet, but her voice rang out, are you okay? But when she saw Qi Hao lying on the ground, King's eyes widened in disbelief. She exclaimed, Qi Hao is dead. Zhuyuan retracted the brush into his hand and smiled. Yue excitedly clapped her hands. Your Highness is amazing. King's lips twitched as she asked, You call this just amazing? You should call it monstrous. Even I couldn't beat Qi Hao. Alright, it's good that everyone is okay. Next, let's go get the flame bloom. Excellent, the flame bloom is finally in our hands. So this is the flame bloom, it's so beautiful. I've never seen a 4th- grade origin plant before. The General's manor has rendered great service this time. After the flame bloom matures, a portion will be given to the General's manor. King bowed her head. Then thank you, Your Highness, in advance. Zhuyuan looked at Yue. Don't worry, you'll get a share too. Yue was flustered. Ah, I was just curious about how it tastes. It's not like I'm in need. Many people outside had noticed that Zhuyuan had obtained the flame bloom. Now was when their strength was at its weakest. Inside, more and more Origin Qi fluctuations were gradually appearing, all restless, wanting to take the opportunity to snatch the treasure. They were preparing to make a move. But just as these people were about to act, Yao, who was standing on the mountain valley, gave them a cold glance and then clenched her hand. At this moment, a scroll suddenly appeared in her hand. Yao released the scroll, letting it fly high, simultaneously emitting a powerful light. The origin rune written on the scroll absorbed the surrounding origin key and transformed into a massive dark cloud. Moreover, within the cloud, there was lightning. She can control lightning? My god, that's a 4th minus grade origin rune. Who on earth is this young lady? How can her skill with origin runes be so terrifying? Under the threat of the 4th minus grade origin rune, everyone gave up their intention of snatching the treasure. Zhu Yuan saw the lightning on Yao minus Yao's side and became worried. There's a commotion outside. Let's go see what the situation is. The urgent matter at hand is the battle between Tun minus Tun and the giant python. At this moment, Tun minus Tun had killed the giant python and was about to swallow its soul crystal. Just as Zhu Yuan ran out and saw this scene, his eyes widened. A 4th minus grade python minus type origin beast soul crystal. If Tun minus Tun eats it, I'll never have a chance to find a second one. He shouted, "Stop!" While Tun minus Tun was distracted, Zhu Yuan quickly took the beast's soul crystal and put it in his bag. That was dangerous. If Tun minus Tun had eaten this, my ancestral dragon scripture could never be mastered. Tun minus Tun was furious, gesturing, "You stole my food?" The desire to live was extremely strong. Zhu Yuan offered a price of 100 plates of dried meat. Tun minus Tun looked thoughtful, then gave a thumbs minus up. Agreeing, Zhu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. On old Keeling's side, after being informed by his men, he was terrified. What? The eldest young master was killed by Zhu Yuan? Damn it. With the defeat of the giant python and Qihao, Keeling understood the current situation. He quickly ordered retreat. Lu Daizhan, in tears of joy, walked over and clasped his hands. Your Highness, it's great that you're all right. Commander Lu, you've also worked hard. They have lost. Only this wicked black minus toxin king remains. Tun minus Tun. That guy is worth 200 plates of dried meat. Tun minus Tun's eyes lit up like car headlights upon hearing this. Without another word, for 200 plates of dried meat, Tun minus Tun once again sold itself to capitalism, charging towards the black minus toxin king with a ferocious might. The black minus toxin king looked over in panic. At this moment, Tun minus Tun was right behind him. Taking advantage of the black minus toxin king's distraction, Wei Glan threw a punch. The black minus toxin king, attacked from both sides, immediately changed his tune and reasoned. General Wei, why must you be so aggressive and pressuring? Tell that to the one standing behind you. Seeing that Wei Glan wouldn't spare him, the black minus toxin king gritted his teeth and used the poison demon palm to turn and attack Tun minus Tun. In his mind, fighting a dog was easier than fighting that Glan. But life is never a dream. Just one slap from Tun minus Tun sent him crashing into the mud. He slammed heavily onto the ground, coughing violently. But at this moment, the poison demon palm didn't dissipate but wrapped around Tun minus Tun's leg. The black minus toxin king smirked. As expected of a brainless beast, you dare to let my poison key touch you so easily? Tun minus Tun then showed him what a true player's level was. It didaphneally swallowed the poison demon palm into its belly. But this time, the meal was a bit heavy and seemed hard to digest. It stuck out its tongue in disgust. The black minus toxin king was horrified. What? It ate my poison key and is completely fine. I'll be damned. Just as he was about to flee, Wei Glan, who had been on guard, quickly blocked his path. And behind him was Tun minus Tun, because there was no way Tun minus Tun would let 200 plates of dried meat get away. This time, the black minus toxin king truly had no way out. He shouted, His Highness Zhu Yuan, I surrender. As long as you let me go, I will definitely restrain the forces in the black abyss from touching a single hair of Great Zhu. Wait, don't attack. I am willing to serve the Great Zhu royal family, to exert my strength for the Great Zhu royal family. Wei King spoke up, Your Highness, this man is extremely cunning. Be careful he doesn't counter minus attack. Zhu Yuan nodded. That's right. Sister Yao minus Yao, is there any technique that can control him so he can't betray us in the future? There certainly is, but first, you must make this black minus toxin king completely unable to resist, otherwise it won't succeed. I understand, Zhu Yuan replied softly, then raised his head and said loudly, Black minus toxin king. If you are truly sincere, I have a way. Give up all resistance, and I will resolve everything. After Zhu Yuan finished speaking, the black minus toxin king began to show hesitation. Zhu Yuan's face darkened. It seems you are still unwilling. then be buried along with the countless citizens of Great Chu who were massacred. The Black Oxen King struggled intensely in his heart. Finally he gave up and knelt on one knee before Zhu Yuan. Your Highness, I am willing to submit. Since you have submitted, I have a method. You must retract yourself into origin key and not move at all. This method can only be used once. If it fails, you will die. Yao walked over and took out her origin rune pen. This is the soul locking mother son rune. If a rebellious thought arises in your heart just by using this mother rune, your spiritual soul will be instantly destroyed. Hearing this, the Black Oxen King's face turned pale. Then he resignedly bowed his head. Yes, Your Highness. Congratulations to Your Highness for obtaining the flame bloom. It was also thanks to the general's help. When I return this time, I will definitely record the general's merits. In the future, the cultivation of the flame bloom cannot be without the general. Then I thank Your Highness in advance. However, this time the Qi royal house has failed, and Qi Hao was even killed by Your Highness. I'm afraid the Qi royal house will not let this rest. Zhu Yuan smiled. This time, it's us who shouldn't let it rest. Wei Qinglan thought His Highness is so decisive. I'm afraid the royal family will soon declare war on the Qi royal house. Zhu Yuan said, Great General, the Qi royal house already has rebellious intentions in their hearts. If war breaks out, I still hope the Great General will do his best to help. I have already chosen to help Your Highness, so I have long been on the opposing side of the Qi royal house. Your Highness, rest assured. If necessary, my Qinglan army will definitely do our best to help. Then I thank the Great General in advance. Now that we have the flame bloom in hand, let's leave this place. At this moment Yao suddenly spoke. The treasure is back? Zhu Yuan looked over doubtfully. What's wrong, Sister Yao? The flame bloom is in our hand. This puppet sect also has some strength. Their ruin is probably not so simple. Sister Yao, are there still treasures that haven't been discovered? Let's go take a look. On the way, Zhu Yuan constantly observed his surroundings, afraid of missing something. After walking for a while, Yao stopped. He asked, Sister Yao, are we not going anymore? It's right here. Dig. There's nothing here, but Yao's pointing must have a reason. He started digging. After digging for a while, a light suddenly burst from under the ground. Zhu Yuan was stunned. What's happening? There seems to be an origin rune barrier moving secretly underneath. Is this what Sister Yao was talking about? Let's go down and see. I never thought there would be another world beneath this ruin. The aura of this origin rune barrier. Even I feel a sense of dread. This is a type of barrier that requires a special origin rune to open. If you use too much force to open it, it will self-destruct, and no one around will survive. It seems we have no hope. Yao turned back and replied, Not necessarily. Sister Yao, you have a way. As long as we know the key origin rune, can't we open it? Could it be the origin rune on this black jade tablet? Phew, if that's true, then the 20,000 origin crystals were well spent, right? Yao fell into thought again. She turned and said, Everyone, retreat from the ruin, to prevent a momentary failure where everyone dies here. Finally, under Zhu Yuan's instruction, only 3 people remained: Zhu Yuan, Yao, and Su Yuwei. The rest all retreated from the ruin. Yao began to inscribe an origin rune on the barrier. As if stimulated by something, the origin runes of the barrier began to glow. Whoa! The origin key is fluctuating so violently, it's not going to explode, is it? The barrier has vanished. It's a success. All right, let's go inside. Zhu Yuan took the lead and opened the door. Zhu Yuan and the others went deep into the underground palace. In the vast underground palace, tens of thousands of humanoid battle puppets were standing there. This underground palace is so huge. These are all battle puppets. The cores of these battle puppets are in a dormant state, and they haven't been given any orders. They are masterless. This number is probably no less than 10,000. To control them, one needs to be very proficient in origin runes. Let's continue inside. We can inform Royal Father and have him secretly send people to take over this place. The 3 of them entered a secret chamber at the end of the underground palace. There are 3 boxes here. Let's see what's inside. A light emitted from outside. It seems to be a recording stone. What the light projected was the battle puppet sect in its prime. In the sky above, space shattered, and figures emitting a deadly light gradually fell. The terrifying pressure disappeared, and mountain ranges continuously collapsed. The man descended from the sky and declared, "A prodigy of the sacred race has died here. This is declared the end of sin, deserving of sacred punishment. Within 80,000 miles all life will be destroyed." That sound contained destruction. It seemed as if countless heavenly thunders descended from above, and the whole world was quickly devastated, turning to dust in that instant. Zhu Yuan was astonished. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? With just one word, he destroyed all life within 80,000 miles. Suddenly, the jade pendant in Yao's hand glowed. It seems the man in the projection is her enemy. It's over. It seems the reason the battle puppet sect was destroyed was because of one person. And destroying all life within 80,000 miles is truly terrifying. What exactly is the sacred race? I still don't fully understand. When the second box was opened, black and white streams of light shot out as fast as lightning and entered Su Yue's glabella. Zhu Yuan's expression changed and he shouted, "Yue!" Yue touched her forehead in a daze. "Your Highness, I think I'm fine." Zhu Yuan muttered, "What on earth was that just now?" Yao said, "You should check your ki palace." Yue obeyed, closing her eyes to sense it. Then she opened her eyes wide. "A sword shadow has appeared in my ki palace. It's called the Yang-Ming sword." Liu Yao speculated, an object that can be absorbed into the ki palace. It seems it might be a heavenly origin weapon. Yue covered her mouth. "A heavenly origin weapon, Your Highness? Should I take it out?" Yao shook her head. "Heavenly origin weapons choose their own masters. Its yin-yang attribute is compatible with you. Even if you take it out, Zhu Yuan won't be able to subdue it." Zhu Yuan smiled. "This is your destiny. You don't need to take it out. I'm just very curious about how powerful it is." Yue replied, "This Yang-Ming sword seems to be in a deep sleep. I can't summon it now." "Then let me see what treasure is in the last box." "Huh? It's just a sphere. This object is so exquisite. This sphere seems to have many origin runes inscribed on it." "Oh, as expected. So what exactly is the use of this thing?" "You drop some blood on it and see." "Ah, it's reacting." It flew up, condensing into a golden liquid. It seems to be transforming, taking on a humanoid shape. This is not battle armor, but a battle puppet. If I'm not mistaken, it can merge with a person and they can support each other, thereby erupting with astonishing power. This battle puppet sect is truly capable to be able to bring a battle puppet to this level. "Hey Zhu Yuan, you touch it and see." "Hey, why did it suddenly turn into liquid? It's spreading all over my arm. What a miraculous battle puppet. This battle puppet seems to have become a part of my body. It's like we've merged. A perfect fit." "Your Highness, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" "No, and on the contrary, I feel that this silver battle puppet seems to be filling me with energy." As he spoke, Zhu Yuan casually threw a punch at the floor. The power that radiated was extremely strong. Yue exclaimed, "What terrifying power!" Zhu Yuan was overjoyed in his heart. So strong. The power of that last palm strike was even on par with the primal beginning realm. Suddenly his whole body swayed. "But why does my glabella feel so painful, and I'm so dizzy?" Instantly his vision blurred and he fainted. He only heard Yue's shrill scream, "Your Highness." Yue caught Zhu Yuan and turned to ask, "Sister Yao, what's wrong with His Highness? Why does he keep fainting?" "It's all right. His spiritual soul is just depleted. He'll recover after a little rest." Only then was Yue relieved. She placed Zhu Yuan in her lap and massaged his temples to help him. "Oh, that's good. Why is His Highness so reckless?" After an unknown amount of time, Zhu Yuan groggily woke up. "My head hurts so much. What happened to me?" "Your Highness, you're awake. You just threw a punch, and then your spiritual soul was depleted, so you fainted until now. Oh, although the power is strong, the consequences are truly dire." Yao taunted, "Who told you to use that power? Sister Yao, why didn't you say so earlier? Why don't you look at your own strength?" "So it seems this battle puppet uses the spiritual soul as its power source. Sister Yao, I'll give this to you." "Oh, so generous. However, you have already merged with it now. I'm afraid no one else can use it besides you. But, in the future you can let me study it. If there are enough materials, I might try to create one." Afterward, they continued to explore the underground palace for a while but found nothing else. But Zhu Yuan and Su Yue felt very excited, while Ya didn't care at all. The three of them left the underground palace. Zhu Yuan looked at the now locked barrier. So, this underground palace could be the beginning of hope for Great Zhu. As long as we can acquire these battle puppets, the strength of the royal family will be greatly enhanced. Black Dachshund King, you probably have some authority in the Black Abyss, right? Does your highness want me to do something? Here there aren't many who dare to challenge the authority of my Black Dachshund city. Here, Wei Kinglan also knew the seriousness of the problem. Ever since this young man came to Kinglan Prefecture, everything has been leaning towards the royal family. The girl in azure by his side, along with the strange little beast in his hand, plus the Black Dachshund King. This power has already far surpassed that of the Qi royal house in the general's manor. The Great Zhu royal family is on the rise again. Alright, if that's the case, then Zhu Yuan thanks the great general in advance. This time, I will return to Great Zhu City with you to pay respects to His Majesty. King will stay behind to lead the Kanglan army. If King Qi makes any strange moves, immediately send out troops to quell the rebellion. Yes. Zhu Yuan looked towards the distant horizon. Qi royal house, you have been arrogant and rampant for so many years. This time, let me teach you a lesson. At Great Zhu City, Qi royal house. Qi Yuan roared in anger. What? Qi Hao was killed by Zhu Yuan, and the flame bloom was also taken by them. Didn't you have the soul controlling flute? Weren't you able to control that giant python battle puppet? Qi Ling trembled. But on Zhu Yuan's side, there is a small beast with the strength of the primal beginning realm. Even the giant python battle puppet was smashed to pieces by it. Moreover, beside Zhu Yuan is a girl in azure who can inscribe forth -grade origin runes. Impossible. If the royal family had such power, they would have made a move on us long ago. Everything your subordinate said is true. Your Majesty, we must make plans early. Thanks to that little beast's fortune, his name has reached the ears of the great Wu Crown Prince. That nobleman dislikes him greatly, so he has given us more support to eliminate that little beast. Let's go, leave Great Zhu City and return to the Western Prefecture. You bastard Zhu Yuan, you dare to kill my son. This time, I will make your entire family pay for it. At the Great Zhu Royal Palace, Zhu King roared. The traitor King Qi has now rebelled. Instantly, the atmosphere in the Great Hall became silent. Everyone understood that behind the Qi royal house was the support of the Great Wu dynasty. If the royal family failed, even those who quelled King Qi's rebellion would not have a good end. One person stood up and said, Your Majesty, currently King Qi's momentum is extremely powerful, hard to match. Why not cede a few pieces of land to King Qi, temporarily halt his advance, and try our best to compromise to avoid plunging the people into misery? According to Marquis Liu's meaning, not only can I not quell the rebellion, but I must also divide up the country? Then does Your Majesty have any ideas to eliminate King Qi? Even if I die in battle, I will never compromise. Marquis Liu shook his head. Our strength and that of the Qi royal house are evenly matched, and the great general does not follow the royal command. The officials were in an uproar. That's right, what should we do? Do we really have to divide the country? If we force it, it will only plunge the people of Great Zhu into misery. Marquis Liu has a point. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Laughable. If we divide the country, Qi Yuan will definitely press forward in the future, until he completely overthrows Great Zhu. While the hall was as tense as a drawn bowstring, Zhu Yuan strode in majestically, his voice clear and resonant. I think Marquis Liu's words are the path to death. The entire court was in an uproar. Hello, why is His Highness here? Marquis Liu said disapprovingly. His Highness is still young and reckless. Naturally, he acts without thinking of the consequences. This is not a place for fooling around. Zhu Yuan smirked, his eyes as sharp as a knife sweeping over Marquis Liu. Marquis Liu, it seems Qi Yuan hasn't informed you of everything. Don't you want to know why he left Great Zhu City in such a hurry? He was afraid I would return ahead of schedule. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have had the chance to escape from Great Zhu City. The entire court erupted. Huh? Is that really true? Marquis Liu just snorted in contempt. Nonsense. Zhu King was also in turmoil, not understanding why his son would say such things. He was not the type to be arrogant and boastful. As soon as the words fell, another figure strode into the hall. The moment they saw the newcomer clearly, the entire court was stunned into silence. What? Impossible. It's actually. Wei Kanglan entered with imposing might, knelt on one knee, his voice echoing throughout the hall. I was not enlightened before, but thanks to His Highness, I have been awakened. I feel ashamed in my heart. I hope your Majesty will send me on an expedition to suppress the rebels. The entire court was in an uproar like a disturbed beehive. The great general made such a choice. The great general has submitted. What on earth did His Highness Xu Yuan do? Royal Father, no need to worry about King Qi's rebellion. Before the shock could wear off, another figure loomed at the door and entered. This person was none other than the hegemon of the Black Abyss, the world-renowned Lord of Black-Oxen City, the final boss of the entire region, the Black-Oxen King. The Black-Oxen King smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I, the Lord of Black-Oxen City, have long heard of Great Zhu's fame. I have come today to pay my respects, willing to do my utmost. What's happening? This guy is a primal beginning realm expert. Zhu King secretly swallowed. Great Zhu's fame? Am I not clear on that? This kind of vicious person has come here to show sincerity. This must be Yuan Er's doing. But how could he have done this? Zhu Yuan then spoke up. I wonder if Marquis Yu still feels that our Great Zhu needs to divide its territory now. Not only Marquis Yu but everyone present was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that Zhu Yuan could bring both of these influential figures here? In the Black Abyss, Qi Yuan sent Qi Hao to compete with me for the Flame Bloom. And Qi Hao died at my hands. I have won over General Wei and the Black-Oxen King. Qi Yuan, knowing this, was forced to rebel. The Great Hall was now in an uproar like a disturbed beehive. What Zhu Yuan brought back left everyone speechless. How could an ordinary person accomplish this performance? You two please rise. With your help, my Great Zhu can surely eliminate the rebels. From today on, Great Zhu will prepare for a state of war. The fighting spirit in the Great Hall suddenly erupted. Everyone understood that with the help of these two, the territory of Great Zhu was not something others could touch. After the court session was dismissed, Zhu King met with Zhu Yuan privately. Yuan this time, it was all thanks to you. Royal Father has been shouldering this alone for so many years. It's time for me to help you. Yuan has finally grown up. However, Royal Father, Qi Yuan still dared to rebel under those circumstances. He might have made preparations. Yes, perhaps Great Wu has given them a lot of support. We now have 3 primal beginning realm experts, enough to stabilize the situation. Zhu Yuan held up 5 fingers, his expression mysterious. To be precise, perhaps it's 5 people. Zhu Yuan recounted the story of Yao-Yao and Tun-Tun to Zhu King. Yao-Yao is truly a benefactor of our Zhu clan. I really don't know how to thank her. Just give her all the good wine that Father has stored away. That's right. Give it all to her. Royal Father, don't worry. Her Great Zhu will be fine. Back then, I was young and could only let everyone protect me. But now it's different. What they took from me, sooner or later, we will take it all back. King Qi rebelled, established the Great Qi, and faced Great Zhu with Wei Kanglan, the Black-Oxen King. He was not only not wary but even sent a letter of challenge, vowing to besiege Great Zhu City in 10 days. This Qi Yuan is truly sinister. It seems he has received great support from Great Wu. Phew, I won't think about it so much anymore. The important thing to do right now is to master the first level of the Ancestral Dragon Scripture and the Heaven-Piercing Profound Python Key. A moment later, Yao spoke up and asked, "Are you ready?" First, to get the approval of the Ancestral Dragon Scripture, I must use my Dragon Minus at Reboot Fortune as the key to open it. I only have the Dragon's Resentment Poison now. Don't worry, if I say it can be done, it definitely can. Zhu Yuan quickly pressed the bone fragment into his palm. The light patterns on it flickered. At this very moment, the bright red Dragon's Resentment Poison in Zhu Yuan's hand, as if attracted by something, started to move. Then it shot out a ray of red light that went straight into the Ancestral Dragon's bone fragment. At this moment, the dragon bone in Zhu Yuan's hand also trembled violently, then suddenly shot out a profound light that went straight into his glabella. Inside Zhu Yuan's sea of consciousness, a golden dragon with 4 nines was standing. Soaring around, Zhu Yuan was stunned. Is that the Ancestral Dragon? Moreover, Zhu Yuan could feel the ancestral dragon slowly lowering its head to look at him, and from its eyes, a chaotic light suddenly flashed and shot straight towards him. As soon as the chaotic light hit, Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul immediately dissipated. Outside, Zhu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. It's finally done. So this is the cultivation method of the heaven-piercing profound Python key. Congratulations. From now on, you are a cultivator of the ancestral dragon scripture. However, you must continuously walk this incomparably difficult path until you die. Yao stated these words bluntly. But in response, Zhu Yuan just smiled. He looked up at the sky and said firmly, "This world has too many dangers. I don't want to see the people around me suffer calamities. Therefore I must become stronger, strong enough to resist all calamities." Yao didn't try to persuade him further and spoke up. "If that's the case, then let's begin." Zhu Yuan sat down cross-legged and began to execute the dragon's breath art. He stared for a moment, then raised his hand and lifted the bottle of heaven's gold marrow from a distance. The bottle tilted, and a drop of golden liquid flew towards him and dissolved. Next were the 9-vein profound water crystal, the origin connecting stone, and finally, the beast soul of a 4th grade Python type origin beast. Yao reminded, "Be careful. This beast's soul is extremely violent." Zhu Yuan's face was full of confidence. "If it had a physical body, I might be afraid of it. If it's just a beast's soul, it's no threat at all." Zhu Yuan activated the chaotic divine demon visualization method. The violent key in the beast's soul was crushed by the divine grindstone and was obediently absorbed by Zhu Yuan into his key palace. After that, Zhu Yuan followed the cultivation method, circulating his origin key in a vortex, and began to merge and cultivate it according to specific laws. A mysterious aura condensed in GE stated in his body. Time flew by in the blink of an eye, and 7 days passed. On the 8th day, a powerful light erupted from where Zhu Yuan was. "Whoa, it's His Highness. Yuan are succeeded." At this moment, a phantom of a divine dragon surrounded Zhu Yuan's body. "So this is the heaven-piercing profound Python key. In the nourishing key realm, I am invincible." "Not bad, you finally did it. Sister Yao, when can I cultivate the 2nd level of the ancestral dragon scripture?" "It's not that easy. The ancestral dragon scripture has 4 levels. Since ancient times, only one person has mastered the 3rd level. I think if you want to advance, you might need an opportunity. Take back the sacred dragon fortune that originally belonged to you. This might be the path you have to walk again from the beginning." Zhu Yuan looked up at the blue sky and muttered, "The path of the sacred dragon that belongs to me?" On the 10th day, King Qi's army arrived as expected, surrounding Great Zhu City. 15 years ago, King was in a critical situation. The entire Great Zhu army collapsed, and the country fell into the hands of the enemy. The Great Zhu king, a man of incredibly strong will, was miserably defeated. Great Zhu could only defend as it is now, like a fierce tiger trapped in a cage. "Yuan, that's what happened back then. Royal father was useless. I couldn't protect you, nor could I protect this country. However, I will not let something like this happen a second time, even if I have to sacrifice myself for the country. It's King Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan, you traitor, you still dare to appear before me?" King Qi sneered. "Zhu king, you useless fool, open the city gates and surrender. You can still keep the last bit of face for the Great Zhu royal family. Otherwise, once the city is breached, I will definitely destroy your royal family and burn your imperial tomb." 2 figures, 1 gold and 1 purple, flew up. Wakenglan roared. "King Qi has rebelled, you foolish dolt. Today is your day of death." The black-toxin king sneered. "Just based on you, Qi Yuan. My black-toxin city's troops have long been ready and can block your retreat at any time." Qi Yuan snorted coldly. 3 primal beginning realm experts, what a show. I'll let you see my trump card." After speaking, he waved his hand behind him. "Everyone, come out and meet an old friend." From within King Qi's army, someone laughed loudly. "King Zhu King, long time no see. I hope you've been well." Hearing the familiar voice, Zhu King couldn't help but be startled. Then, from within King Qi's army, several figures flew up. 6 powerful auras erupted at the same time. Someone screamed in panic, "Oh my god, it's 6 people. They all have the strength of the primal beginning realm." Zhu King trembled with anger, reading out each name. Zhao Yinlun, Lin Lian, Wang Chaoyan. You traders who rely on Great Wu, you still have the face to see me. Has Great Wu finally turned against us? Haha, King Wu is true to his word. He made an oath to never set foot in Great Ju again. As for the 6 of us, we have long declared our departure from Great Wu and joined Great Qi. Of course, King Wu is not considered to have broken his word. Ju King, I'll give you half a day to think. After half a day, I will attack the city. At that time, all who resist will be killed without mercy. In the council hall, the atmosphere was solemn. Everyone, no need to worry. Although the opponent has 7 primal beginning realm experts, we are not necessarily weaker. Your Highness, why do you say that? This little senior sister of mine, her origin rune creation has reached the 4th grade, and Tun can also transform into a primal beginning realm expert. You all just need to protect your positions. The primal beginning realm experts will be blocked by someone. Dismissed. Go and prepare. And Ju King spoke up. Even so, we can only block 5 primal beginning realm experts. The other 2 will be hard to control. Don't worry about it. I will think of a way to deal with the other 2. After the meeting was dismissed, Yao found Zhu Yuan and asked, how do you plan to block a primal beginning realm expert? If you want to borrow the silver shadow with your spiritual soul realm, you simply can't activate it. Sister Yao is so smart. Although I can't use the silver shadow now, don't we have that ring? So you thought of this way, that ring can indeed enhance your spiritual soul. But carrying such an overload, if you're not careful, your spiritual soul will be severely injured. Zhu Yuan clenched his fist tightly. If this matter can't be resolved, what difference does it make if my spiritual soul is severely injured or not? The country is in ruins, I run away alone. Endure shame and hardship, hoping to one day take revenge. I don't want a future like that. It's better to give it my all, even if the chance is slim. Missing content. But even so, you can only deal with 1 primal beginning expert. No, for the last one, I will have Royal Father send Heaven's Gate realm experts to surround and kill him. As long as we can stall for a little time and wait for anyone to break free. Yao interrupted. Your path of the sacred dragon will face many obstacles. Zhu Yuan smiled. Perhaps this is a test. A test to see if I am a true sacred dragon. During this half-minus day, the people in Great Ju City were in a state of panic, and the atmosphere was extremely uneasy. Somewhere in the south of the city, Yue placed a plate of hotcakes in front of an old man. Old man, the city is in chaos now. After eating, you should leave quickly. Child, since it's already in chaos, why haven't you run yet? Yue smiled and looked towards the city wall. Because there are still people who need me. The old man fell silent and said no more. He watched Yue's back as she walked away. I never thought I would meet someone with a yin-yang Qi palace in this place. But this child, her eyes are incredibly strong. Ah, so young and not afraid of getting hurt at all. King Qi's army surrounded the city, bringing a very heavy pressure. Of course, what made people feel pressured was not the army below, but the 7 figures in the sky. Although there were only 7 people, the aura they brought was equal to that of 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses. Half a day has passed. Are you planning to open the gates and surrender? Then surrender? Qiyuan, are you dreaming? If you want to attack the city, then make your move. And you still dream of me, your king, surrendering to a traitor like you. Zhu King, you are truly foolish. Don't you think about your citizens a little? Why bother resisting? Bringing such an aura to intimidate my great Ju city. Are you trying to sway the morale of my army? We can't continue like this. Everyone, make your move. The Black Oxen King and General Wei have made their move. Even so, we only have 3 primal beginning realm experts. Compared to 7, there's still a big gap. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. There's also a primal beginning realm origin beast. Although there's still a disparity, the gap has been narrowed. I never thought the royal family had such a trump card. Primal beginning realm expert Zhao Yanlun sneered. Ha! It seems Great Ju has made some preparations. It's a pity our king came here. If it weren't for King Wu cutting off one of his arms back then, causing his strength to drop drastically from the 8th level of the primal beginning realm to the 3rd, we probably wouldn't have gained any advantage by attacking together. NKH hitting a stone with an egg. Don't forget who the real strong one is here. It seems you king you are not clear-minded. I've given you a way out but you won't take it. Then don't blame us for not remembering old ties. Surround and attack the city. They split up to attack the 7 gates of Great Chu. Once the city gates are breached, the morale of the Great Chu soldiers will surely be gone. Old king, it's time to stop. Sudden primal beginning experts are attacking the city gates. We absolutely cannot let them break through. So I must trouble you for. Obey the order. Black Toxin King, the North City Gate is entrusted to you. If we can't hold on, we will die for our country together. The Black Toxin King replied, sweating, yes. Done. Let's set out too. Royal Father, don't worry. I will go and guard one city gate first. For the last gate, temporarily send the Heaven's Gate realm experts. We just need to stall for time. You honor, if things don't work out, don't overexert yourself. Even if Great Chu is gone, you can still protect yourself. As long as you are alive, there is still a chance to restore the country. Royal Father, don't worry. Great Chu City will not be breached. If you want to break through my Great Chu City, let's see how many lives you prepared. Zhu King, why must it be like this? With Great Wu here now, you all shouldn't exist anymore. It's all just useless. A traitor like you is worthy of saying such things? The winner becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. After today, history will say it was my, Qiyuan's, heavenly mandate to eliminate a useless king and replace him with a Shu. Qi replacing Shu? I'm afraid you don't have the ability for that. High-grade profound origin weapon 9 flame spear. If it were you in your prime, I wouldn't dare to be your enemy. High-grade profound origin weapon, diamond formation minus breaking spear. Now that your strength has declined so much, can you still compare to me? Come on. Great North Gate of Great Chu. It seems Great Chu really has no one left, sending a little brat to guard the city. Why does he look a little familiar? It turns out to be the Crown Prince of Great Chu. Killing the prince in battle, your morale will probably drop severely. What a pity. It seems the prince is not a sacred dragon but a false dragon. 8 rash dragon. All troops, listen to my order. Attack the city. Protect His Highness, Your Highness. Please return inside the city. It's too dangerous here. Zhu Yuan raised his hand to stop them. You go guard the city gates. Don't let anyone attack. But what about him? Leave him to me. Your Highness, how can Your Highness, with your nourishing key realm strength, deal with the primal beginning realm expert? Zhu Yuan took out a silver ring and slowly put it on his finger. A damp key instantly poured out from between his glabella, forcibly enhancing your spiritual soul. If that's your trump card, then it seems you are bound to die here today. Then just wait and see. Silver shadow. Open. Instantly, Zhu Yuan was enveloped in a suit of battle armor. This suit of armor actually makes me feel a dangerous aura. You do have some skill. Playing tricks is useless. The difference in strength between us is too great. Then let's give it a try. The city wall beneath his feet seemed to shake, and Zhu Yuan transformed into a streak of silver light, charging straight at Wang Chaoyan. He threw a punch at Wang Chaoyan. The air around them was shaken to the point of exploding. With this attack, Zhu Yuan and the primal beginning realm expert were evenly matched, which greatly boosted the morale of countless soldiers. Such strong strength? I don't know what trick you used, but I don't believe that I, a dignified primal beginning realm expert, can't deal with a brat like you. Azure Wind Heavenly Gain Key Form. Blade Heaven minus piercing profound Python Key. This silver shadow is so formidable, it can even enhance origin key. Zhu Yuan raised his hand and grabbed the azure blade. He shouted, "Break for me." With a sound, the azure blade shattered directly. Zhu Yuan asked, "Is that all the skill you have?" Wang Chaoyan gritted his teeth. "Damn it! What kind of origin key is this kid cultivating?" Zhu Yuan condensed his power. "It's rude not to return a favor. You should also try my origin key, Imperial Ultimate Seal." Wang Chaoyan didn't just stand there either. He similarly unleashed a continuous flurry of moves to counter. The two forces were evenly matched and the surrounding air was violently shaken. His Highness can actually fight evenly with a primal beginning realm expert. He's truly too formidable. And kid, so what if you can deal with me? Your southwest gate is about to be breached. Yuan looked worriedly in the other direction. The southwest gate is indeed the weakest point. There's nothing I can do now. I hope Commander Lu and the others can hold on for a little longer. At the southwest gate of Great Shu City, Lin Yan sent Lu Tai's Han's group flying with a single palm strike. He chuckled. You bunch of ants trying to entangle me? You truly don't know your own limits. Seeing his comrades fall, Lu Tai's Han roared, Old Lu. Let's rush up together and stop him. We absolutely cannot let them break through the city gate. Lu Tai's Han and a few Heaven's Gate realm experts desperately tried to block the enemy, but that Lin Yan had an absolute advantage. It was only a matter of time before the southwest gate was breached. A delicate and beautiful young girl leapt over the city wall. Yue Wei's eyes were closed as she began to communicate. Yang-Ming Sword, I need your power. Please help me. I must help His Highness protect this place. On Lu Tai's Han's side, under absolute strength, he was quickly taken down by Lin Yan. NKH, with such little strength, what can you do? How about you try the feeling of being torn from your body? But when he saw Lu Tai's Han's provocative expression, he became furious. Your gaze is so hateful. If that's the case, then die. At that very moment Yue Wei spoke. You had better let him go. Lin Yan frowned, made an O sound, and looked toward Yue Wei. He scanned and saw a beautiful young girl standing on top of the city wall looking at him with a confident smile. He chuckled and asked, Are you the one who was talking? Little girl, you're not bad looking. I happen to be in need of a pet concubine. Lu Tai's Han was horrified and quickly shouted, Miss Su, quick, run. Lin Yan immediately ignored Lu Tai's Han and pounced towards Yue Wei. You're dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Lu Tai's Han was powerless and could only curse, Bastard, come back. Facing the aggressive and intimidating momentum, Yue Wei closed her eyes. Streams of qi flowed out from within her body. With a swish, Yue Wei drew the Yang-Ming sword and pointed it at Lin Yan with murderous eyes. Two streams of black and white yin-yang qi mixed together and erupted violently. Lin Yan was stunned and froze. A sword qi that is so astonishing. Immediately after, Yue Wei swung her sword down. A surging wave of sword light struck towards him. Lin Yan's eyes widened. Impossible. She's only at the nourishing qi realm. All minus out defense. With a swish, the sword light directly bypassed his defense and pierced straight through his body. Space seemed to freeze. Lin Yan's face was covered in sweat. He gritted his teeth. What did you just do? I originally didn't want to attack a woman, but you make me feel very uneasy so. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt that something was wrong. You, in the end. His words only got that far. His body was then split into by the sword strike from before. Yue Wei said faintly, It seems you won't be able to pass through this city gate. Ming-Yang's sword, thank you. In the future, I will definitely help you recover. Your Highness, I have protected this city gate for you. The all-out sword strike just now had completely drained Yue Wei's strength. She tiredly knelt down and her vision gradually darkened. Zhu Yuan on this side also sensed it. He muttered, Yue Wei, thank you. Then his eyes flashed and he turned to look at Wang Chaoyun. The southwest gate is held. Next, it's my turn. Zhu Yuan executed the Nether Annihilation Art, striking straight at him. Is that the Nether Annihilation Art? Damn it, how does he know it? Wang Chaoyun resisted with all his might. Profound Origin Art, Great Azure Wind Fist. After that last blow, although Wang Chaoyun resisted, it was insignificant. It was partly because he was careless, so he was not lightly injured. I never thought that I, Wang Chaoyun, would one day be pushed to this point by a little brat at the nourishing qi realm. However, this is as far as you go. He immediately unleashed his ultimate move. Azure Wind Heavenly Genki. Azure Wind Great Dragon Fist. The soldiers were horrified. Is this the strength of a primal beginning realm expert, so terrifying? The heavens and earth are shaking. Zhu Yuan spoke. Planning to end it? I was planning the same thing. Let you be the first opponent to taste my heaven-piercing profound python key. Zhu Yuan silently chanted in his heart. Heaven-piercing profound python key. With a bang, a phantom of a divine dragon roared out from around his body. Wang Chaoyun's jaw dropped. What? Origin key manifestation? He's only at the nourishing key realm. How can he do that? That's not all. The surprise was yet to come. Zhu Yuan shouted. Profound python swallowing heaven transformation. The dragon he transformed from his manifestation opened its mouth and bit at the azure wind he had created. Soon the azure wind fist was completely swallowed by the divine dragon. The soldiers were overjoyed. It swallowed it. Not only did it swallow the great dragon, but it also swallowed Wang Chaoyan. That is the chaotic origin key erupted by the dark golden giant python at the same time. Is that Wang Chaoyan in that chaos? In just a moment, Wang Chaoyan transformed into a streak of light and shot out from the divine dragon's mouth. Wang Chaoyan was terrified in his heart. My origin key was almost completely sucked dry by that dark gold giant python. A little later and I would have died in there. No, this kid is too strange. I have to change my strategy. But only then did he realize something was strange. He looked down at his palm. What is this? Is it poison? Damn it, get out of my body. Wang Chaoyan tried to force it out with his key. But not only did it not work, his body became even more intensely painful. He roared no. The more Wang Chaoyan circulated his origin key to remove those blood threads, the faster those blood threads absorbed the origin key in his body. Finally, he exploded into a bloody mess. Zhu Yuan muttered, "The dragon's resentment poison, once enhanced by the silver shadow, probably doesn't feel very good, does it?" When Wang Chaoyan was swallowed by the dark gold giant python, he was infected with the dragon's resentment poison. The winner and loser word is cited at that moment. The soldiers cheered, "Your Highness, Your Highness. His Highness Zhu Yuan has killed a primal beginning realm expert." No one expected the first victor to be a nourishing key realm practitioner. At that time, on the great key side, to primal beginning realm experts had fallen. Qi Yuan, who was fighting with Shu King, suddenly noticed two of his side ores disappear. He exclaimed in shock, "What? How could this be? This Shu Yuan is truly nothing but bad luck. I probably should have found a chance to eliminate him from the beginning." King Qi finally understood. The great Shu royal family, which was originally in a state of decline, had all changed thanks to Zhu Yuan. "Kai Yuan, you still dare to be distracted in front of me?" In another direction, Zhu Yuan's glabella throbbed with a sharp pain. He knew that his spiritual soul had been consumed too much. "I need to take down at least one more primal beginning expert to really turn the tide. I'm afraid I can't hold on for much longer." At this moment, he looked at another battlefield. It's him. On Tun-TUN side, whatever move that helmeted guy used, Tun would just open its mouth and swallow it whole. Damn it, playing so dirty, forget it. All my ice-cold origin key was swallowed by it. What kind of origin keist is this? Tun raised its paw and attacked. With a boom, the helmet was sent flying. He gritted his teeth and endured. "No, I can't fight it. I have to think of another way to deal with it." Suddenly, another figure appeared behind him. Zhu Yuan used the Nether Annihilation art to launch a surprise attack. The helmeted guy couldn't dodge in time and could only use his Ice at Reboot in attempt to block, but the Nether Annihilation art easily shattered the ice layer and pierced straight through his hand. During his moment of vulnerability, Tun quickly rushed over and swallowed him whole. A fierce resistance erupted from within Tun-TUN's stomach. However, this resistance didn't last long and everything fell silent. Tun patted its belly and burped. Zhu Yuan broke out in a sweat. This thing really can swallow anything. At this time, the situation on the battlefield was clear. The Great Key side had lost its advantage, and the three remaining primal beginning experts had also retreated. The Great Key's offensive collapsed in an instant, and they began to flee in disarray. Qi Yuan was quickly surrounded by Zhu Yuan's group. "Qi Yuan, your great cause today is lost. A traitor wanting to run? It won't be that easy. Zhu King, don't get too smug. Who will win is not yet decided. Your defeat at King Wu's hands back then has become a barrier in your mind, preventing you from developing further. Today, I will use King Wu's image again to kill you." The crowd was stunned. "You have King Wu's sacred decree." The King Wu's sacred decree is an extremely rare origin treasure that can summon an image of King Wu. King Wu's sacred decree reflected a golden silhouette, and unexpectedly, the image of King Wu appeared. The origin key on his body erupted, reaching the 5th level of the primal beginning realm, and pressed down on everyone present. Zhu King gritted his teeth and looked at the imposing figure before him. Kai Yuan was triumphant. "Zhu King, I have to let you know how useless you are, and that King Wu is the true king." "Is that King Wu? Impossible." Everyone attacked together. "The power of this sacred decree is strong, but it cannot be maintained for long. Your Majesty." A group of people came forward intending to help but were stopped by Zhu King. From the moment that figure appeared, his fighting spirit erupted fiercely. He growled each word, leave him to me. Royal father. Your Majesty, don't be rash. Ju King, you're dead for sure. The images from the past replayed in Ju King's mind like a movie. He growled each word. Leave him to me. Ju Yuan was silent. Wei Qinglan worriedly shouted, Your Majesty, don't be rash. That golden image is at the 5th level of the primal beginning realm. Ju King replied, My failure back then left a shadow in my heart, causing my strength to decline severely, unable to increase. I must reclaim this debt. Otherwise, I will forever be stuck here. Yuan are not protecting you well back then was Royal Father's mistake. This time, I will definitely not let him harm you in front of me again. With that, he decisively pointed his spear at the figure. Wu Zhuan, come on. Ju King, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. If you want to die, then I will help you fulfill your wish. As he said this, Yuan shook the sacred decree in his hand again. A terrifying Origin key with a ferocious aura. Ju King brandished the spear in his hand and stomped his foot heavily. Dark red Origin key mixed with lightning, holding nothing back, shot up from the top of his head to the sky. The phantom of King Wu stepped out, his body like a flash of lightning. A roaring fist shadow directly charged towards and enveloped Ju King, but Ju King didn't retreat. After only a dozen or so rounds, he was shaken to the point of being sent flying backward. Fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, obviously an injury from fighting desperately. Your Majesty. Once again, two figures were fighting relentlessly in the air. No matter how disadvantaged he was, Ju King didn't care in the slightest, charging up time and time again to face and clash with the Golden King Wu. On the contrary, Ju King was continuously seriously injured, in an extremely miserable state. Even so, Ju King showed no intention of giving up. This Ju King is insane. A punch from King Wu slammed straight into Ju King's body, causing him to vomit blood. Again, seeing this scene, Ju Yuan's hands clenched into fists, and he could almost hear the sound of his teeth grinding. Oh well, since he wants to die, I'll help him. To save him from living in the shadow of King Wu so tiredly. Golden will myriad swords. From King Wu's body, countless golden sword shadows erupted and shot out from the sky. Each sword was like an arrow shooting towards him, forcing Ju King into a defensive posture. Looking at the storm of sword shadows rushing out, the crowd was horrified. Your Majesty, what a terrifying killing technique. Soon, Ju King's figure was enveloped by the rain of swords. Countless eyes were fixed on Ju King. There Ju King was slightly bowed, only one hand tightly gripping the nine-flame spear. Sword shadows were still embedded in his body, and countless streams of fresh blood flowed from his wounds. But even so heavily injured, he stood as proud as ever, like the spear in his hand. At this moment, Ju Yuan radiated a dense killing intent. Yuan had no idea that even if he killed Ju King, whether he would leave this place alive was another matter. In his mind at this moment, there was only one thought: he must kill Ju King. The battle back then you did win. But battle I understand that I did not lose, because I protected my son. You took the territory of my great Shu, took the sacred dragon fortune. But none of that is worth as much as my son. My son, he will one day take it all back. As each word was spoken, Ju King's realm suddenly rose sharply, 4th level of the primal beginning realm. Wei Qinglan trembled with joy. His Majesty's strength is gradually recovering. His Majesty has broken through the shadow. Ju King's eyes flashed, and he charged forward again. Ju King's figure appeared behind the phantom of King Wu, and a dark red light pierced through the phantom's chest. The phantom of King Wu immediately trembled violently, then slowly dissipated, turning into a sky full of golden light. He roared, "The war between Ju and Wu is not over." Seeing this scene, Yuan couldn't help but tremble. This time, it's really over. King Wu's sacred decree was broken. His Majesty broke King Wu's sacred decree. How is that possible? His Majesty is mighty. Long live His Majesty. Damn it, retreat quickly, retreat. You've already come, so don't even think about escaping. Yuan, for so many years I've let you run rampant in this great Shu. Now let me correct this mistake myself. Ju King roared Yuan. Then he transformed into a streak of light and shot forward. Yuan did not sit and wait for death. He executed his technique, Golden Rock Origin minus Breaking Sword. but when it touched the red spear, a terrifying force created a shocking sound. Space was twisted, Qi Yuan screamed, and the spear in Zhu King's hand pierced straight through Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan gritted his teeth. Zhu King will not let you off. Zhu King looked at him with cold eyes and pulled out his spear. Qi Yuan's whole body fell burlesquely. The soldiers cheered. King Qi is defeated. Retreat, retreat, retreat quickly. King Qi has been executed. Surrender quickly. Anyone who does not surrender will be killed without mercy. Your Honor, this time, it was all thanks to you. It was what I should do. Great Wu is currently in conflict with other dynasties. They won't pay attention to us for now. We still have some time. Royal Father, just as Zhu Yuan was about to speak, the jade stone on his chest flashed. Zhu Yuan exited his combat state and fell powerlessly. He forced out his last words, "The rest of the matters. I can't help anymore." Before he fainted, he saw Zhu King's worried face constantly calling his name, "Your Honor." In that instant, Zhu Yuan still silently blamed himself for being too weakened, then fainted completely. A month later at the Great Shu Royal Garden, being in a coma for a whole month, is this the price of forcibly overexerting my spiritual soul? Yao's voice rang out. You're lucky to be alive. If you hadn't cultivated the chaotic divine demon visualization method, you wouldn't be in a coma for a month now, but in a long sleep. Use this method less in the future. Forcibly overexerting yourself. If your spiritual soul has a hard time healing, it will leave after minus effects. That would be the most undesirable outcome. This time was a last resort. Besides, it's not entirely harmful. Mid-minus stage nourishing key realm. Mid-minus stage nourishing key realm? After killing a primal beginning expert, your body is so weakened, and you're still happy? The power of the silver shadow. I did become very strong. But I know that is not my own strength. This kind of strength is my true strength. It may be very weak now, but I believe it will grow strong sooner or later. Yao smiled and nodded. Not bad. That's right, since you're awake, go visit Su Yue. She seems to have run into some trouble. Mentioning Yue, Zhu Yuan looked worried. How is she? Could it be the after-minus effects from that day? No, it was because of the heavenly origin weapon in her body. She was in a coma for a few days and then woke up. There are no obstacles. You'll know when you go visit. Very quickly, Zhu Yuan found Yue's residence. He knocked on the door. Yue happily ran out to open it. Your Highness, you're awake? Yue, Sister Yao said you ran into trouble. If you have any problems, just tell me. There's nothing in Great Shu that I can't do. Yue was stunned. Oh, but this time, Your Highness really can't do it. Your Highness, please come in. Inside, the figure of an old beggar was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. Zhu Yuan looked at him undecessed. This old man had no origin key fluctuations on him, yet he made him feel a sense of danger. Since when did such an unfathomable person appear in Great Shu? The old beggar lifted his hat, looked at Zhu Yuan, and asked, "Little girl, is it because of this kid that you refuse to go with me?" "Senior, I wonder why Senior is looking for Yue. I want to take her away. This place will only waste her talent. She shouldn't be wasting her time here." Zhu Yuan looked at Yue. That's right. With Yue's talent, if she had a different background, she would have long become a goddess admired by many. A phoenix perches on a wutong tree but does not wither. Zhu Yuan said, it is Yue's good fortune to be valued by Senior. The old man replied, but she doesn't agree. Yue stammered, I didn't say I don't agree. The old man said, she just has one condition, which is that she wants me to take you with her. I can also see that you are not an ordinary person, but my fated arts are not suitable for you. Yue said urgently, why, His Highness's talent is no less than mine. The old beggar fell silent and looked at Zhu Yuan. A very strong residual aura is hidden in his body. He will have his own destiny. It's not convenient for me to interfere. Is that Master Kenji Yuan? A year has passed already. This person's strength is truly unimaginable. Yue thought for a moment, then bowed to the old beggar. If His Highness cannot go with me, then Yue must also refuse your kind offer. Girl, you have a blessing but don't know how to appreciate it. Do you know how many geniuses in this world want to follow me? I know that being valued by Senior is a blessing, but the Yue that Senior sees today is all thanks to His Highness. If it weren't for His Highness, Yue would absolutely not be who she is today. The old beggar silently stroked his beard. Zhu Yuan walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. Yue, I know you are grateful for my help, but that is not a reason to bind you to my side. You are my best friend. I hope you have the best conditions to develop. Yue's eyes filled with tears. But, Your Highness, after this farewell, I don't know when we will meet again. As she said this, tears began to fall. Zhu Yuan reached out and helped her wipe away her tears. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. I'm just worried that by that time, you'll be too outstanding, and I'll feel ashamed when we meet again. Your Highness, in my eyes, no one else compares to the great Zhu Prefecture. And no one else compares to Your Highness. The old beggar spoke up. That's because you haven't seen much else, girl. Your Highness, will you come find me in the future? Of course. Definitely. Seeing this, the old beggar finally spoke. I'm not taking you with me. Aren't you disappointed? Senior has said that everyone has their own destiny. This junior will not be ordinary in the future either. On the contrary, I hope Senior will take care of Yue. No matter what, I thank you for helping to persuade this girl. I have never owed anyone a favor. Although I don't have a fated art for you, I will give you a piece of advice. Zhu Yuan respectfully cupped his fists. This junior is listening. A long time ago, a saint fell in this world. The saint's blood fell and transformed into a place of saint relics with countless wonders. It distributed opportunities, leading to many geniuses coming to compete. Just because if one obtains that saint's blood, one can be called a saint child, build a saint foundation. In the future, one might even be able to form a saint womb, open a law domain, and even touch upon the extraordinary things of a saint. Zhu Yuan quickly asked, what is a saint? That is still a bit far off for you. You just need to know that the world calls saints as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. That year, the saint who fell, his holy blood and remnant bones fell to the mortal world, the ruin created by these things. There is one place on the Qingji continent. This time the big shots from the dynasties and clans are all flexing hard, pouring resources into their disciples just for the sake of the great fortune in that Saint Relic land. Right? The Crown Prince Wu Huang of Great Wu is now at the late minus stage Heaven's Gate realm, just one step away from the primal beginning realm. As I know it, for Wu Huang, slaying other experts is as normal as eating a meal. Hearing the name of his enemy, Zhu Yuan's hand involuntarily trembled and clenched tightly. Wu Wang, moreover, once he obtains that great fortune, the 6 sacred sects in this Qingji heaven will take notice of him. They are the true masters of Qingji heaven. Their hands cover the entire world. With your current level, do you have what it takes to get a piece of that great fortune? Zhu Yuan replied, of course, such a great fortune. If I didn't know about it, it would be one thing, but since Senior has pointed it out and I don't grasp it, then I would truly be a fool. Wu Huang. Come on. In the room, Zhu Yue's face was as sad as a steamed bun from the previous evening packing her things. After packing, she quickly stepped outside. Kid, what I wanted to say, I've said it all. Today, I will take Zhu Yue and her grandfather away from this place. Leaving today, don't worry, what I promised you, I will definitely do. Kid, try your best. If you can't show your worth in the Saint Relic land, then you don't need to go see her. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will hurt your pride. With that, the old beggar used his origin power to envelop Yue and her grandfather, and they quickly flew into the sky. Yuvi turned back and shouted, Your Highness, you must come find me. Zhu Yuan replied, I definitely will. When we meet again, will the old scene still be here, but the old person nowhere to be found? Zhu Yuan glanced at the jade slip in his hand, his mind replaying the scene from just now. This is the Qingji continent version of Google Maps. It has the location of the Saint Relic Land pin. This is the Saint Relic Land. I have to cross dozens of dynasty regions. There are still 6 months before the Saint Relic Land opens. It's still in time if I set out now. Senior, this jade tablet is. If you can distinguish yourself in the Saint Relic Land, you will know. If you are mediocre and unremarkable, then there's no need to take it out. Zhu Yu unclenched the jade slip in his hand. Wu Wang, we will finally face each other. I must also leave this place. Yue, I hope your future will also be brilliant. At the Great Chu Royal Palace, the Saint Relic Land. You want to leave Great Chu? The Saint Relic Land. You want to leave Great Chu? You want to leave Great Chu? Royal father, royal mother, currently the Saint Relic Land is gathering many talented people. I'm afraid I will regret it for the rest of my life. Your Honor, I don't know how difficult this trip will be. Royal mother, don't you believe in me? Ken Yu looked at Chu King, smiled, and then sighed. What a stubborn child. When do you plan to set out? Yes, in 3 days. 3 days later, at the gate of Great Chu City, a moving farewell scene took place, Your Honor. All right, Royal Mother, I'm not a child anymore. Yao minus Yao spoke up. Don't worry, Aunt Kin, I will take care of him. With Yao minus Yao, I am at ease. If he doesn't listen, just teach him a lesson. Your Honor, this is the card of the Heavenly Star Pavilion. It can be exchanged for 500,000 origin crystals. You will need it on this trip. Ha! Royal Father is also very generous. Thank you, Royal Father. Then I will be going. Chu King turned his back to him and said, Go. Don't let your mother see you for too long. Chu King closed his eyes, trying to suppress the emotions welling up inside him. Ju Yuan said, Royal Father, wait for the day I return. What our great Chu has lost, I will take it all back. At the moment of parting for the family of 3, Chu King and Kin Yu couldn't help but worry. Your Honor, be careful. Royal Father, don't worry. The day I return, I will definitely soar high and become famous throughout the continent. The sacred dragon of my great Chu is not so easily crippled. Scene changed to the Great Wu Dynasty, in a luxurious private palace. The Saint Relic Land is about to open. When are you planning to act? I'll start tomorrow. I'm not like you, ascending to the heavens in one step, without needing much training. Everyone has their own destiny. Don't be too arrogant, it's not a good thing. The talented young people in the Kenji main continent this time, I really want to test my strength against them. The prophecy in the clan really makes no sense. The phoenix does not see the dragon. We were born together, brother and sister, why can we not meet? The dragon cannot be met, it is talking about you. As soon as the words fell, Wu Huang's hand, which was playing chess, paused. A domineering aura immediately erupted. Oh my god, the chessboard shattered. Wu Wang asked with a cold face, Wu Yao, what do you mean by that? Clearly Wu Yao's last sentence had hit Wu Huang's spot, making him extremely angry. She looked at her brother for a moment and then said, Don't pay attention to those things, Wu Huang. Our fortune, after all, originates from him. It was he who created us. If you don't want it to be taken back by him in the future, then it's best for you to be on guard at all times. Are you talking about that trash dragon? Him? Don't think that we stole his fortune. This is just taking back what originally belonged to us. You say he's a trash dragon? He is developing very well in Great Chu right now. In PH, he only managed to kill Wang Chaoyan by relying on outsiders. He is not worthy of my attention. Wu Yao could only frown helplessly. Wu Wang, one day you will fail because of your arrogance. Wu Wang arrogantly looked up, because I have the qualifications for it. Don't worry. After I get the fortune in the Saint Relic Land, I will think of a way to completely eliminate all of Great Chu. You should go. After tomorrow, I will also depart from here. I don't know when we will meet again. Wu Yao, I will make you understand. I am the true dragon. In this world, only you and I are the most worthy. With that, he turned and left. Wu Yao could only shake her head and sigh. But in this world, the strong prey on the weak. Ju family's sacred dragon, although I rely on your fortune, if you are destroyed like this, then there is nothing to say. If you can rise again, then I will eat you again. Thinking of this, the girl subconsciously licked her lips, looking dangerous. At the same time, at the Great Wu Royal Palace, the Crown Prince has set out. We respectfully send off His Highness the Crown Prince. We wish the Crown Prince triumph in return. Wu Yao, I will prove to you who the true dragon is. With that, he soared away. At the 10,000 Beast Dynasty, where humans and beasts live in harmony, from within the palace, a super-large bird carrying a person soared into the sky. Little Han, we can finally go out and play. I heard that many powerful people have gone to the Saint Relic Land. I hope these guys are not too boring. At the Sword Dynasty, a lonely figure stood among the towering mountains. Then, streaks of sword light flashed, and these mountains immediately collapsed. A young man with a sword on his back walked away. The Saint Relic Land. I need true opponents to sharpen my sword. In some remote corner by a lake, a group of young men were beating each other up. You guys are too weak. No fun at all. It's so boring here. Tell my father I want to go to the Saint Relic Land. The people below were overjoyed. Wow, this monster is finally leaving. We're finally not being tormented by him anymore. At the ZUOQIU family manor. Young miss, you look so beautiful. You can set out now. Thank you, shall bye. That young lady kissed her maid on the cheek. Tell my father that this time I go out, I will definitely find him a good son minus law. The maid beside her reminded, young miss, the master said you must obtain the fortune. What fortune? How can it compare to finding a good son minus and minus law, by. At the same time, on the Kenji continent, many talented people from other places were heading here. Their goal was all the Saint Relic Land. The Saint Relic Land became the focus of the entire Kenji continent, a place where winds and clouds gathered where hidden dragons would surely be. The scene shifts to the southwestern region of the Kenji continent. A loud explosion echoed through the mountains and forests. It turned out to be Zhu Yuan, who had just beautifully dealt with a beast, his face beaming. It turns out it couldn't even take a full powered palm strike from me, the second grade rushing thunder beast. Zhu Yuan and Yao left Great Zhu and headed for the Saint Relic Land. 2 months had already passed. They mainly traveled through dense forests, also to train themselves. Yao sighed. Is this really something to be happy about? 2 months have passed already. You still can't connectivate the special aspects of the heaven-piercing profound python key. What is there to be proud of? I hope Sister Yao can guide me. Prepare dinner for Tun-Un first. Oh yes. Yes, it's grilling now. It'll be ready in a moment. Tun-Dun, give him a little taste. Hey, what? Wait. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tun gave Zhu Yuan a punch that sent him flying like a shooting star, sticking him to a nearby tree. Zhu Yuan cried out in pain. That little beast is repaying kindness with enmity. It hurts so much. You still want to eat later? No, Yao asked. In the moment you were hit, could you clearly feel the change of origin key in your body? Only then did Zhu Yuan realize Sister Yao's action. Yao shouted again, Tun, again. Tun quickly threw another punch at Zhu Yuan, but before his eyes he realized something special. A bit, the origin key in my body has subconsciously merged into the flesh and blood of my 2 arms. However, the body seems to be resisting a little, so the origin key cannot merge into it. I must let my body completely relax and gradually eliminate the resistance within me. Dragon scales gradually appeared on Zhu Yuan's arm. A punch from Tun landed, but it no longer moved Zhu Yuan. It doesn't hurt anymore. What is this? The scales have eliminated all the power. This is the first wonder of the heaven piercing profound python key, the profound python scale. When the body is attacked, the heaven piercing profound python key will automatically provide protection, forming a layer of scale armor to protect the body. This profound python scale has 3 levels. The first level is azure, the second is gold, and the third is violet -gold. If you cultivate to the 3rd level, even the full powered attack of a primal beginning realm expert won't be able to break your defense. Wow, so formidable, you should comprehend it yourself. In 3 days we will leave this mountain range and go to the ancient domain. That territory does not belong to any dynasty and is controlled by a family with the surname Gu. That Gu family is also quite interesting. Oh, things that make Sister Yao feel interested are not many. The Gu family is proficient in origin runes. No one's spiritual soul is weak. Could it be that they also have the soul forging art? Perhaps it's because this Gu family has a soul tempering pagoda. Entering it can temper one's spiritual soul. There's such a treasure? My spiritual soul cultivation hasn't made any significant progress lately. If I could enter that soul tempering pagoda, that would be great. We'll see if there's a chance then. Don't think about those things anymore. Have you mastered the few second grade origin runes I taught you? 3 days later, the heaven and earth origin key, following Zhu Yuan's breathing, transformed into a roaring white stream and finally entered his nose. And as each stream of origin key poured in, the golden origin key in Zhu Yuan's key palace surged. Vaguely, one could see the image of a golden python roaring. These few months of hard training were not in vain. I've finally broken through. Late stage nourishing key realm. Let's go, it's time to leave the mountain. Following the path, soon an ancient city appeared before the two of them. The city had an ancient style, with two large characters on the city gate. Ancient City, the city of the Gu family. Inside the city, a tall tower stood majestically, its architecture a world apart from Great Shu. This is the ancient city. It looks so prosperous. There are probably many people heading to the Saint Relic Land as well. This is the largest treasure pavilion in the ancient city. It might have what we need. Let's go take a look. Zhu Yuan's daily origin rune cultivation required him to use the jaden blood of various beasts to draw. Plus, after 2 months of trekking through the forest, his daily supplies were also depleted. It was time to restock. This treasure pavilion could clearly meet Zhu Yuan's needs. Inside the treasure pavilion, the eyes were greeted with splendor everywhere. Crystal lamps shone down, illuminating every corner. Perhaps because the Gu family was an origin rune family, the treasure pavilion also sold many well-inscribed origin runes, but the price was enough to shock Zhu Yuan a little. Just a single second -grade origin rune cost several thousand origin crystals. Zhu Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Man, so expensive. Finished origin runes are this expensive? Third -grade ones cost tens of thousands, and fourth -grade ones, hundreds of thousands. Yao paid no attention to Zhu Yuan. She looked eagerly at the damaged ancient texts. There are many ancient origin runes on them worth study. She directly handed Tun-Tun in her arms to Zhu Yuan. Hey, you go buy food for Tun-Tun. I have to go check out the ruined origin rune texts in here. Zhu Yuan took Tun-Tun into the city to buy some food. After finishing his business, Zhu Yuan sat here with Tun-Tun, bored waiting. While waiting, Zhu Yuan suddenly felt a strange gaze scanning him. He frowned slightly and turned around, and then he froze for 5 seconds. Because not far behind him was a cute young girl with green hair, her large eyes wide, staring at him. Saliva was dripping from the corner of her mouth. Zhu Yuan felt natural being stared at, and at this moment, the green-haired girl also walked over quickly. Then Zhu Yuan realized that her gaze was not on him, but on Tun in his arms. What do you want? The green-haired girl wiped her red eyes, casting a fiery gaze at Zhu Yuan. Then, a tender and charming voice rang out, making others tremble. Little brother, sell this little beast to me. No matter how much money, no matter the price, I am willing to buy it. Zhu Yuan was immediately stunned after hearing this, letting out a ha. And Tun-Tun in Zhu Yuan's arms also understood the green-haired girl's words. At this moment, it looked at her with the eyes one would use to look at a fool. Zhu Yuan glanced at the little girl, thinking to himself, this girl wants to buy my Tun-Tun. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Zhu Yuan said as firmly as unale, not for sale. Tun-Tun, lying in Zhu Yuan's arms, heard the firm and absolute answer and squinted its beastly eyes in satisfaction, as if to say, kid, you're very perceptive. The green-haired girl, seeing Zhu Yuan's refusal, quickly said, little brother, sell it to me. Ah, I'll pay 5 million origin crystals. Her eyes were fixed on Tun-Tun, full of burning desire. Because outsiders couldn't detect how formidable Tun-Tun was, but she had a special method to see that the Tun-Tun before her was an unfathomably strange beast. Zhu Yuan was startled by the terrifying price. 5 million? He looked suspiciously at the green-haired girl. 5 million origin crystals. That's basically equivalent to a year's income for Great Zhu. It seems she's not joking. Despite almost fainting from the huge number, Zhu Yuan still shook his head decisively as if by habit. Not for sale. The green-haired girl's face was stiff and rigid. At this moment she was so anxious she stomped her feet. Sweat was already beading on her fair forehead. She looked down at her smooth jade-like arm. On the back of her hand, a light pattern was emitting an extremely intense and scorching light. This light pattern could sense the bloodline of an origin beast. The stronger the bloodline, the hotter the light pattern. He's completely unmoved. It's not easy to find an origin beast with such a strong bloodline. I must get it, or should I just snatch it? I'll just leave the origin crystals and run. As if sensing the green-haired girl's intention, the little bird in her arms stirred, its head poking out from her body. The bird's eyes revealed an extreme cold key as it looked toward Zhu Yuan. The surrounding air began to show signs of freezing. Zhu Yuan's gaze also suddenly focused. This is no ordinary origin beast. This girl is not simple. Tun-Dun's eyes were filled with murderous intent as it looked at the little bird. Faced with Tun-Dun's threat, the ice-blue little bird trembled. After hesitating for a few seconds, it retracted its head back. The green-haired girl realized that even someone as strong as little Han was intimidated, and her small face immediately fell. What? Even someone as strong as little Han was suppressed? Ah, there's really no other way. The green-haired girl had a pleading expression on her face. Little brother, what must I do for you to sell it? How about I give you the title of Duke of the 10,000 Beasts Dynasty? You can have any cultivation resource you want. Zhu Yuan was slightly startled. He was not unfamiliar with the name 10,000 Beasts Dynasty. A Duke of the 10,000 Beasts Dynasty, this girl is truly a big shot. In the end, Zhu Yuan still shook his head and said, if you can see its extraordinariness, then you should also understand its pricelessness. I will not sell it. After Zhu Yuan finished speaking at this moment, the maid brought the items he had requested. Young master, the items you requested are ready. The green-haired girl became dejected. It was so hard to find an origin beast with such a strong bloodline, but it already had an owner, and its owner refused to sell. Ah, why is it like this? But very quickly, the green-haired girl stomped her foot, her hands clenched. No, I can't give up so easily. If you don't sell, I will follow you. The green-haired girl's eyes darted around. Then, like a little tail, she stuck close to Zhu Yuan, unleashing a barrage of VAPDs. Little brother, what's your name? Where are you from? Little brother, are you going to the same Trellick land? Little brother, can we form a team? After walking a few steps, the veins on Zhu Yuan's forehead were throbbing. He looked at her, speechless, and asked, what are you doing, following me like this? The green-haired girl grinned and said, meeting his fate. Can't we get to know each other a little? Zhu Yuan was helpless in this situation. Whatever. I'll go find Sister Yao-Ya. So he quickened his pace, heading towards Yao-Ya, no longer paying attention to this green-haired girl. The green-haired girl, seeing this, patiently followed, continuing to rap in Zhu Yuan's ear. At the treasure pavilion, Yao-Ya was still focused on looking at the ruined ancient text in the cabinet. However, at this moment, a young man had appeared beside her at some point. I see the young lady seems to be very interested in these ruined origin runes. I am the manager of this treasure pavilion. If the young lady likes them, as long as the young lady wants, I can gift them all to you. As soon as Zhu Yuan entered, he saw the drama unfolding. Huh, what's going on over there? This scene attracted a lot of attention. Hey, they say that any young lady that young Master Gu sets his eyes on never escapes his grasp. Zhu Yuan patted Tun-Dun's head, helpless. Ah, you two are really meddlesome. Yao sensed Zhu Yuan approaching. At this moment, her beautiful face looked up at Zhu Yuan. She walked over and asked, are you done shopping? On the other side, Guling saw this scene. He still maintained his warm smile and clasped his hands toward Zhu Yuan. I am Guling, a member of the Gu family. Zhu Yuan thought to himself, a member of the Gu family? His expression didn't change. I am Zhu Yuan. Guling observed Zhu Yuan for a moment, his eyes carrying a gentle smile, but deep within his eyes a hard -to- detect contempt flash. He thought to himself, this brat is only at the nourishing Q realm, truly a novice. It seems he's nothing to be afraid of, no need to worry. Guling no longer looked at Zhu Yuan, his gaze shifting to Yao-Ya. I have yet to ask for the young lady's name. Yao-Ya's finger pointed at the maid behind her who was holding the ruined scrolls and asked, are all of these a gift for me? Guling replied, that's right. Then Yao looked at Zhu Yuan. Let's go. Zhu Yuan was speechless. She's really treating me like a servant. And Guling, seeing Yao accept the gift, the smile on his face grew wider. He thought this was the first step to success. The young lady must be here for the first time, why don't I? But as soon as he spoke, Yao faintly said something to Zhu Yuan, then turned and left. His whole body trembled with anger. No way, my script is still the same. After accepting it, you should take another step. What does it mean to accept and then leave? After a moment of stiffness, Guling quickly regained his composure. How could he allow the meat that had reached his mouth to escape? He immediately quickened his pace and blocked Yao. You two wait. Meeting hero's fate. Our Gu family's soul tempering pagoda will open tomorrow morning. Gu Ling took out two bronze tablets from his sleeve. If you two are interested, I can arrange to give these 2 tickets to you. We can consider ourselves friends. Zhu Yuan was immediately stunned. Into the soul tempering pagoda. Yao's very soft voice suddenly entered Zhu Yuan's ear. It's a bit interesting. Take it. Zhu Yuan showed a bright smile to Gu Ling. Then, thank you, young Master Gu. Yao still didn't say a word to Gu Ling, inferiorly walking out of the treasure pavilion. Gu Ling watched the departing figures of Zhu Yuan and Yao, the gentle smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by a coldness. A pass to the soul tempering pagoda. Probably no one can refuse. However, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. On the street, Zhu Yuan muttered as he walked, something feels off. A treasure like the soul tempering pagoda. They don't have enough for themselves, yet they generously open it to outsiders. It smells like a scam. Yao tilted her head and looked at him. If it's truly the soul tempering pagoda, it will be very beneficial for your spiritual soul cultivation. It might even help you advance to the late minus stage illusory realm. In any case, we'll only know when we get there. But the Gu family probably can't stop us. A warmth filled Zhu Yuan's heart. Yao was willing to take such a risk, obviously so that he could take another step on his path of spiritual soul cultivation. It seems I owe Sister Yao another favor this time. Yao suddenly glanced behind Zhu Yuan. Let's put that aside for now, she asked. What's with this little girl? Zhu Yuan's gaze followed hers, and then his head started to ache. Discovered by Zhu Yuan and the other, the green-haired girl giggled and skipped over to Yao. This sister, you are so beautiful. Zhu Yuan said, she wants to buy ton. That's why she's here. Yao looked at the green-haired girl for a moment and said slowly, so you're a beast-heart communicator. The green-haired girl, who was giggling, had her face finally changed slightly. This is the first time someone has seen through me in an instant. This little sister is not simple. Zhu Yuan asked with confusion. Oh, can someone explain to me what a beast-heart communicator is? To put it simply, it's the ability to Bluetooth with the minds of origin beasts, and can even control entire beast packs. So don't just see her as a Heaven's Gate realm practitioner. Once she borrows the power of origin beasts, even you won't be her mat. The green-haired girl's eyes held a bit of wariness. Little sister, you're amazing. Are you really not selling? Ton is free. If you can make it follow you on its own, we won't stop you. Hearing this, the big round eyes of the green-haired girl lit up. Really? Then don't you go back on your word. Of course, whether you succeed or not depends on your own methods, young lady. The green-haired girl carefully extended her small hand. On the back of her hand, a mysterious pattern glowed, and she began to communicate telepathically. As long as I can establish a mental connection with this little beast, it will definitely follow me. I have never failed. This cute little beast, you are mine. The pattern on Tun's forehead suddenly made a cracking sound and then shattered. Lulwa was frozen. The green-haired girl's face was stiff. Tun let out a sigh of relief and frustration. The green-haired girl's eyes were wide. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She didn't believe in evil. She bit the tip of her finger, and bright red blood appeared. She moved her fingertip. And finally, a red pattern emitting a bright light was formed. The pattern fell and landed on Tun's glabella. Blood sacrifice be strewn. Then let's try the blood sacrifice be strewn. Quickly kneel under my skirt, little lady. Ah, that sentence is a bit strange. However, this time the pattern still didn't last long and shattered again. The consecutive failures directly drove the green-haired girl crazy. Why is it like this? Yao said matter of factly, because its bloodline is too strong. In its size, you are too weak. It's like an ant wanting to connect telepathically with you. Do you understand? Tun also looked up, satisfied and proud. The green-haired girl was hit hard. Ah, I never thought this little thing would be so arrogant. Yao said. Tun proudly said, well said. However, the fact that it let you inscribe to connection runes on its head proves its friendliness towards you. Otherwise, it would have swallowed you whole. Oh, so that's how it is. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am Luo. That's right, seeing the tablets in your hands, you're also here for the Gu family's soul tempering pagoda? Then let's go to the soul tempering pagoda together tomorrow. It'll be convenient to coordinate with each other. Zhu Yuan asked, coordinate? Is there some danger inside? Luo winked. Who knows, anything can happen. Just a little carelessness. Alright, then let's go together tomorrow. At night, in the central part of the ancient city, in a large tower within a mare. In the secret chamber, the dim yellow light and the eerie atmosphere were very strange. Tomorrow is the day the soul tempering pagoda opens. The number of people attracted this time is not small. How is it? Are the arrangements all in order? Guling replied, yes, father. It's the same as always. We'll select suitable people from the crowd to extract their souls. With these nutrients, I can advance to the late stage corporeal realm. Guling took out a bronze tablet was a vivid portrait of Yao. His eyes were filled with a thick, fierce desire. This beautiful little lady, I told you couldn't escape my grasp. The next day countless people flocked to the city, just because today was the day the Gu family's soul tempering pagoda opened. Everyone already knows today is the day the Gu family's soul tempering pagoda opens. The effectiveness of the soul tempering pagoda in cultivating the spiritual soul probably needs no further introduction. However, I must remind everyone again, there are dangers in entering the soul tempering pagoda, so I hope everyone will be cautious. The crowd's eyes were now very excited, not paying the slightest attention to the person's words. As the pagoda's door began to open, they all desperately rushed in. Luo, let's go in and see. You decide how to choose. What am I afraid of? The three of them, Zhu Yuan and many others, walked around inside the pagoda. Luo's big eyes kept darting around, asking with some suspicion, I didn't expect the space inside this soul-tempering pagoda to be so vast. But I don't see the thing that cultivates the spiritual soul anywhere. Zhu Yuan saw the faint black mist and felt it in his glabella. At this moment, his spiritual soul shook violently, as if receiving some kind of strong pull. Oh, a lot of black mist has appeared. What is this? My spiritual soul seems to be strongly attracted, as if it's craving this black mist. Yao suddenly spoke up. Wait, don't absorb it. Zhu Yuan was puzzled. Why? This spiritual soul mist is good stuff. Yao raised her jade-like hand and summoned a cloud of dark mist. She observed it for a moment, then slowly said, what a sinister... This is indeed soul-tempering mist. But someone has added something to it. Once absorbed, it will cause serious damage, and you won't be able to save yourself. Look behind those two. Zhu Yuan and Luo turned their heads. What? Where they looked, they only saw figures sitting cross-legged on the ground. At their glabella, a faint black key was coiling around. His spiritual soul is gone. This soul-tempering pagoda is so strange. Yao's eyes turned sharp. This pagoda probably isn't called the soul-tempering pagoda, but the soul-swallowing pagoda. In the soul-tempering pagoda, the core area. What's going on? Those three didn't absorb the soul-tempering mist at all. What should we do? It seems they've discovered the secret of the soul-swallowing pagoda. I thought she was just a weak, gentle little beauty. I didn't expect her to have some skill. To have discovered it. Then let them stay in there forever. Ahead, a faint black mist surged, and three figures slowly descended. I never thought someone would discover the secret of our Gu family. Yao remained strangely calm. Using this method, aren't you afraid of it being spread outside? Moreover, the insidious poison contained in this soul-tempering mist will also be depleted in the future, making it hard to develop further. Iu's voice was hoarse. The future has nothing to do with us. Besides, we did remind them that there are dangers inside. Who can be blamed for this? Zhu Yuan frowned and asked, so you plan to keep us here forever? Yu smiled and nodded. Of course. It's normal for a few people to die in here. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for being too smart. Yao suddenly turned her head and looked at Zhu Yuan. Zhu Yuan, you go find the core of the soul-swallowing pagoda. If you destroy it, the soul-swallowing pagoda will lose its effect. Luo and I will stay here to deal with them. Luo suddenly interjected. These three are the three primal beginning realm experts of the Gu family, and this area is guarded by Guling himself. He has the strength of the mid-Heaven's Gate realm, while Zhu Yuan. To this, Yao refused to comment. It's alright, I believe in him. Zhu Yuan didn't hesitate at all, his figure quickly heading deep inside. One of the Gu family members wanted to go up and block him. Do I need to go block him? Gu smiled. No need. He's just a nourishing key realm miscellaneous fish. This soul-swallowing pagoda has long been set up with a barrier by us. We can continuously replenish our strength in here, while you can only wait for death. Yao minus Yao and Lu Wo asked at the same time, is that so? Yao minus Yao gently released Tun minus Tun from her arms. Instantly the small figure began to transform, growing spectacularly large. Red light surged, and finally, it once again transformed into a huge, ferocious beast. Beside them Lu Wo shouted, Little Han. The little bird immediately erupted with an ice minus blue light. An extreme cold ki was released, and finally it also transformed into a 10 minus long ice minus blue giant bird. Tun minus Dun's eyes swept over and glanced at the imposing ice bird. The ice bird, as if receiving some kind of threat, immediately reined in its aura quite a bit. Lu Wo, replacing it, pouted her small mouth. Tun minus Tun, don't bully little Han. Gu Q curled his lip. MKH, a primal beginning realm origin beast, no wonder you dare to cause trouble for my Gu family. However, in this soul-swallowing pagoda, we still have the advantage. You will surely lose. MPH, big words, this godforsaken place of yours can't keep us here. The two sides clashed, and immediately, a violent origin ki swept out, shaking the entire pagoda. Yao minus Yao lightly patted her ki on kun pouch, and in the next moment several scrolls appeared in her hand. On the scrolls light patterns surged, emitting extremely violent fluctuations. Gu Q, i.e.'s eyes were fixed on Yao minus Yao. Damn it, so many 4th minus grade origin runes. This little girl's skill with spiritual soul creation is on par with mine. Deep within the soul-swallowing pagoda, Gu Ling was watching intently. The aftershock was too strong. A coldness appeared in Gu Ling's eyes. When you fall into my hands, I will seal your spiritual soul and see how I teach you a lesson. Gu Ling quickly stopped his wandering thoughts and looked up ahead. He saw the mist break apart, and a young figure slowly walked out. It was Zhu Yuan. Still searching? How is it? How does it feel to shoot yourself in the foot? Gu Ling looked at Zhu Yuan with an unchanged expression, the corner of his mouth filled with contempt. MKH, a little nourishing key realm miscellaneous fish dares to speak so arrogantly. It seems your relationship with that girl is not bad. Don't worry, I will treat her very well out of respect for you. Hearing those vulgar words, Zhu Yuan's face turned cold. It seems today you really have no way out. The corner of Gu Ling's mouth gradually became ferocious, and a powerful origin ki suddenly erupted from his body. Early minus stage Heaven's Gate realm strength. This is the peak origin ki of the Gu family. The 4th minus grade origin ki, the myriad mountains prison minus shaking ki. NKH, little miscellaneous fish, where did you get the confidence to speak so rudely in front of me? Zhu Yuan's eyes lit up, and the dark gold heaven minus piercing profound python ki also suddenly erupted from his body. He didn't retreat at all, clenched his 5 fingers, and threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided heavily. The ground beneath their feet instantly shattered. A destructive shockwave raged. Both of their bodies were shaken and sent flying backward. Gu Ling's face was gloomy as he looked at Zhu Yuan. Damn it, there's poison ki in this guy's origin ki. If it weren't for my good spiritual soul senses, I would have almost been hit. Perhaps this is your trump card. Gu Ling sneered. Your origin ki is also interesting. When I capture you, I will have ways to make you talk. He rushed up, swinging his fist. 2nd minus grade origin rune, Jade Rhino. Zhu Yuan smiled. A 2nd minus grade origin rune? I have one too. Just as a punch like black iron came crashing down, a cold light flashed in Zhu Yuan's eyes. 2nd minus grade origin rune, golden 8 mountain minus carrying rune. The two fists fiercely collided and the ground cracked. Immediately after, Gu Ling was knocked back. At this moment he finally felt that the little fish he had been talking about was really hard to deal with. I can't even solve a nourishing key realm guy. When my father comes back later, he's dead for sure. No need to waste my energy on him. Zhu Yuan keenly noticed his intention. You want to stall for time? I was originally going to treat you as a sandbag to test my skills, to see what the power of the Heaven's Gate realm is like, but since you're not cooperating, you're worthless now. Zhu Yuan's eyes were half-minus closed as he exhaled a puff of white air. The origin key in his body erupted violently at this moment, and a gale roared at his feet, kicking up dust. Following the movement of Zhu Yuan's hand, a dark gold light surged as if a giant dragon was raising its claws to grasp a mountain. I have a palm, capable of splitting the heavens. Gu Ling's expression changed dramatically in an instant. Zhu Yuan took a step forward and appeared directly in front, the third type of the dragon monument hand armor minus breaking. Zhu Yuan slapped out a palm and the ground shook. A dark gold palm light swept out, carrying a heavy and domineering posture straight towards Gu Ling. Unable to dodge, Gu Ling clenched his 5 fingers and threw a punch. Myriad Mountains Fist Seal. How can a miscellaneous fish at the nourishing key realm have such an aura? Zhu Yuan shouted, "Break for me." A devastating key wave raged, and the ground directly shattered. Gu Ling's body was as if heavily injured and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. His body flew backward, but right in mid-flight. A sinister and poisonous look appeared on his face. He rolled his tongue and the tiny, dark light shot out fiercely, soul-shattering needle. Like lightning, it shot straight at Zhu Yuan's glabella. Gu Ling's sneak attack succeeded, and he burst out laughing. "Kid, you're still too naive. Once you're hit by my soul-shattering needle, you can only die." As the mist gradually dissipated, a layer of green scales appeared on Zhu Yuan's glabella. And that tiny black needle was stuck on the scale. It couldn't penetrate. Zhu Yuan spread his palm, removed the black needle from between his eyebrows, and looked at Gu Ling with an indifferent expression. "You are truly a sinister and poisonous person from the marrow of your bones." Gu Ling was horrified, choking. How is that possible? Damn it, the Gu family will definitely not let you off, just as he turned to flee. The black needle suddenly shot back, transforming into a halo of light as fast as lightning, and pierced through Gu Ling's glabella. "I don't know how many people your Gu family has harmed. This is your retribution." Tossing Gu Ling's worries aside, Zhu Yuan strode towards the central stone platform. It turned out that the crystal sphere enveloped by a layer of black mist was the heart of the soul-swallowing pagoda. Looking closely, this sphere was connected to the ground, continuously sucking something up. Zhu Yuan quickly recognized that what was being sucked in was none other than pure streams of spiritual soul power. Even more terrifying, once these spiritual souls entered the black sphere, they would be instantly refined. Amazing, even spiritual souls can be refined. Oh well, it's free, so I'll take it. I'll bring it back and figure it out later. Meanwhile, outside, the battle was still at a climax. The elders of the Gu family were beginning to tire against Yao-Ya's attacks. Especially old Gu Q, who was being fed a lesson by Yao-Yao with a stack of Origin rune scrolls, looking too miserable to watch. Damn it, how does she have so many 4th- grade Origin runes in her hand? I don't believe they can surpass us in this pagoda. Wait. Still fuming, Gu Q suddenly paused when he noticed something unusual. Inside the soul-swallowing pagoda, the dense black mist was showing signs of dissipating. What's happening? The black mist is all dissipating. He suddenly realized something and his expression changed dramatically. It's over. Could it be that the soul-tempering crystal has been taken? That Gu Ling can't even handle a mere nourishing key realm practitioner? Hearing the enemy's wails, Luo widened her sparkling eyes in surprise. It seems he has successfully dealt with Gu Ling. Yao remained as calm as ever, just nodding slightly as if everything was within her calculation. Luo, who was initially worried that Zhu Yuan would die, could only blink her large, round eyes now and mutter, "This little brother Zhu Yuan seems to be quite something." Inside the soul-swallowing pagoda, as the black mist dissipated, the affected people also gradually woke up. Everyone looked dazed like a cow wearing a cone. "Damn it, my head hurts so much. What happened?" It seemed like someone was fighting in the pagoda just now. At that moment, Yao-Yao's clear voice rang out. "If you don't want your spiritual souls to be taken by the Gu family, then leave this place quickly." Hearing this, the crowd fled in fear from the so-called soul-tempering pagoda. This is not the soul-tempering pagoda, but the soul-swallowing pagoda. This news was like a bolt from the blue and the crowd panicked. Huh? Someone died in here. How come even their spiritual soul is gone? What? Soul-swallowing pagoda? What the hell is going on? Witnessing this scene, Gukyu Ayu's eyes turned red with anger. If these people escape, the shocking secret of the Gu family using evil methods to cultivate their spiritual souls will definitely be exposed. The consequences will be a fatal blow to the Gu family's reputation. He gritted his teeth. You hateful bitch. Call everyone in here. Today I will make you pay. Instantly shocking sounds spread out from the pagoda in all four directions. It's over. This old man is planning to call all the Gu family experts here. It's time to retreat. NPH, too late. Secret technique spiritual soul connection. Spiritual soul impact. Seeing Zhu Yuan running over, Yao quickly shouted, Get ready to go out, Zhu Yuan, hurry up. Zhu Yuan used all his strength and leapt onto Tun-Tun's back, following behind Yao and Luo. The three of them shot out of the pagoda. This Tun-Tun's back is also hard to sit on. In his haste, Zhu Yuan accidentally placed his hand on Yao's waist. He let out a breath. Phew, that was close. Yao suddenly spoke Zhu Yuan. Then she gave him a glare that could burn holes. Where are you putting your hand? Zhu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied, I didn't know where else to put it. The Gu family's plan today was completely ruined by Zhu Yuan's trio. How could they let them go so easily? Instantly, the entire Gu clan chased closely behind, palm winds flying wildly. Where do you think you're going, you worms? Seize them for me. At this moment Yao waved her hand, and several streaks of light shot out from her sleeve, transforming into scrolls. On the surface of the scrolls complex light patterns emerged. Wow, so many 4th- grade origin runes. Sister Yao is truly a player. The Gu family members, seeing this, were also scared. Damn it, why are there so many 4th- grade runes? The scrolls exploded, creating a violent force that reeked of egg. Zhu Yuan turned back and winked at them. Goodbye. I'll hold on to this treasure for you. Gukyu clutched his chest in pain. You thief, leave the Gu family's treasure behind. Send a message to Guling. These people are probably all going to the Saint Relic Land. She is the darling of the sacred palace. Far from the ancient city in a deep mountain, 2 origin beasts ascended from the sky. Luo couldn't wait any longer and urged, Quick, take out the treasure you got and let me see. Zhu Yuan nodded and held the crystal sphere in his hand. Luo observed it for a moment and then said with some doubt, I can feel an extremely pure spiritual soul origin inside. What on earth is this? Yao explained, This is a Saint Soul crystal. With it, even without cultivating a soul-forging art, the spiritual soul will be continuously tempered. The Saint Soul crystal can absorb spiritual soul origin to strengthen itself, as long as the distance is not too great. Any spiritual soul attack will become its food. It can both attack and defend. This is truly a spiritual soul treasure. But there's only one of these. With that, he looked at Luo. The little girl smiled. No, you don't have to think about me. If it worked for you too, I might have fallen into the Gu family's trap as well. Yao then took out her origin rune pin. Don't worry, everyone will get a share. The pen tip fell, and on the pitch-black crystal sphere, extremely complex origin runes were inscribed. These origin runes coiled around each other, emitting strange fluctuations. Droplets of liquid began to drip from the sphere. All these years, the Gu family used this item to absorb a lot of spiritual soul origin. Moreover, their methods were extremely despicable. Zhu Yuan was curious. What is this? My spiritual soul is reacting very strangely. This is spiritual soul origin. It's an extremely beneficial thing for the spiritual soul. There are 12 drops in total. Yao began to distribute them. Luo smiled brightly. Thank you, sister. Yao then said to Zhu Yuan, You get 2 drops. Zhu Yuan's face was pained. Sister Yao, why do I only get 2 drops? Considering your previous behavior, the other 2 drops have been deducted by me. Sister Yao, you're so unfair. Oh, I was originally going to give this Saint Soul crystal to you, since you're so ungrateful. Zhu Yuan's expression changed in an instant. He quickly made a heart shape with his hands to flatter her. Sister Yao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I'm still young, my mouth is still immature. Sister, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Take it. Thank you, Sister Yao. On one side, Lu Wo covered her mouth and giggled. Little brother, your skin is really thick. Deep in the mountain range, Zhu Yuan sat cross-legged on a boulder, his eyes half-closed. Above his head, a fist-sized, milky-white crystal sphere was floating. An illusory spiritual soul was sitting cross-legged, greedily absorbing each strand of holy light. As the holy light entered the spiritual soul became more condensed. But in the end, he still couldn't break through to the late-stage illusory realm. Cultivating the spiritual soul is truly difficult. I'll go back for now. When Zhu Yuan returned, Tun jumped and ran towards him. Zhu Yuan asked, puzzled, what? Yao said it wants to roast meat. I don't know how, Lu Wo also said. I don't know how either. Zhu Yuan was speechless. NTH. I'm an Annie again. You little beast, only now do you know how to treat me well. Zhu Yuan quickly roasted the beast into a sumptuous meal for everyone. Sister Yao, you said before that you need 2 kinds of ingredients to absorb the spiritual soul origin. What were they? Soul illumination fruit, vermilion bloodgrass. It feels like they're not common. Don't rush, when we get to the Saint Relic City, we should be able to buy them. The Gu family's pursuing troops are more worrying to me. We've already exposed the Gu family's conspiracy. Right now, they must be in a mess and won't pay attention to us. Suddenly, a sharp aura was transmitted over. Zhu Yuan was startled. What's happening? Could it be the Gu family's pursuing troops? A figure slowly walked out from the deep mountains. Zhu Yuan saw clearly that it was a young man in a gray robe, with a black heavy sword on his back, and his eyes were blindfolded. Where he passed, the trees quietly shattered. The trees have all fallen. What a formidable sword key. Tun let out a low growl, showing its unfriendliness. Zhu Yuan warily stared at the gray-robe youth. If the other person made any strange moves, they would immediately attack. Grumble, the tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by an unbearable sound. The scene immediately became awkward. The gray-robe youth trembled slightly. After a while, he finally spoke. Hungry. For 3 days. There's still meat. Want to eat together? The gray-robe youth nodded at Zhu Yuan and sat down to one side, unceremoniously taking half a piece of roasted meat. Tun at the side wearily placed its paw on its pile of meat. The two of them's gazes met. Then, fearing the other would eat all the meat, they simultaneously dove in undate like hungry tigers. Zhu Yuan, speechless, waved his hand. There's still plenty of meat. You guys eat slowly. Zhu Yuan was scared by his eating style and asked, There are origin beasts everywhere in this deep forest. Why don't you roast one yourself? The gray-robed youth quickly swallowed a piece of meat and replied, I don't know how. It would taste bad. Zhu Yuan swallowed his tears in his heart. I'm a prince of Great Shu, how did I become a cook? Lu Wo's eyes narrowed into a smile as she stared at the gray-robed youth. I never thought I would meet the sword-blind man of the Sword Dynasty here. I never thought I would meet the legendary sword-blind man of the Sword Dynasty here. The sword-blind man said, I also never thought I would meet the little princess of the 10,000 Beast Dynasty here. Only then did Zhu Yuan understand, so that's how it is. A little princess. No wonder she offered to make me a duke of the 10,000 Beast Dynasty before. The sword-blind man suddenly shifted his gaze to Yao, his voice a bit grave. And this woman, although she has no origin key fluctuations, I can feel that she is extremely dangerous. The sword-blind man then looked at Tun. And this origin beast as well. Tun ignored his nonsense and buried its head in its meat. The sword-blind man finally looked at Zhu Yuan, seriously. Please subscribe to the channel to support me. Zhu Yuan was curious about what he would say. The blind man sighed. You seem a little weaker. This sentence was like a rock falling on Zhu Yuan's head, speechless. Why are you so talkative? After eating, the sword-blind man was satisfied. He looked up at Zhu Yuan. Thank you for the hospitality. I owe you a favor. Farewell. Zhu Yuan also had some admiration for his decisiveness. It seems you are also going to the Saint Relic City. No need. I'm used to being alone. We'll meet again if fate allows. Zhu Yuan was speechless. I just wanted to tell you, you're going the wrong way. The Saint Relic City is this way. This person seems to have no sense of direction. How did he get here from the Sword Dynasty? It seems he has gotten stronger. He's probably about to reach the primal beginning realm. If Wu Wang and he are on the same level, then this time it's really dangerous. Hey, little brother. Is that Wu Wang your opponent? Then you probably can't beat him, right? That guy is a pervert. Wu Huang and the Sword Blind Man have fought once before. Who won in the end? It was a draw. In the end, each side killed a primal beginning realm expert from the other side. Those two experts really pitiful. If you run into Wu Huang in the Saint Relic Land, you should run as fast as you can. Is that so? If I can break through to the Heaven's Gate realm and break through my spiritual soul to the late minus stage illusory realm, my combat power will not be less than his. Unfortunately, I haven't met either of these two prerequisites. I can't help but feel a sense of urgency. Let's go to the Saint Relic City and get those two ingredients. Hey, where did Sister Yao minus Yao go? Are you two looking for me? In just a moment, a figure in white calmly walked out of the forest. Lu Wo's big eyes lit up. Wow, so handsome. Sister Yao minus Yao, why are you dressed as a man? What are you doing? You've stolen all my spotlight like this. What spotlight do you have? A woman's appearance attracts too much attention from others, only causing more trouble. I'll leave ton minus done to you. Huh? I'm the real man here. How is it appropriate for me to hold it? What did you say? Nothing. Because the Saint Relic City itself represents a major power, and over the years, with the growing fame of the Saint Relic Land, especially when the Saint Relic Land opens, this place becomes a major focal point of the entire continent. What a magnificent city. Ahead is our destination. Prodigies from all over will gather here. We might be able to get some initial information about the Saint Relic Land here. Esteemed guests, please stop. I am Xiaowo. The three of you need to register to enter the Prodigy Pavilion. This place is not for those who are not prodigies. So many rules, 10,000 Beasts Dynasty Luwo. So it's the little princess of the 10,000 Beasts Dynasty. My apologies. These two also need to register. Hey, what do you mean by that? These are the people I brought here. Fourth minus Great Origin Rune, Corporeal Realm, Spiritual Soul. This young master, it was I, Zhao Wo, who was blind. This young master, although he has no origin key fluctuations, his strength cannot be underestimated. Please subscribe to the channel to receive the latest videos. A remote Great Chu dynasty doesn't seem to have any famous prodigies. This young master seems to not have even reached the Heaven's Gate realm. If you are not a prodigy yourself, you cannot enter the Prodigy Pavilion. Mid-minus stage Heaven's Gate realm, why are you still trying to force your way in? Heaven's Gate realm? Then try a move of mine and see. What? A mere nourishing key realm practitioner can have such an aura? Zhu Yuan threw a punch that sent him flying far away. The power of this palm is definitely not something a nourishing key realm practitioner can have. It seems the people who can come here are all not simple characters. Let's go. Wow, little brother, you're so vicious. I always feel like someone is following us. Could it be people from the Gu family? Behind the Prodigy Pavilion is the Saint Relic City Lord's Manor. A mere Gu family probably can't command them. There will be soul illumination fruit and vermilion blood grass. Alright, then let's go see. Let's go. I love shopping the most. This auction might have a lot of treasures. Night began to fall over Saint Relic City. Although it was dark outside the city, inside the city, it was bright with lanterns and flowers. At this time, the largest room in the Prodigy Pavilion began to hold an auction. All the prodigies wanted to get some origin weapons and origin treasures here. With Lu Wo's reputation, it was very easy to open a V.E. room. Right now, the other VIP rooms probably all have the outstanding prodigies of the Kanji main continent. Wu Huang might even be in one of them. Perhaps the time to meet Wu Huang is not far off. The sacred dragon's fortune of mine for all these years. You must have lived well. Esteemed guests from afar, there's probably no need for a long introduction. Perhaps the items in here will interest you. To have a primal beginning realm expert as the host, they are truly generous. This auction must have the support of the city Lord's Manor. Then please admire the first auction item. This is a damaged quasi-minus heavenly origin weapon named the Heaven's Net Halberd. Starting price 500,000 origin crystals. Starting with a quasi-minus heavenly origin weapon, are they trying to scare people to death? I remember back then, Su Yue, relying on the Yang-Ming sword in her body, directly eliminated a primal beginning realm expert. 600,000, 800,000. Please give me Liu Damang some face. What? Just a broken one. 1 million, 1.5 million, 2.1 million. Transaction successful. Congratulations to this bidder for obtaining the Heaven's Net Halberd. Next will be the Earth Flame Marrow. If a cultivator of flame minus attribute origin key refines it, as long as the quality of the origin key in their body is lower than the 5th grade, they can raise their grade. 800,000 origin crystals. 1 million, 1.8 million. Although this thing is very useful for Royal Father, it's a pity I'm poor. After that, many things were put up for sale, and the atmosphere of the auction was hotter than ever. After a while, Zhu Yuan finally heard the sound of hope. Soul Illumination Fruit, starting price 100,000 origin crystals. This Soul Illumination Fruit has a very special effect. For some people who need it, it is a hard minus to minus come minus by I. 200,000, 500,000, 200,000. 300,000, 350,000, and 500,000. 500,000 sold. The price just now came from a VIP room. As far as I know, that place belongs to the Saint Relic City Lord's Manor. The City Lord's Manor, with the status of the City Lord, they probably won't compete with us young ones, right? According to the news I've gathered, the person who often goes the young City Lord of the Saint Relic City, Xiao Yanzhuan. Tianzhuan? We don't even know this person. Why is he targeting us? Luo Wo, lend me some origin crystals later, okay? A small matter. I'll bid for you later. Not long after, the vermilion blood grass also appeared. The vermilion blood grass, when it first came out, was only 80,000 origin crystals. There were few bidders, and Luo Wo was the first to speak up. 200,000. 200,000 going once, 200,000 going twice, 300,000, 3,000, 600,000. Since the little princess likes it, I won't compete anymore. NPH, this Xiao Yanzhuan, he clearly knew I was bidding, yet he still raised the price. He really doesn't respect us. Is this young city lord also going to the same Trellic land? Of course, he is, after all, the talented prodigy of this continent. Then that's good. Hey, you're not planning to fight that guy in the Saint Relic land, are you? I've even killed a primal beginning realm expert before. Wow, it's hard to imagine. Although Wu Huang and the Sword Blind Man have also killed primal beginning realm experts, they are both at the late minus stage Heaven's Gate realm. Zhu Yuan is only at the Nourishing He realm and has already killed UNCLER. Xiao Yanzhuan, if we meet in the Saint Relic land for the origin crystals he made me lose, I'll make him spit them out 100 times over. After the Soul Illumination Fruit and Vermilion Blood Grass were obtained, Zhu Yuan no longer cared about the situation at the auction. Luo Wo continued to bid for a few more treasures, but the VIP room on the other side didn't cause any more trouble. It seems Xiao Yanzhuan was targeting you. It might be related to the Gu family. They know that to absorb the spiritual soul origin, they need these two ingredients, so they tried to stop us. The final auction item is called the Spirit Minus Suppressing Art. Its power is beyond question. This is a genuine lesser heavenly origin. What? Impossible. It's a lesser heavenly origin art? Is it a lesser heavenly origin art? It's truly a rare and precious treasure. I must get it. As soon as this item was brought out, the entire auction hall went into chaos. A lesser heavenly origin art? My 10,000 Beasts dynasty only has 3 lesser heavenly origin arts. This is considered a national treasure. I heard that in the Saint Relic land, one can obtain a true heavenly origin art, something that the saint who fell there once learned. Numbers were continuously called out. 4 million, 4.3 million, 5 million, the price kept rising. After a fierce bidding war, the transaction amount reached 7.9 million origin crystals. Terrifying. Moreover, the cultivation conditions for a lesser heavenly origin art are extremely harsh. It's not something you can cultivate just because you bought it. Let's go. Tonight, I can refine and absorb the spiritual soul origin. Suddenly, a group of people came to block Zhu Yuan. It's the Saint Relic City's young city lord, Xiao Yanzhuan. Xiao Yanzhuan, you still dare to appear before me? Little princess, no need to be angry. If you care about those origin crystals, I can return them to you. This friend must be Zhu Yuan, right? Does the young city lord have something to say? Nothing. I just want to introduce someone to you. You're Zhu Yuan, right? I am Gu Ling from the Sacred Palace. The person named Gu Ling who died at your hands was my younger brother. So that's how it is. The cause of all this is this woman. You brat, you're so arrogant. You killed Gu Ling's younger brother and still haven't apologized. Everyone, no need to be angry. Brother Zhu Yuan might have had some misunderstanding with the Gu family. Gu Ling being killed was his own fault. Everyone saw Gu Ling's appearance at this moment and then looked at Zhu Yuan, their eyes full of anger. This woman's methods are truly superb, making all the prodigies support her. This friend, you killed Gu Ling, so the grudge between you and the Gu family should end here. However, you took the Gu family's treasure, so you should return it to Gu Ling. Gu Ling said as long as you return the treasure she can let this grudge go. If you give me face, I can be the mediator unresolve this grudge for you. I'm not going to bother explaining all the bad things the Gu family has done. If we didn't have some tricks up our sleeves, our fate probably wouldn't have been so good. As for the Gu family's treasure, don't even dream of me returning it. Oh, so you're not giving me face? Haha, is your face that big? Insolent, daring to be so arrogant in this place. Just a mere nourishing key realm practitioner, aren't you afraid of being punished on the spot? Ah, it seems my Gu family has really offended this esteemed sir. Otherwise, he wouldn't go so far as to not even give the young city lord face. This woman's methods are truly not to be underestimated. She's increasingly inciting the anger of the other prodigies against me. This woman is a bit too minus-faced. If you want to get back the Gu family's treasure, you don't have to drag it out here, trying to use tricks to incite those fools. When we get to the Saint Relic Land, whatever tricks you have, just do them there. Whether you can get the treasure back or not depends on your ability. Of course, everything has a price. In the end, no one can be blamed for the outcome. So if you want to play, we'll play with you. Well said. These people are being swayed by a woman. Suddenly a voice came from a corner of the room. Truly a righteous young master. I like it. It's her. Isn't that Zuoqiu Kinyu from the Zuoqiu family? Oh, so fast. I didn't even see clearly. Zuoqiu Kinyu suddenly flashed in front of Yao. What's your name? I am Zuoqiu Kinyu. Let's be friends. Xu Xiao Yao. What a nice name, just like me. Remember what I said before. If you want to get something back, you have to rely on your own ability. Using those useless tricks won't get you on the stage. After speaking, Yao turned and left. Lil Wo and Zhu Yuan looked at each other. Then they turned and left together. Let's go. Zhao Yanzhuan and Gu Ling's faces darkened. It was a waste of the young city lord's efforts. I originally thought we could resolve this peacefully. NKH, although that guy's spiritual soul is at the corporeal realm, he's too arrogant. It would just take one strike to finish him. Besides, I also heard that Zhu Yuan has a grudge with Wu Huang of the Great Wu Dynasty. If Wu Huang wants to kill Zhu Yuan, I want to see how long that Zhu Xiaoyao can protect him. Hearing this, Gu Ling's beautiful eyes immediately lit up. That's right. As long as they are separated, killing Zhu Yuan will be as easy as flipping a hand. So I said no need to rush, let's just wait and see. Tomorrow the envoy of the 6 sacred sects will arrive at the Saint Relic Land. It seems the Saint Relic Land is about to open for real. The Saint Relic Land is surrounded by large saint rivers. Nothing can float on the surface of the Saint River water. At this time, as long as an expert makes a move, they can open a passage for people to enter. But on the Kanglan continent, there are no experts of that level. Only the 6 sacred sects have this ability. They will send envoys to help, and at the same time, during that period they will recruit talented prodigies as disciples. On the way, Luo was still angry and upset. Zhao Yanzhuan dared to not give her face. Am so angry. That bastard Zhao Yanzhuan, if I meet him in the Saint Relic Land, I will definitely make him look good. Zhu Yuan chuckled but didn't intervene. Zuoqiu Kinyu was smiling and talking non-stop. Brother Zhao Yao, where are you from? Your spiritual soul is so formidable. We might be able to form a team. After entering the Saint Relic Land, we can take care of each other. What do you think? Seeing this scene, Zhu Yuan couldn't help but remember Lu Wo from before. Why does this feel so familiar? Yao said to Zhu Yuan, I'm hungry. Zuoqiu Kinyu smiled sweetly. All right, meeting is fate. Let me treat you. The food at the Prodigy Pavilion is the best in St. Relic City. Lulwo's eyes lit up. There's good food, okay then. At the Prodigy Pavilion, although Zuoqiu is a bit strange, her strength is very good. Making one more friend is a good thing. Zhu Yuan's footsteps suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized something. He looked up to the upper floor and seemed to see a familiar figure. Near the window, a figure in a golden robe. Because of a terrifying aura swirling around him, it made others wary. Zhu Yuan looked at the figure in the golden robe, and the heaven-piercing profound python key in his body, at this moment moved uncontrollably. It seemed to let out an angry roar. In his palm, the dragon's resentment poison also let out a low growl. Vaguely, he felt a sharp pain. It spread out from his palm. Zhu Yuan's eyes were fixed on the figure in the golden robe and nodding. And that figure in the golden robe also sensed it. The teacup in his hand paused slightly. Then he slowly turned his head. At this moment, their gazes met. The entire world seemed to fall silent. In that instant, they almost simultaneously knew each other's identity. Great Zhu Yuan, Great Wu Wang. Zhu Yuan's childhood memories returned. On the altar were the children of similar age. Zhu Yuan's innocent, naive face met Wu Huang's sinister gaze. In the vast pavilion, Wu Huang's body emitted a powerful aura as if wanting to suppress Zhu Yuan. The three on Zhu Yuan's side also reacted at the same time, reducing this perceivus aura from Wu Huang's side. Do you really think this old man is easy to bully? Many voices were quietly echoing. Many people were eagerly watching the scene before them. Hey, that's Zuoqiu Qingyu, and the little princess of the 10,000 Beasts dynasty. That must be Wu Huang of Great Wu. As expected, very strong. That kid at the nourishing key realm seems to be Zhu Yuan of Great Zhu. So it's him. Remember the story of the python swallowing the dragon? These two are old enemies, but isn't the difference in strength between Zhu Yuan and Wu Huang too great? Are they about to make a move? Suddenly, Wu Huang retracted his aura and walked straight toward Zhu Yuan. The two passed each other, filled with murderous intent. I gave you so much time, yet you're still as unsightly as ever. Zhu Yuan's spirit was not moved by Wu Huang's words at all. He just calmly said, let's go eat. A group of people sat down at the table. Zuoqiu Qingyu's peach-blossom-like eyes curiously swept over Zhu Yuan. So you have a grudge with that Wu Huang. Do you need my help to resolve it? Zhu Yuan smiled. Since there's a grudge, it can only be a life minus and minus death matter. Zuoqiu Qingyu was silent for a moment. Then you are truly unlucky. You are no match for him at all. Zhu Yuan replied confidently, in this world nothing is absolute. A year ago I still didn't have my 8 meridians and couldn't cultivate. But now, I have come here. Zuoqiu Qingyu and Luo were both surprised. What? No way, you've only been cultivating for a year? They say you have the sacred dragon's fortune. Now it seems there might be a little possibility. At night on his bed, Zhu Yuan took out the soul illumination fruit, the vermilion blood grass, and the spiritual soul origin to prepare for his breakthrough in the spiritual soul realm. Wu Wang, who will die at whose hands will all be clear in the Saint Relic clan. Through you I will become a true sacred dragon. Zhu Yuan used his spiritual soul to absorb the 3 items, while also using the chaotic divine demon visualization method to begin his cultivation. The terrifying divine demon continuously turned, suppressing Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul. Under such strong pressure, Zhu Yuan gritted his teeth and endured. As time passed, cracks began to appear on Zhu Yuan's spiritual soul under the movement of the divine demon. Everything had reached the limit of endurance. Zhu Yuan did not give up. This time his spiritual soul had to ascend. As if sensing Zhu Yuan's obsession, his spiritual soul, which had reached its limit, suddenly shone with life force. At that moment, a small sound was heard. The second revolution of the chaotic divine demon visualization method. Zhu Yuan had finally passed it. One revolution, one heaven. Zhu Yuan finally stepped into the late minus stage illusory realm. Zhu Yuan looked up at the window outside. At this time, the dark night had gradually retreated. In the early morning, the first ray of dawn broke through the heavy clouds, illuminating the majestic St. Relic City. He stared out the window, his 5 fingers slowly clenching. Wu Wang, this time in the St. Relic land, let us completely settle our grudges. After his spiritual soul broke through, Zhu Yuan went to find Yao to learn a third great origin rune. It seems Wu Huang has put a lot of pressure on you. Yes, he is still stronger than me now, so I must quickly increase my strength. That Wu Huang is indeed a difficult character to deal with. Although he is arrogant, he has the qualities to be arrogant. Even in Yao's eyes, Wu Huang was considered an outstanding talent. However, he has had a smooth sailing life since he was young. Of course, he is arrogant. But in my opinion, those who can break through encirclement tests in difficult times without ever being arrogant and constantly striving like you, are even more talented and outstanding than him. Are you praising me? You can say that. Thank you. Yao looked up at the sky. That's strange. At that moment, 6 starlights appeared in the sky, carrying an invisible pressure that enveloped the entire city. The envoys of the 6 sacred sects have arrived. The appearance of the 6 sacred sects envoys made the entire Saint Relic city boil. Although the envoys had not yet shown themselves upon arrival, everyone knew that the Saint Relic clan was about to open. Zhu Yuan paid no attention to the appearance of the envoys. He put all his thoughts into learning the third great origin rune. At the Prodigy Pavilion, Zhu Yuan sat alone, pouring himself glass after glass, letting his body relax a little after days of hard training, forgetting to eat and sleep. Because of Yao, he had become pickier about the taste of wine, so the wine he was drinking was a fine brew that Yao had collected. Even though I've reached the late stage illusory realm, I still have no guaranteed way to win against Wu Huang. And the power of the Silver Shadow can't be used casually. It seems I must find an opportunity in the Saint Relic land and break through to the Heaven's Gate realm. Zhu Yuan was still pondering. Suddenly, he sensed a strange movement beside him. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man sitting in front of him. This person was shabbily dressed and moreover barefoot. He held a pipe in his hand, puffing out green smoke. "Kid, your wine is not bad." Zhu Yuan was not a stingy person. Seeing the other person's appearance, he smiled and pushed the jade bottle over. The other person, seeing this, quickly accepted it, poured himself a cup, and drank it in one gulp. His face was full of intoxication. "Not bad, not bad." Zhu Yuan chuckled. "If you like it, uncle, then it's a gift for you." The middle-aged man's eyes immediately lit up. "Haha, then thank you, kid." "Kid, the gazes of the people around you are looking at you very strangely." Zhu Yuan glanced around. "I have a mortal enemy named Wu Huang. They probably think I'm a dead man walking." The middle-aged uncle seemed to have heard this name before. He scratched his head. "Wu Huang? Then you are indeed a bit pitiful." The middle-aged uncle quickly moved closer and said in a low voice, "Besides, I've heard some news. The envoy of the Sacred Palace from the 6 sacred sects has already taken a liking to Wu Huang and wants to recruit him into the Sacred Palace." Zhu Yuan's heart was slightly shaken at this moment. The Sacred Palace, the strongest sect among the 6 sacred sects, are they currently staying at the City Lord's Manor? In Zhu Yuan's manners, only people in the City Lord's Manor. In Zhu Yuan's mind, outsiders within the City Lord's Manor might vaguely know a little. The shabby uncle chuckled and took a sad puff of his pipe. "So I say, kid, if you want to take revenge, the Saint Relic land is your last chance." Zhu Yuan nodded, not saying much. "I'll take this good wine. Drink a little less. The Saint Relic land will open tomorrow. Kid, someone has taken notice of you. You'd better perform." "Well," Zhu Yuan was slightly startled, a little puzzled. It seemed there was a hidden meaning in this uncle's words. "And how did he know when the Saint Relic land would open?" Zhu Yuan asked curiously. "Uncle, who exactly are you?" The uncle didn't answer, just waved his sleeve and leisurely left. In less than half a day, news that shook the entire Saint Relic city spread. "Have you heard? The Saint Relic land will open tomorrow?" The second day, along with 6 rainbow lights flying out of the City Lord's Manor, countless prodigies in the city flocked to the Saint Relic. Outside the Saint Relic land, there were 6 huge stone platforms, each with an envoy standing on top. On the stone platforms, countless figures were waiting. "Those are the envoys of the 6 sacred sects. I heard they are all experts who have stepped into the Divine Palace realm." Guoqiu Kingu pointed up and said, "This one is said to be the envoy from the Sacred Palace." "The Sacred Palace?" Zhu Yuan's gaze focused. He remembered meeting the barefooted uncle yesterday. It seemed the Sacred Palace envoy had chosen Wu Huang. As long as Wu Huang performed outstandingly this time, he could be accepted, and from there, ascend to the heavens in one step. While Zhu Yuan was deep in thought, he suddenly looked up into the distance where a golden figure stood with his hands behind his back. A powerful aura and oppressive pressure emanated, making no one dare to approach. That oppressive aura came from Wu Huang. He turned his head, his indifferent gaze sweeping past Zhu Yuan and pausing for a moment. His spiritual soul has stepped into the late Midas stage illusory realm. This trash dragon of the Zhu family has some skill. Truly a troublesome pest. In that very instant, the hairs on Zhu Yuan's entire body stood on end. A sudden sense of danger washed over him. Wu Huang raised his hand, his 5 fingers clenched, and threw a punch from a distance. Lu Wo Zuoqyu King Yu. The two of them noticed something was wrong and angrily shouted, "Wu Huang, you are too much, let's attack too." Origin Ki erupted, but at that moment, a pressure descended, suppressing their origin Ki. Lan looked up. It's the sacred palace envoy. Just as the 3 of them were blocked, the crimson fist light was already close to Zhu Yuan. The power of a single punch made even late Midas stage Heaven's Gate realm experts feel terrified. At the critical moment, Zhu Yuan was not panicked at all. He took half a step forward, his hands crossed in front of him. 3rd Midas Grey Origin Rune, Great Tortoise Shell Rune. The crimson fist light struck, and Zhu Yuan was sent flying backward as if hit by a heavy blow. Everyone's eyes simultaneously looked over. Many people frowned. Wu Huang's behavior is really unsightly. His strength is clearly far greater than Zhu Yuan's, yet he still uses such a trick. That Zhu Yuan will probably be beaten to death. There's no other way. The difference in strength is too great. Zhao Yan, Zhuan and Guling watched this scene and sneered. That guy really deserved it. The dust dissipated and Zhu Yuan was still standing firm. The stone slab beneath his feet was shattered and blood dripped from his 2 hands. The green scales on his hands were shattered. Yao minus Yao, Lu Wo, Guoqiu King Yu. The 3 of them rushed to Zhu Yuan's side. "Zhu Yuan, are you okay? He really wanted to kill you." "That's too much." The envoy from above spoke. "The Saint Relic Land is about to open. No disturbances are allowed." Lu Wo was angry. "Then why didn't you stop Wu Huang first?" Zuoqiu King Yu pouted. "So unfair." Zhu Yuan spoke up to calm them down. "No need to be agitated." From afar, a mocking voice sounded. "Representing the sacred palace, yet your face is so unsightly." Zhao Pen replied, "Oh Muwuji, do you have any advice?" The light gradually faded, revealing the figure of a shabby middle Midas-aged man. He had a pipe in his mouth. It was the barefooted uncle from the day before. Muwuji replied, "No advice. I just want to say that you have no right to chase people away. What if someone gets into one of the other 5 sects?" Zhu Yuan was surprised. "It's him? He's an envoy of the 6 sacred sects?" The other 4 envoys also appeared one after another. "You two stop arguing. Are you trying to create a smokescreen?" Zhao Pan snorted coldly and glanced at Zhu Yuan. "I still couldn't kill that brat." Muwuji smiled faintly. "Unexpected, right? If it weren't for the 3rd Midas Great Origin Rune, you probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Trying to solve me so quickly?" Yao minus Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. "If I meet him in the Saint Relic Land, I will attack first, but don't worry, I won't kill him. Then just take your time." Zuoqiu King Yu heard this and felt a basketful of eggs drop. She looked at Yao minus Yao with admiration. "Oh my god, she's truly the big sister in my heart. So domineering." On Zhao Yanjuan's side, he was also surprised. His brat has some skill. Guling sneered. It was just luck. If they really fought, he'd be dead for sure. At this time, the 6 envoys acted in unison. Origin Ki fluctuated, tearing open the fog screen. A new space gate opened. The Saint Relic Land appeared. "Everyone go in, let's move, be careful." Zhu Yuan rushed into the fog screen, feeling the world around him change violently, and then he was thrown out forcefully. At that time, on another continent, on top of a high mountain, a huge origin rune was emitting a strong fluctuation of origin ki. Right in the center of that huge origin rune, several figures were standing tall.